Hello everyone and welcome to the realme BGIS 2025 first week of the semi-finals, and you guys are currently watching the English broadcast. My name is ICBaby12 and he is I Super Johnny as we take you through the commentaries for today. Day number 3 is going to be a very exciting one as well because we had a little bit of a breather yesterday itself, so the teams themselves will have a little bit of time to prepare themselves to try and qualify in towards the Grand Finals, which will be happening in Kolkata. So, Johnny,
Yeah.
I have something to tell you.
All right.
I think there's something on your shoe. You have to... Haha, nothing. It was April Fool's.
What? All right. I mean,
Yeah, it is April Fool's, by the way. So yes, all things considered, aside from the jokes, we are going to be having some serious conversations here. Don't be fooled by all this gameplay, but now we have to talk about the agenda right now.
Yeah.
Cincinnati Kids, a team who has played the most amount of matches thus far, 7 matches total, is currently at the top of the leaderboard with a huge lead so far, which is 80 over points, which is insane.
exactly. That is quite insane, and that is not an April Fool's joke. Cincinnati Kids are actually doing quite well for themselves. Followed up by FS, Godlike, these teams are chasing them down. And of course, that is something that is surprising, but then there are those big names that are still struggling on the last page of the leaderboard, and that is something that people are hoping was an April Fool's joke before April actually came around. Seoul still stuck on that last page.
Now, with that being said as well, Seoul is currently in Group D itself. So
Yep.
all things considered, they've only played a total of 5 matches. So in order to actually catch up to Cincinnati Kids, who's currently in the 80 ballpark, in 2 games, they need to close the gap of 30 to 40 points in order to overtake Cincinnati Kids. So
Yeah.
it's still very possible. And in today's games as well, we have the most amount of matches coming in from Group D.
I mean, they do have more matches today, but the Group D, as people have called it, the group of death and destruction, they have been struggling for a long time. On the last day itself of competition, we saw Team Seoul make a bounce back, but as we look at the overall standings and we talked about it, Cincinnati Kids, FSC Sports and Godlike doing quite well for themselves. OG, they had a great start on the opening day, but then there has been this fall off. First 2 games, they scored 38 points, and then the consecutive matches after that they got a combined total of 10. Genesis Esports, Ryder, SOA, these are the few new names inside of the top 8 that I am personally quite happy to see perform this well.
Well, we have a lot of undergods as of yet, but as of now, the top 8 is where the teams want to be to qualify towards Kolkata, and as of yet,
Yeah.
42 points, 44 points is where you want to be at least at this stage of a tournament itself to try and catch things up. But with that being said, obviously, Revenant Export is right at the borderline with 39 points alongside with TWOB, but my concern here is going to be the guys coming from Group D, right? Likita Esports and Seoul currently in 12 and 14 position. It's not that far if you think about it, right? 42, 44 is top 8. You know, they've got 37 matches and they're 1 match behind the rest of the pack. So technically, in 1 match, 1 chicken dinner, they should be at the top 5.
But they've been struggling to close out those games so far, and again, you can't always hope to get that one game of Miramar where you pop off, which has been the case for Seoul. Moving forward, another team from Group D that has been struggling has to be Versatile, a big name. Somraj and the boys, we have big expectation from them, but so far they have not really lived up to those expectations. And on the last page of the rankings, the biggest downfall I think in this entire tournament has come from Phoenix Esports and Hyderabad Hydras, who are sitting on the 31st and the 32nd position.
Exactly, and in order for these teams to actually make a bounce back as well, the remaining matches of 7 matches needs to be spectacular.
Yeah.
At least top 5 every single game with at least 3 to 4 finishes in order to stand a chance to qualify to the top 8. So that means no more mistakes starting from today. So anything can happen in this stage again. We have seen the biggest comebacks coming from both Phoenix Esports and Hyderabad Hydras during their quarterfinals run. They
Yeah.
had the biggest amount of comebacks to actually qualify to this stage. So anything can happen. It
And-
might be these 2 teams that make a comeback now.
Exactly, I mean, they can pull it off. They still have a few matches left, but let's look at the schedule today. We have Group B and C kicking off the journey on Erangel, then A versus B on Miramar, A versus D on Sanok. First 3 games. Next 3, A versus D on Erangel, C versus D on Sanok, and B versus D on Erangel again. Last match of the day.
Like we said, we have the most amount of matches today for Group D because they are kind of behind compared to the rest of the pack as well. So 4 matches in total for Group D, and they are going to be playing what? Erangel, Sandhawk, Erangel, and also a single man from Miramar. So it is going to be very crucial for them to make a bounce back. So now, let's take a look at the predictions of all the casters so far. Me and Ocean went for Seoul, Maisie went for Team Mastermind Mavericks. We have Rivalry NRF from Spiro, Ankybot went for Likita Esports, you went for DWB, and Neko went for Phoenix. Wow, that's a very bold claim coming from Necro.
I mean, he's the biggest Phoenix Esports supporter. But again, the performance from Phoenix Esports has not really been there so far. I hope Necro has been quite disappointed with Phoenix so far. We were having this conversation. He was saying it's better that they just go for blind aggression because Phoenix Esports, they just run around early stages looking for someone else to fight instead of Revenant X-Park because Revenant X-Park are not in their group anymore. And Phoenix Esports, because of those early rotations where they're just blindly looking for fight, have been delayed in just pushing for the zone. If they move for the first stage 1 to stage 2 transition, take control of that edge, then maybe they can get those fights in their hands. And if they find that cover, then the fights are going to be in their control as well.
Now, with that being said, I feel like based on my predictions here, so far, my predictions has been 100% spot on. Before round 4, 100% every team I predict qualified. After round 4, every team has pretty much flopped. Semi-finals 1 and 2, guess what? Godlike broke my curse. It's 100% accuracy on who is going to be at the top right now. And now, Seoul.
It was you and me against each other. Both of us were picking Godlike for the first 2 days. And day 1, they did well. Day 2, not so well. Bounced back in the last game of the day. But let's see how the day turns out for Seoul. It's you against Ocean today.
Well, I'm curious to see whether or not are we going to get that as well. But before that, we have a very, very interesting video to share with you guys here. It is going to be coming in from Team realme to give you guys a little bit of a shout out. The all-round slayer Realme P3 Ultra 5G is currently out with this world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset for double the performance in its segment. It's currently out in the market, and be sure to check it out because with its class-leading chipset performance and an Antutu score of over 1.45 million score, you can search it up on Google and also search it up on Flipkart if you guys want to walk away with some amazing prizes himself.
Exactly. Quite an amazing power pack device. Everything that you need to give your best in your matches. We talk about the World Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset, 90 FPS BGMI gaming, and of course, the smartest AI gaming control in its segment. So do move on to Google and search for the Realme P3 Ultra 5G, and it is available on Flipkart, as my buddy over here said. But I see we have to talk about the teams, the rankings as they stand right now. Top 8. I mean, the only team that we can for sure say is safe is Cincinnati Kids. Everyone else can be put under threat at any given time.
I don't think it's safe yet. To be honest, they are very close to the safe threshold, but if you were to double the points of everything from quarterfinals and wildcards, quarterfinals, the cutoff was 46. Wildcard was pretty much 42. Now, if you double it, it should be somewhere around 84 to 90 points. So technically, Cincinnati Kids is very close to that ballpark, but it's not yet there. So they need at least 1 or 2 more good games, and they should be technically safe. But with all things considered, the first matchup today here, we are going to take a look at Group B on screen right now. We have Hero Extreme Godlike, Altitude, Wobble Gaming, Rider Esports, 8-Bit, Bot Army Esports, Forever Red Rods, and Hail Inferno Squad.
Ooh, and one team we haven't talked about from Group B has to be Bot Army Esports. They ended day 1, finishing in the top 3 of the overall leaderboard. Day number 2 of the semi-finals, I do not know what happened to Bot Army Esports. It was a massive tumble. From the 3rd, they just went all the way to the 15th.
Exactly, which is a little bit ironic here. However, the rest of the teams coming from Group C in this upcoming match here, we have Team Mastermind Mavericks, Reckoning Esports, Mellow Esports, Cincinnati Kids, Genesis Esports, GlitchX Reborn, Diesel Esports, and Team Hades X H4K. So this is going to be a very, very interesting match here as well, because currently Cincinnati Kids is at the top of the leaderboard, and they do need 10 to 20 points to pretty much put themselves in a very, very safety position to directly qualify in towards the Grand Final itself. So by the end of the day, we should expect at least 3 to 5 teams that has that safety net to actually qualify.
I think this game itself, Cincinnati Kids will get themselves to safety. You said 84 to 92, right? Right now they're at 85. They need 7 points, and then that's like guaranteed top 8 finish no matter what happens moving forward. And Cincinnati Kids, with how they've been playing, especially on Erangel, how aggressive they can be during the mid-game stages, I think getting those 7 points is not going to be a big challenge.
I think, to be honest, Cincinnati Kids, their biggest games has come from Miramar itself, just because of the fact that, yes, we weren't able to capture a lot of moments from Cincinnati Kids' POV a majority of the time in day 1 and day 2. But most of their high finish games has always coming in from Miramar, just stealing off people's knocks every single time. Here, Extreme Godlike's knocks, they stole it. Genesis's knocks, they stole it. TWOB's knocks, they stole it. Everyone, they stole it.
I think it was one Miramar that happened, the last one we witnessed from Cincinnati Kids. And yes, frags do come out in terms of Cincinnati Kids compared to everyone else on Miramar a little bit more. But if you talk about consistently being able to finish in the top 5, consistently getting those placement points, I think Erangel has been their best performing map. They started off their journey on the map of Erangel, and it was a wonderful performance coming in right off the bat. From Juicy in particular, this IGL has stepped up so nicely for his team. Although semi-finals day number 2, I think it was Aditya who was doing well from the side of Cincinnati Kids, and that's the beauty of this team, right? If someone sort of starts to lack, someone else step up. But the problem is that one player from this team needs to be the heavy hitter in every single game. If all of them go on the back foot, if all of them start to fail, then Cincinnati Kids might also become the first team to be eliminated in the upcoming match.
Well, all things considered, before we talk about the remaining teams here as well here, aside from Cincinnati Kids, everyone from the top 2 position until the bottom here still has a chance to actually qualify for the top 8 itself. FS Esports does have a 20-point gap between them as well as Cincinnati Kids here. Yes, they've gotten 3 chicken dinners. Hero Extreme got like also getting into themselves 60 points. So they are not completely in a safety net to actually qualify for the Grand Finals themselves. So they still need more big games, and what better way to actually kick things off for today themselves as well. Hero Extreme Godline needs to pull a big one. They have gotten a lot of finishes. They have gone through a lot of difficult fights, but they just somehow could not make it towards the ultra late stage games. And I think there was at least twice now Hero Extreme Godline could not secure the chicken dinner.
Yeah, both times on the map of Miramar, and both times because of very small, silly mistakes that were made. Just a few seconds, few miscalculations here and there. But I don't think Godlike at this point cares about getting that chicken dinner as well. I think for them, with how they are playing, it is just perfect. In the longer run, the more matches you play, if you consistently finish in the top 3, and if you are getting those double-digit eliminations consistently, which Godlike somehow has found the crack to, I think they will succeed in getting that first position eventually if they get more number of matches. But that's the problem, right? You do not get a lot of matches to qualify. It's just today and tomorrow, and then the top 8 move through to the grand finale.
Now, speaking of which here, we are going to be talking about the team spotlight today, which is the table toppers as of yet, which is going to be Cincinnati Kids with a total of 51 finishes. And they do have a position points of 34 points, which gives them 85 points in total. Currently, the only team at the top of the top with 7 matches played. But again, this table might shift if FS Esports does another big game. Will tie things up with Cincinnati Kids with a total of 7 matches thus far. So technically, they're pretty high up. Are they going to be number 1 by the end of the entire first week? We don't know yet, because everybody needs to play all 12 matches first.
Exactly. I mean, once everyone is done with all 12 matches, then we will have an idea of what the averages look like as far as the semi-final is considered. But I do agree with you on that. FS, by far, I mean, a hit or a miss team, but if they hit very hard indeed. 3 chicken dinners to their name, the only team that has been able to succeed in doing so. And of course, incredible performances coming in from FS. We saw back-to-back win as well from their side on the last day of play.
I think during day 2 of semi-finals, which was very, very interesting, like I've always brought up the point where from the grind stages to round 2 until semi-finals, after playing so many more rounds, it's no longer a luck factor and skill. But truth be told, after watching day 2 on itself, on how FS was able to get those 2 chicken dinners, it felt like the circle just favored them. Like, I felt like personally it was completely luck. Think about this. Erangel, they were stuck on Military Island. Circle shifted to the shoreline. They had to cross the river, and they were just there the entire time. Circle came in, they got a chicken dinner. Great. Miramar did absolutely nothing until it was the top 3 with 0 finishes, wrapped up the fight, and then got a chicken dinner. So, is it skill? Is it luck? I don't know. Only time will tell.
I mean, I think it is skill at this point, because with how they've been closing out their matches, you can't really give it up to luck for a team to be this consistent in closing out games if they get to survive that late. But, I mean, that's a conversation for another time. For now, it's Group B versus Group C dropping on the map of Erangel.
With that being said, we are going to be jumping into the first game here for the day 3s of the semi-finals. This is where things get extremely heated here because we are way past the halfway mark and every single team in every single group is going to be fighting for the top 8 to qualify into the Grand Finals in Kolkata. And in this map of Erangel, it is going to be starting off from the north side of Milta Power, south side of Lipovka, east side of the entirety of the map, and then ending towards the west side of Quarry itself. So a pretty southern approach of flight path. A majority of teams is going to be able to traverse to all the place except towards 70, Shooting Range, Zorki, Stalber, and Kamishki. It is going to be a very, very long flight path for them.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be a long flight path. You have to wait for a very long time, but I have to talk about a few names sitting in the top 8. Again, I see, because we have failed to mention them, and they definitely do deserve the limelight of the day. That is Ryder Esports, an undergod name in particular that has been doing well, exceptionally well in the entire tournament so far. Especially on Erangel, they have given it their all. An average of around 7 finishes per game. They've been averaging about 4 placement points per match on this map. This team has just been incredible, and it's quite exciting to see a new name be this confident in getting those fights and getting those finishes every single time.
See, that's the thing about Ryder Esports, right? We always talk about how Exist has been playing as a grenadier in the front lines.
Yeah.
And it's weird how, like, 6 out of 5 times, he actually fumbles and drops the grenade on himself, which is kind of weird to see, considering a team at that caliber. But they somehow is always to get away with it here. And partially, I don't know if it's him or is it just Femi just stepping out multiple times here. Because I remember during quarterfinals as well, Femi was able to be the solo player, gets into the top 2, gets decent amount of positional points, and barely qualified their stage into the semifinals themselves.
That is true, and again, I mean, it's this sort of backup that has allowed Ryder Esports to be successful in the long run, but we saw the teams drop an Eastern Circle between Shelter and Mansion in front of us. Ryder Esports, they have gone to Yasnaya Poliana, and they find the position empty, all for theirs to take. On the other side, I want to talk about a cluster that was forming towards the west of Yasnaya, towards Rozok and School. You have Godlike and Mastermind Mavericks quite close to each other. And Mastermind Mavericks, again, a big name that did quite well for themselves in the earlier stages of this tournament. But the struggles for them in the semifinals are clearly visible.
I'm curious to see how Ryder Esports was going to be able to take this approach, because the majority of the circles that they win in Erangel has always been the western shoreline near the ruins itself. So in the east side, now them taking Yasnaya Porinaya, this group is going to be fine. But what if they actually pair up their groups against Revenant X-Park, who also likes to go Yasnaya?
Ooh, that is going to be interesting to see. I think we have seen that happen before, Ryder Esports against Phoenix in particular on Erangel, and that fight did not really work out too well for Ryder Esports, losing bodies early. But Cincinnati Kids on our screen, they start off from Ferry Pier Primos, and a switch in the pace from Cincinnati Kids. Usually in a circle like this or in any circle that forms towards the eastern side, Cincinnati Kids like to hold their ground towards Ferry Pier and the Military Bridge, but this time they have moved out quite early.
Oh my goodness, Cincinnati Kids is very, very lucky here. Be able to find 2 jerry cans. You know, that's going to be a lot of gas coming in forward as well. They're going to go for the Murado. And I've got a question here. What color is your car?
It's what color is your Bugatti, I see?
I know, but what color is your car?
A golden.
Gold?
Yeah.
24 karat gold?
Yeah.
All right, that's pretty cool. All things considered, another team, you talked about this as well, Bot Army Esports, a team that no one expected them to make it this far during their wildcard stages. They were the table toppers and kind of surprised us as well to seeing an undergod team perform at the finals of the finals. And like you said as well, day number 1 was a great performance from them. Day 2 completely disappeared from our radars. And they are currently ranked in the 15th position with about 36 points.
Yeah, Bot Army Esports, I don't know what happened on day 2, man. We didn't see them win a single fight. We saw all of the aggression, all of the confidence from day 1 fade away. It seems like when they had nothing to lose, they were very confident. When you gave them something to lose, they were too afraid of losing it. And that sort of backfired on, that mindset backfired on Bot Army Esports. But Metal Esports against Diesel, a team that has actually done quite decent. Metal Esports and Diesel, we expected them to do well based on the performance in the previous rounds, but Diesel Esports, even their journey in the semifinals has been extremely shaky.
I think not just Diesel as well. Like Diesel, they were okay before semifinals, but ever since semifinals, they were a little bit shaky. Metal Esports is also another team that has been shaky throughout the entire journey here as well. And that's something I'm a little bit worried as well, because back in the days, Legit and Prince were the star players, but overall, right now in this current stage, Thunder and Sarvit has to be the ones that actually been stepping up for the team, which is kind of ironic.
Yeah, but let's look at this, the first fight of the game. Hades against Wobble Gaming, and Wobble, they've been wobbling left and right. Hades, their struggles have been much worse, but this time 2 versus 4 for the House. They need to win this fight. They have the numbers advantage, but not for long. Nade goes flying on the first floor. Damage test out. Jin's extremely low. Ragnar around 60 HP, but Hades, they still have the upper hand. Devil, what he's trying to do? Jumps from the ledge, tries to find the frag, but Ragnar lines up too, looking for the third. They have the upper hand now. The third man from Hades is going to fall as well. And all of a sudden, Wobble, they make the ground beneath the players of Team Hades shake. Devil fighting for his life, but he's going to be sent back to hell. And Wobble Gaming, an amazing 2v4 conflict won.
What a spray, what a hold coming from Wobble Gaming there. No chance whatsoever for Hades 3-4K. And with that being said, 4 finish points in the bag and lots of utilities. And all they have to do is just be very, very patient. However, they're still far away from the zone. But guess what, Diesel? They got the knock on Shyam, and Prince, he's pretty much stuck as well. They need the entire team to come and back him up, because as of now, they're pretty far off. And now Prince, he's going to try and hold on. He got one knock, and he gets another one. Prince OG, the man, the myth, the legend.
That is why they call him the OG. 3 players from Diesel, they are left bleeding, and Prince could be the solo reason for their demise. It's just down to Pari. The nade, it was a little bit overcooked, but now the rest of Metal Esports, they are closing in, and this might be the Diesel emptied out of the engine. Pari falls as well. Gokul got a revive at the last second, but Prince, he is still on the ledge, and maybe it is all over. Not a maybe, it is guaranteed. Everyone from Metal gets one.
Just as I was saying that Prince has gotten a little bit sloppy, guess what? Pulls a very, very big clutch against Diesel. And just like that, 2 teams eliminated here in the first game in the day number 3 of the semifinals itself. What an exit for both Diesel and Hades H4K. Oh boy, but still, Metal Esports, seems like this might be their bounce back here, Johnny.
Yeah. I mean, H4K fight was a little awkward. All 3 of them just ran up the stairs. I think when you're trying to funnel in through a stairwell, it's better to just keep pushing forward, but they just tried to jiggle and ended up body blocking each other over there. The Diesel fight, now that was interesting, because the team came in flooding. I thought Prince was the one who found those 3 knocks on the stairwell, but turns out it was the shots through the windows. And the players of Metal got 1 each.
Well, seems to me that's the bounce back and recovery they need to actually try and qualify in the top 8, right? So every single team is going to be fighting for those slots available. And currently in the leaderboard itself, Hero Extreme Godlike is going to be those teams that are going to be setting precedents for teams to actually topple them as of yet. But the Circle, guess what? Circle heading to his school, heading to his apartment. Hero Extreme Godlike smack middle of everyone. And this is concerning, Johnny. Everybody is going to be coming to say hello very, very soon. And Hero Extreme Godlike hasn't settled down on where they want to play this Circle from.
They were playing the school apartments at the start of the game, and I still believe that taking the apartment control might just be better than staying out on this hill. We've seen this chaotic fight happen time and time again. Team on the hill struggles to go back in if the rotation is going to be delayed, but as you said, the vultures are circling that mountain. In a few short moments, I think it is going to be the stage 3 collapse when all of these teams will just start to pile on. One big factor is if the circle actually moves over there, if the circle takes a northwestern shift or something, then we are in for a completely different game.
Yeah, we got to take a little bit of replay on how things actually happen as well. Prince OG found the opening, and then now Prince, oof, what a spray, man. He got everyone knocked. Sheesh. That's just so unfortunate. Like, it feels like Prince should have gotten most of the frags, but because of the pickup coming from Metal,
yeah,
from Diesel themselves, they denied the finish points to him himself.
Doesn't matter. Metal still got 4, man.
Hey, man, it matters when you are fighting for MVP award, man.
Yeah, I don't think Prince is that kind of guy. I think he just cares about winning more. He cares about winning as a team. He cares about his team. He's selfish that way.
Well, I guess so. But Hell Inferno Squad having a little bit of run in with Rider Esports, a team that has been wowing us thus far as the undergods.
Oh.
But guess what, Rider? Looks like they're gonna drive away. But as soon as I say this, Fragger actually getting knocked off. Hell Inferno Squad, they get the first knock in, and they are gonna try and swamp their way onto his Rider now. The compound gets flushed through. Jatin, they also find Zyro. And Rider, just like that, they lose too.
Overcommitment coming in from Rider Esports, so an awkward nade, but the second one will find contact. Exist needs to be careful. He has been very impressive with the nades, but that positioning was awkward for him. And Owen finds the third for his team, second for himself. Rider down to the last man, and I think it might be over for Rider Esports in this game. But look at the radar, there are more teams around them. There's one up north in the form of Glitch Reborn, one down south in the form of Mastermind Mavericks, but Mavericks, they're busy with Genesis, it seems like.
I don't know what do you mean by he's impressive with his nades, but Exist, that's the 6th time he's getting knocked because he was holding a grenade.
Hey man, if he gets to lob it, he finds the knock. If he doesn't, then he gets taken out. It's
Well,
all or nothing.
I have been counting so far. 7 times he's done it, he only got one really, really good one on cam. I'm
Yeah.
sorry to say, but 7 times I've seen it on cam, 7 times I've seen him got knocked by the nade. But not adding salt to injury right now. Rider Esports will completely rely on Fami being the solo warrior once more. But the circle is going to be shifting out from the south side, and we are going to be expecting potentially Rozok, potentially Yasnaya open fields, potentially the bridge fight on the north side as well. So it is going to be a huge split because a majority of teams are on the south side of the circle.
That miscalculation from Rider Esports, they're definitely kicking themselves now. They had control of Yasnaya, they moved out early, and now they will be wondering, we could have just stayed towards the northern half of the map. In the meanwhile, Sporta from Wobble Gaming spotted out by Metal and gunned down in the open. They get an extra finish on the board.
Speaking of gunning down right now, Metal Esports, they were the latest to actually rotate in. They came in from the middle and they're hearing so many gunshots. Wobble as well was one of those teams that they haven't been able to find a spot. Jins, he's about to get exploded himself. He's the last man standing. He's trying to survive his dear lives, but finds a small little tree to survive. But oh boy, 1 HP, no first aids. Oh no, he's stuck. He is stuck.
Of course he's stuck, and I don't think he's aware of Glitch Reborn behind him as well. But Glitch, they're gonna struggle to spot him out now. And if they don't, I think Glitch might be the reason that Wobble Gaming makes it to the late game stages. But no, has he lobbed a smoke? That's an indicator, man. That's a beacon of where the nades need to go. And Jins, his time in the game might be coming to an end. The nades overshoot. Jins still alive. Distraction comes in as Mastermind Mavericks find the opener against Glitch Reborn. Rex OG knocked out.
Oh boy. Glitch X Reborn currently has one of the best possible positions from this terrain itself, just because this forest is great for fighting against teams from the west, great against fighting against teams from the east, but they have to lock down one side regardless of what happens. So they've sent up RV onto those compounds, knowing for the fact that if anybody crashes that compound, they're pretty much exposed from multiple angles. So I like this split coming from Glitch X Reborn. If the circle shifts there, everybody will have a very, very difficult time pushing into the forest terrain. So this is a very interesting one, but they do have vision of everything that's happening around them as well. Third party is going to be very, very easy for them.
Yeah, I mean, the third party is going to be easy, but they tried to make that 3-1 split play work on Miramar once before, but it just backfired. And this time, I think they've learned their lesson. They're going to try and get inside that cover that has been secured by Avi a little bit quicker. Although there was one more concern for Glitch Reborn, I see it was the northern side. Forever Red Ross, they have too much map control towards the northeastern quadrant of the map, and majority of the times this game just is all about information. But 8 seconds to go before stage 3 concludes, and we have stage 4 in front of us. Let's see where the zone takes us. It is the fields between Yasnaya and School. So there's a massive ridge towards the northeastern quadrant that can actually give the terrain advantage to Forever Red Ross, but they might have to fight Glitch Reborn for those compounds at certain point.
To be honest, Glitch X Reborn has one of the best spots possible right now. Oh wow, they actually sacrificed they actually let go of the forest terrain. So going for the compound is great and all, but whoever takes that forest terrain will have so much control on the teams on the east and the south side. So I'm very surprised by this move, but I guess they want to salvage the situation considering that, number one, stage 4 is 50 players alive. They don't really want to lose those vehicles yet, so I guess that's the idea, but I'm very surprised by this move coming from GlitchX Reborn.
And another interesting move is from Godlike, by the way. They played a 3-1 split, Punk towards the Northern Island, 3 players down south. And that can be a challenge, but here we have it. Hail Inferno squad, they were running after Ryder Esports, but Metal show up knocking on the doors. And Hail Inferno squad, they're not going to be too kind to either of these two sides. Sarvit knocked out, Thunder lost a lot of HP, Legit spotted out. They're going to try and nade him out of existence as well. Ooh. Sliver of HP. So lucky he's still standing, but the next nade is going to make sure it is going to put down 2 players, Sarvit and Thunder knocked out. And Fame says thank you as he secures both those points for his team. Running inside of those nades that are just going off indoors.
Oh my goodness.
And Fame is still alive.
Famey, the one-man army, he's doing everything he can to dodge everything. 2 finish points in the back. The savior, the lone survivor from the side of Raider Esports. Can he make it happen again? Because for some reason, he works the best all by himself. And right now, Legit is going to be his friendly neighborhood compadre.
He gets the crates, he gets heals from those crates, ammunition, nades, utility smokes. Famey is all stocked up inside, man. And Hail Inferno squad and Metal can't do anything about him because they will have to face each other if they run out.
Well, speaking of running out right now, Cincinnati kids, they had a little bit of pit stop. They found members coming from 8-bit. But unfortunately to say, the run overcomes true. Juicy, he's going to try and fend them off. Lock is down, Termi dropping down pretty low. And just like that, 8-bit, they get wiped off in one fell swoop.
They were surrounded. It was a fight out into the open, points going away. But now Cincinnati kids need to realize that they are still in the same spot. 3 players down. There's a revive coming through behind that proc. Mastermind Mavericks on the other side can be a distraction for Reckoning, but Reckoning just keep on pushing. They want to clean house. They want to finish off Cincinnati kids, and they might succeed as well as Aditya, the last man in a 1v3, takes down 2, looking for the last player. No HP on Aditya, takes down 3, hoping for a 1v4, but hope cannot set him free this time. Reckoning, they wipe out Cincinnati kids, but now it is time for us to bid adieu to Reckoning, because Mastermind Mavericks, that's a perfect time for the third party. Dion, last man left alive. Viper and Kyoya, they're crawling in smoke looking for a revive, but is this revive actually going to happen?
Oh my goodness, they've lost gravity, but the revive comes true, and they're going to be able to pick up Kyoya, but fortunately for them, the bait smokes are helping them out here. Monty looking for the third parties alongside Mastermind Mavericks, and because of this push from Bot Army Esports, Team Mastermind Mavericks, they were hesitant on continuing this fight.
Yeah.
And that hesitancy is the reason why they're able to get those resets here coming from Reckoning Esports. So fortunately for them, they are going to be A-okay, but the circle, look at this, it is going to shift on towards Meadow and where Hail Inferno squad were in those zones. And GlitchX Reborn is still part of the circle itself from the northern approach, so everybody needs to play around these 2 major compounds, and same can be said for Mastermind Mavericks on the southwest corner.
Hail Inferno squad, by the way, haven't moved from those compounds since stage 2. They took a fight against Ryder for the compound control, and they've just been there ever since. Metal Esports tried to push, try to contest, but Metal Esports were wiped out, almost wiped out as well. They're down to Legit. With Bodami Esports, as you mentioned, they stole a point away from Mastermind Mavericks a few moments ago. And now they've just completely switched positions. This is a little bit of a recap. Aditya against Reckoning. Beautifully done, swatting flies midair. He had a little bit of utility to work with, but then again, if you're going 1v4, the odds are stacked against you. So, valiant effort, but to no avail. And Reckoning Esports, they recover. Wow.
Oh boy, what a survivor here, but Legit, last man standing, finds a knock onto its altitude. Cloud's getting knocked off. But can he secure those finish points? Because now a second nade comes through. It looks good! Ooh, but just barely off as well. But he does do a little bit of chip damage as well. But here comes the second knock and Prince, he goes down. Oh my goodness, Legit. He secures 2 finishes. But Admino was able to find the last guy from altitude, wiping altitude.
Oh man, perfect timing coming in from Admino. And also, by the way, first finish on the board for Godlike in this game. They've been playing slow, they've been playing on the back foot, but that seems to be working out for them. On the other side, Genesis, they get pushed by Mastermind Mavericks, and in a split second, 3 players have been knocked out. Cyrax, last man, hiding in that Bugatti, but we all know the players have learned their lesson that this happens quite often. They're gonna need the vehicles as they try to run back. Cyrex tries to shoot them in their backs, but does not succeed. A quick turnaround from Adi. And Mastermind Mavericks, they find the last man as well.
Oh my goodness, they're so stuck as well. And fortunately for them, the teams in the compound on the east side, BAE, Bot Army Esports, they can't contest this because Forever Red Ross is also attacking them as well. And because of that, they are going to be able to reset from the south side. But Forever Red Ross, they've got another knock. And inside the house, they are going to find out the last player. And that's going to be Bot Army Esports that finds another clear. And that's going to be 6 finishes in the board.
Beautiful squad wipe coming in from Bot Army Esports, I have to say. Well executed, but no time to celebrate as Mastermind Mavericks show up. Devotee, before Rickson could realize where the shots came from, Devotee has the knock secured for his team. Nate goes flying to help with the finish conversion as well, but Rickson is falling back. 4v3, Bot Army, they have the upper hand in this fight. Although they need to wrap things up as quickly as possible because Glitch Reborn, they've taken control of the back lines. Glitch Reborn, I see they're going for a risky 2-2 split to play.
Well, they can do it, but as of yet, Mastermind Mavericks needs to wrap things up as well. They tried their best to push in from the south side, and now Bot Army Esports is going to be the ones to stop them. Devotee, him getting knocked is not good for Bot Army Esports as well because the entire flank is going to be exposed, and Team Mastermind Mavericks will control the high ground on the south side right now. Oh boy, teams are going to be stuck, and Bot Army Esports, they're not inside the zone. They have to push out from the compound from the east side. Meanwhile, Medal, legit, the Soul Warrior, he took out one player, which is Famey just now, and he will single-handedly hold that compound all by himself, and Halo Inferno squad takes the east side of the compound.
He has gotten his team into the top 6, legend.
My goodness.
Oh, such an amazing performance. But he needs to thank Halo Inferno squad for that as well. They've been cleaning everyone in the surrounding vicinity. And talking about that, Mastermind Maverick, Bot Esports clash as well. I think the Mastermind Mavericks need to thank Glitch Reborn because after Devotee found the opener, Glitch Reborn pushed from the north, caused a distraction because of which Bot Army Esports weren't able to commit to the fight against Mastermind Mavericks, and Devotee just stayed out into the open for too long. But from the top of the leaderboard, looking to take the throne away from Cincinnati Kids. Godlike, still alive with all 4 players intact in this game. They do not have a lot of eliminations, but still 20 players are in this game. Taking the 4 away from Godlike, there's 16 potential finishes for them to claim.
Well, speaking of 16 as well, Glitch Reborn, they haven't gotten a single finishes thus far, so they do have decent amount placement points, but I don't think it's going to be good enough considering the fact that they need to try and push into the top 8. And currently, Glitch X Reborn is not exactly in the favorable position. They're currently 19th position in the overall standings, and they do need at least 20-30 points to actually catch up to the top 8. But guess what? Hero Ship Godlike, they're going to have a little bit of run in with battle. They find Legit, they take him out, but Punk is going to be knocked off, so they do need to go in for those resets. And now we're down towards the final 5 team. Bot Army Esports also losing a player now.
Yeah, they get shot in the back. Scary Jaw dropped down to last 2, Hitler and Monte. And they know for a fact that Mastermind Mavericks are on their way. Hitler tries to fight for his life and he ends up falling. Mastermind Mavericks 5 finishes. Looking to break into the top 4. All they have to do is shut down the last player from Bot Army Esports, who has gone for a survival play out into the open. Monty, that's a risky move, but too much distraction for Mastermind Mavericks. Maybe he'll survive.
Well, looks like he won't because Akshar was able to find him as well from the other side. Glitch Reborn from the compounds on the north. Seems like they are going to get completely wiped off. Final 4 teams, Team Mastermind Mavericks, with those ordeals, they are going to be in the final 4. And the circle currently favoring Hill Inferno squad, who's inside this compound.
Top 4 for the first time. We have the perfect endgame. Top 4, all 4 of these teams have all 4 players alive.
Game of force right now, and Hero Extreme Godlike, they're trying their best to rotate from the south side. Shots coming in from Hell Inferno Squad is going to force Hero Extreme Godlike to collide against Team Mastermind Mavericks, who is also making sure that Hero Extreme Godlike doesn't push in. Circle about to move in, 15 seconds left. Godlike, how will they make this approach? Because right now, it's going to be a tall order for them. Mastermind Mavericks closest to the edge, but Hero Inferno Squad is the ones that is going to be having full control of this entire circle.
And I love this call from Punk, by the way. It's a good call. They realize if they slam for the compounds, they're going to get shot from the northeast and the southeast as well at the same time. So they need to clean the open spaces before they move in. But they have a minute and 15 seconds to do it. The nades go flying. Simp almost getting knocked out. But Mastermind Mavericks getting shot in the back as Glitz Reborn have the same idea as Punk himself. And the advantage right now in the favor of Godlike as Jonathan finds the second man from the side of Mastermind Mavericks, and he makes the bounce. The third player falls as well, but Godlike, you have to be quick about this because Glitz Reborn, they show up with the perfect timing. That nade chips away the damage. Maxima, the last man alive, 2 nades at his feet, and he goes out. Godlike, they get the finishes, 3 of them from the side of Mastermind Mavericks.
My goodness, what a one-way coming from Jonathan as well. 5 finishes, and Hero Extreme Godlike, they are still going to be continuing the fight. Glitch X Reborn, they're down 2 players. Hero Extreme Godlike might have the perfect opportunity to wipe off Glitch X Reborn and then going for the fight against Hero Inferno Squad. But as of yet, they cannot afford to drop the ball right here. Punk, he finds the nade once more, and Hero Extreme Godlike, they might be able to wipe them off. Punk, he himself gets naded off by Jatin. And Hero Inferno Squad, they leave the compound. They're pushing Godlike.
Yeah, this game was supposed to be a win for Halo Inferno Squad from the moment they got the house. Godlike in the end can fight for top 2 and maybe a few finishes, but Jonathan, he just rams through 2 players, 1 more man. A fight with the shotgun is how he falls, and it's just down to Admino, who has no HP. The first aid comes online. By the way, Glitz Reborn, they are still alive in the back lines. But Admino will the snake find contact, and it's perfect. And the 3 players, they fall. 1 knock, 2 finishes. Admino goes out, finish converted. It's down to PMWIGL. A 1v1v2 for Admino as Glitch Reborn all of a sudden have the man advantage in their hands. And Admino, he's hoping to find the nade. He's hoping to find the contact with this, but PMWIGL too far away. I think Godlike, they've done all they can. They've got those 9 finishes. They've gotten themselves into the top 3. And this has to be the best case scenario.
Godmino, my God, Godmino. He's going to try and make things work 2 versus 1 versus 1. It's not over yet. Glitch X Reborn, they have the bounce back. They've lost all those finishes. And right now, all they have to do is find the 1 as well. Godmino, my goodness. Akshat dropping down so low. Circle still in their favor. They still have time. Admino, 2 nades, 4 smokes. Needs the perfect one. But right now, PMWI is going to be the bigger threat for Admino. And now, Akshat with their nade. Looking to find a scare, but Admino once more finds another nade. And that's going to be the push coming through. Glitch X Reborn. They're in a lot of trouble. Admino, 1 more nade, sees a crate. He may be able to stock up to try to continue with this push. He needs more nades. He's going to be cooking up 1 more as well. He needs the perfect one. It looks good. Does he find the confirmation? Ooh, drops him down very, very low. But here he comes. The final push. Shotguns through the smoke. He knows he's behind the car. He's going to spray the legs. He finds 1. He's got the confirmation. Godmino is doing it.
5 eliminations. It's down to a 1v1, but information compromise. Shotgun. And he wins it. 12 eliminations for Godlike, and they take the chicken away from Hale Inferno Squad. Ran into the fight, the last team to run into the circle, but the shot calling, the confidence, and the aim of the players was just perfect. And those nades in the end, man.
Godmino, baby. Godmino. Hero Extreme Godlike just showing them why they deserve to qualify into the Grand Finals with that performance. God damn! God damn, Godmino!
Yeah, very impressive. But again, I mean, Hale Inferno Squad and Glitch, they basically threw this match, man.
I don't know, was it true or what, but I can tell you that Admino, he's got some mad skills because that was a performance coming from them as well. Because technically, Hero Extreme Godlike has no business winning that 4v4v4v4 fight in that top 4 position because they were on the backs up against wall. Mastermind Mavericks was going to be the ones that forces them to fight. Hell Inferno Squad forced them into that fight. Glitch X Reborn came in for the third party. It was like a 3-man showdown, which resulted in everyone taking some shots. And for some reason, Hell Inferno Squad, they got wiped because of Jonathan's back-end push. The moment Jonathan got knocked, pinged Admino, lobbed the perfect nade, wiped everyone from Hell Inferno Squad.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, as you said, there was spam pings happening, like nade here, just nade here, you get these finishes, man. And like, all right, I'm going to listen to you. Just lobs one, gets those 2 finishes. The third man who was going for a revive got knocked out. And again, as you said, they had no business winning this game. Their best case scenario was finish Mastermind Mavericks, get those 4 finishes, take on Glitch Reborn, and then just die at the hands of Hell Inferno Squad. Hell Inferno Squad, first of all, why run out of the compound? That compound was still at the edge of the circle. Everyone else was out into the open. Even if you wait for the 9th stage collapse, you still have the broken walls to work as cover. Everyone else was supposed to run out into the open field, so that was an advantageous position for the chicken dinner for Hell Inferno Squad. But they got too greedy. They thought, alright, Godlike is bleeding out, Glitch Reborn is gonna go down, maybe we get all these finishes, and that greed costed them the chicken dinner.
No, you have to give credit towards the nades as well, because Jonathan made that call to actually push the backlines of Glitch X Reborn, and then that because of that reset that that Hell Inferno Squad needed to do, and because of that small little tempo aggression, gave enough time for Admino to reset himself, lob the perfect nade, and then wiping them. So I would say a win is still a win.
Nah, man, if Inferno Squad never pushed out, they would have never been in a position where they needed to be reset. All 4 of them would still be alive with PMWI.
It would have been like 4 versus 2 versus 1, right?
Exactly.
Because Jonathan would have still been alive in that scenario.
Exactly. So this would have just evened out the odd for Hell Inferno Squad, but that one mistake and the punishes, especially the punishes from Godlike, were just chef's kiss.
I agree. But all things considered, there was you know what? This is semifinals. This is, hello guys, are you watching the game? These semifinals, because that just feels not real. That does not look real at all.
Yeah, it was. I think they're prepping for the finals. They are ready for the finals already.
See, this one wave smoke coming from Jonathan was so good to a point that it was one of the reasons why Mastermind Varix and also Glitch X Reborn had no shot at all. And he gave perfect vision for Jonathan to just spray through the smoke, which was a very, very interesting one. But yeah, like you said, Hell Inferno Squad, they pushed out. And the moment they needed some time to reset, Jonathan bought at least 5 to 6 seconds in this play. Yes, he got knocked, but he was able to find 2 players in the process, which resulted in Hell Inferno Squad forced to reset this fight. And Admino, my god, this nade was the equalizer for Admino, man.
Yeah, this one nade actually evened out the odds, and the next one that found Akshat as well, turning the game into a 1v1v1. And then brilliant, this is why these players are considered the best. It's not just the mechanics, it's the decision making at this level, it's the critical thinking that matters the most. Because he could have actually just stayed there and tried to bait out PMW IGL, but he realized, alright, 2 players from the backlines. That means if I give them time to reset, I'm going to be outnumbered for the end game. My best odds are right now, because for now it's a 1v1v1. And if I clear out the 2 players, I can still take out that man out into the open, because 9th stage, he's going to run out, because that's what they did before as well, right? And that level of critical decision-making in a clutch moment is why this man is considered one of the best players in the country.
I know, right? Like, even that spray as well, like through under the car, finishing the knock. And the moment he had the patience and discipline to reset, when he picked out, he went for a sidestep, messed up the guy's pick, and then traded him off. So that was some insane read coming from Godmino.
Yeah, just get him low first, and then the shotgun will do the job. Again, impressive decision making, and I'm pretty sure Godlike, they're chasing down Cincinnati Kids after this match, but will they take the throne away by the end of the day? Now that is going to be the big question, but this team has just turned into a monster for everyone to go up against. How does the rest of the journey turn out? We'll find out after this break.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the realme BGIS 2025 semi-finals week 1 itself. You guys are currently watching the English broadcast. My name is ICBaby12 and he is Big Boy Necro as we take you through the journeys of the remaining matches as well. Game 1, a very big gameplay coming in from Hero Extreme Godlike. Big clutches coming from Adminio and also securing the winner chicken dinner. Who would have thought that Hero Extreme Godlike was able to come up on top, because that did not feel like a semi-final game. That felt like a grand final worthy game, Necro.
Without a doubt, man. Hero Extreme Godlike just making the lobby look like it's nothing in front of their gameplay. But more than anything, it was all about the utilization from the man Admino himself. That nade on top of the players of Hail Inferno squad, just disrupting their flow completely, stopping that revival coming through as well, finding some new and refreshed knockouts. Right then and there, Admino knew that this is going to be his game.
Well, it's true that, and all things considered as well, for those guys watching at home, the all-round Slayer Realme P3 Ultra 5G for 90, the segment's most stable 90 FPS BGMI gaming is currently out. The world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset for double the performance in its segment. So be sure to check it out on Google, search it up Realme P3 Ultra 5G, and also search it up on Flipkart to find out for the specs, and also potentially stand a chance to walk away with a brand new phone yourself. So now, Necro, will we finally see two teams kind of in that safety net to qualify for the Grand Finals now?
Without a doubt, man. Cincinnati Kids, Hero Extreme Godlike, I think they've already made it. But yeah, they still need a few more consistent points in the upcoming game, then maybe they can easily move on towards the Grand Finals. But they're still in that safety net, as you like to call it, right? They've got the cushioning to play with. Even if they mess up the upcoming games, it's completely fine. They just need a few points to guarantee their spot towards the Grand Finals. But the real concern really does begin for the teams on the latter half of the board, right? We've still seen so many big names struggling to get those points, and I guess one of them is also going to be Diesel Esports. They got eliminated quite early.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate for them as well. But with that being said, before we talk all about towards the next upcoming match here, let's talk about the MVP that is going to be on the screen from that match itself. And of course, Godmino, of course, man. Admino, undeniably the MVP for that match. He was the guy that got the entire chicken dinner, you know, wiped out everybody himself. He's got 6 total finishes. And with that being said, he is going to be the MVP. Let's take a look at the other teams as well. Owen going to be on second place with 5 finishes. Jonathan also having 4 finishes in the back. Legit from Meadow, 4 finishes. Able to survive all the way towards the final 16 all by himself. And Viper, being from Reckoning, also having 4 finishes.
Nothing taken away even from the side of FS Esports, since they're one of those teams currently in the top 3 of the overall standings. Hero Extreme Godlike, after that previous game, finding themselves on the 2nd spot in the overall standings with 85 points. And of course, CK leading the pack, currently on the throne with 87 points. Hero Extreme Godlike, there's not a lot of points separating them from claiming that throne away from Cincinnati Kids. But Reckoning Esports, the consistency is always there, and that's why they're currently in the top 5.
Well, they have played a total of 8 matches. So with that being said, teams like FS Esports, Orangutan, they still have a very good shot to actually catch up with the rest of the pack. Second half here, obviously, Revenant and Xpart is going to be dropping down. They haven't exactly played their respective matches yet. They are 2 matches behind compared to the teams who currently in the pack. Metal Esports, with that performance just now, they were able to rack up some points, but they're still 2 matches ahead of everybody else. So this is still not a safe position for Metal Esports to actually try and fight for the top 8 yet.
So here's the crazy part. They're just the top 2 in the overall standings. That's sort of separating the other teams in the overall board, right? The rest of the teams are still pretty close, quite tight-knit. So anything can happen. Teams like Metal Esports can just get one decent game and instantly claw themselves back up in the top 4 and even top 5. So still the sword's going to be on the neck for anyone that's currently not in the top 2 of the overall standings. Looking at the last page, yes, a lot of concerning names. Hopefully in the upcoming game they can pull off a comeback. I guess Team Hades should be part of the conversation. So far with the way they've been playing, I'm speaking about the previous stages, they were looking really good, H4K. But as soon as they changed their name towards Hades, something's going on, man. They're not able to perform.
I agree, and even Soul as well. Technically, Soul is still okay position because of the fact that they've only played a total of 5 matches. So if they, after 3 more matches to go, and if they are at the same point that they are currently, then that is going to be very concerning. So for the fans who are supporting Seoul so far, if you think they're not in the top 8, don't worry about it. They haven't played their matches yet. They are going to be playing 4 matches by the end of today at least, because Group D is going to be playing 4 times today.
Exactly. So for Seoul, enough chances will be given to make a comeback in the overall board. And let's not forget, the group that Seoul plays in, it's considered to be the group of death.
Yep,
There's
the group
a lot
of
of heavy,
destruction.
yeah, there's a lot of heavy names in that group, including Phoenix Esports too. And generally speaking, Phoenix Esports was a prime example. The way they have let down the fans, the way their consistency has sort of faded away in the overall standings, and even the performance is not there. In my opinion, Phoenix Esports, if the upcoming 4 games are not it, then we know they're moving towards the week 2.
No, I really like how unhinged and unbiased Necro is, despite predicting that, hey, Phoenix is going to make a bounce back. But yeah, sometimes you have to speak the truth as well. But all things considered, for these guys who are watching at home here, this upcoming match is going to be a completely different group. Obviously, we are going to see Group B as well. But let us introduce Group A as of yet. On screen, we have TWOB, Troy Tamlin Esports, Revenant X Park, Vasista Esports, Orangutan, SOA Esports, FS Esports, and True Reapers Jelly.
Let's not forget Revenant Spark still somewhere on the latter half. They need to confirm that slot towards the top 8. They need a few more points to nail that spot down. Maybe be there in the top 2 as well. Snatch that spot away from either Hero Extreme, Godlike, or even Cincinnati Kids. Anything can happen. You've got the Group B on the screen. Hero Extreme, Godlike once again playing inside of the group. Hail Inferno Squad, the previous game was good, but now they need even a better game. They need a chicken dinner.
Agreed, and following them as well is going to be Altitude, Wobble Gaming, Rider Esports, 8-Bit, Bot Army Esports, Forever Red Ross, and last but not least, Hail Inferno Squad. So I would say it was a pretty okay game for Hail Inferno Squad. They didn't have a lot of finishes, but they kind of dropped the ball in the final fight against Amino because...
I mean, you cannot even blame the players, man. Look, who would have thought that a nade's just going to directly bounce on top of their heads? No one's going to see that coming. Admino's utility utilization was so precise. That was not just the one team whose flow was disrupted by his nades. He also tossed a few more nades towards the other teams, wiping them out completely. So Admino was just on God level in that game. Simple.
You know, it's so weird to hear Necro being this optimistic, considering that he is the pessimistic kind of guy. So, all right, interesting approaches coming in from you, Necro. And now, this upcoming match, obviously, we saw moments coming from Hero Godlike. They're just one game behind Cincinnati Kids. So, technically, they should be in the current lead if they have maintained their performance thus far. And now, another question remains here, the biggest highlight so far. Revenant X Park going up against Hero Extreme Godlike from day 1 and day 2 has been favoring Hero Extreme Godlike for the longest time. This time, Revenant X Park is going to be joining. Will we see the same again?
Look, we're not going to see any sort of clashes. We're not going to see any sort of proper battle between the players of Hero Extreme, Godlike, or even Revenant X Park, because they know at the end of the day, both of the teams are quite the good teams, and they probably are going to meet each other in the Grand Finals. They do not really want any bad blood between each other. So I'm pretty sure we're not going to see a proper 4-on-4 fight between these teams. But if we do, then that's going to be super interesting.
See, that's the thing, right? The first 2 days, we've seen that multiple times. It wasn't a direct thing. It was more like rotational-wise.
Rotational clash,
and it felt like it was a very, very insane fight. And Jonathan was able to step up every single time against Revenant and X-Pac. And just now, we saw Admino starting to step up for the team as well. So I'm curious to see whether or not is this going to happen as well, because Revenant and X-Pac is currently in the position where they're barely at the borderline of the top 8. And if they somewhat get a little bit more consistent, they should be at the bottom of top 8 by the end of today.
Now look, you're comparing Hero Extreme Godlike to Revenant X Park. For Hero Extreme Godlike, every single player's in form. Punk is also able to deliver. Jonathan's able to deliver. Simp is doing really good. Admino, he's on a God level right now. So for Hero Extreme Godlike, all the stars are aligned. But what's going to happen in the upcoming game? It's still a big mystery. So let's move on towards the game number 2 of today's Day to Figure Things Out. As the plane's going to be in the sky, starting all the way from La Trilera towards the opposite side, which will be Torre Muda. But if the teams want to move in towards Los Leones, Puerto Paraiso, Impala, now that's going to be a tough stretch.
Well, this is going to be a tough one indeed, because teams are going to be rotating a little bit forward from towards the northwestern side of this flight path. Teams heading towards Puerto Paraiso is going to be a little bit far off. Partona, well, I don't think a lot of teams actually go towards Partona. We've only seen one team thus far. And I don't think that team is in this particular group. And I want to see how Hero Extreme Godlike is going to be taking this approach so far, because Revenant X Park is also having a little bit of hiccups themselves when they are playing Miramar in general. They tend to actually rotate rather late, especially stage 3, stage 4, and they always get caught outside the zone. So I'm a little bit worried if that is going to be the concern here as well. But I want to talk about one specific clash. OG and 8-Bit has always had a little bit of run-in onto his Chumacera. And so far, I don't see 8-bit at all. So I do see a OG going to Chumacera right now. Where is 8-bit? Where is 8-bit going this time?
Rider Esports is right next to him, so maybe that can come through. But Rider Esports, they've got their own designated drop location.
Oh.
8-bit's going to move in towards El Azhar.
Okay.
Not having any sort of bad blood with the boys of OG, which is understandable. But we've been speaking a lot about the big names, right? Let's focus on SOA. It's also one of those teams that's sort of like a dark horse inside of the entire competition, and SOA has been doing really good for themselves.
Well, speaking a little bit of dark horses as well, the circle is going to be a little bit of a very, very awkward situation for them because as of yet, on the southeast corner, we've seen a lot of Los Leones circles thus far. And this circle is going to be very, very difficult to play for all the teams coming from the northwest side as well. Because if you were to, based on the flag path, based on the timings, based on the decisions and all the draw path as well, we are going to be seeing a lot of huge clusters towards the highways of Los Leones, the southwest corner of the highways entering from the south corner of Los Leones, and almost obviously the north highway of Impala. So that's going to be the three major entry points from all these teams, and we are going to be expecting a lot of roadblocks coming in from those shorelines. So it's going to be very, very difficult, but they have to wrap things up a little bit quicker as well because, well, no, number one, it is 8x8 Miramar, and it is at least 6 minutes of rotation times just to get into this phase of circle right now.
It's the first time in my life I'm seeing a drop clash towards Campo Militar. I can't believe my eyes. Wobble Gaming, Altitude Esports, both of them decided to drop towards this area and now found themselves against each other. Not even sure exactly how they're going to be wrapping up this fight, but Wobble Gaming, they seem trapped. Altitude Esports, they might just have the advantage on paper. They've got the players of Wobble Gaming surrounded. But if Jins is able to find some sort of an off angle, punish a few players, then maybe that can swing the advantage back in the hands of Wobble Gaming. Sport is pushing up close and personal. He knows Cloudsy's right there on the opposite side in that little warehouse. Cloudsy proning, not wanting to give a lot of footsteps away. This nade from Cloudsy can be devastating though. Sporta, he can be eliminated with a well-placed nade from Cloudsy, but he stops it.
Well, he heard those movements as well, so makes a lot of sense why they don't really want to fight this. But Campo Militar is going to be one of those circles that is very, very hard to play. Not really circles, it's compounds itself because it's very, very widely spread. And even if you go in for a knock, a push directly is going to be very, very difficult just because it is going to be no man's land. But as soon as I say this, guess what? Gods, they find an opening onto his Jins, and look at this. He's not going to be able to be saved here. And mistakes from Gods, he got shot himself, and Clouds as well is going to be the next to fall from altitude.
Wobble Gaming losing out on Jins, but even the trades did happen back and forth, so that's a good thing. And now looking at Wobble Gaming Sporta, just creating the off angle against the man in the front. Few shots were taken, but no success found. Sporta knows exactly where the opponents are positioned. Altitude Esports not exactly having the advantage they want to have in the fight. With a big man disadvantage, Altitude looking to continue this brawl. Two men standing in the back lines, looking to convert a 2-on-3. Wobble Gaming, they can pull off an insane play if they manage to eliminate one more player from Altitude, and that's exactly what happens. Even Prime falls down, but look at what Adam's doing. He's going for the revival on the fallen comrade.
Well, Sporta now going for the flashbang. Oh, barely misses, but they do get the pickup as of yet. But here comes the rush, and he's going to get taken down after him. Almost gets the confirmation, but the flank from Vampy with the vehicle is going to wipe them off. They did not see this coming, and Wobble Gaming, they come up on top.
Vampy's literally a god for Sporta. He saved the day for that man. He could have been eliminated completely, thirsted away by the opponents. But luckily enough, he shows up in the vehicle, eliminates both the players, and saved the day for his teammates. Wobble Gaming, they get a successful squad wipe. That too towards Campo Militar. As I mentioned, I've been casting for years now, but it's the first time I've seen a drop clash towards Campo Militar.
Well, I've seen it a couple of times, but at the same time, I feel like Wobble Gaming is currently on form in the 4 versus 4 because in the 4v4 fight just now in the Erangel, they came out on top. Now another 4v4, they still won their fight. So that's a total of 8 points gathered in two games just off finish points from the side of Wobble Gaming.
El Inferno squad spotted a few foes in the front. Shots were taken, but now they're on the move. SOA Esports dodged a bullet.
Oh, speaking of dodging a bullet here, SOA Esports, who is currently in a pretty okay position in the overall standings here. They are appearing for the first time here in day number 2. They are currently with 44 total points thus far in the overall standings, which is currently in somewhere around 8 to 9 position. But all things considered, if they have a big game right now, as an underdog, they are going to be able to perform a little bit more. And so far, we've seen moments of brilliance coming from Smoker 46 during their run in round 4 and also quarterfinals. But Magic has been the ones that have been stepping up here in the semifinals itself.
SOA Esports, as I mentioned, they've been the dark horses of the tournament. Without a doubt, they've been doing really good for themselves too. And we've got the top 5 players on Miramar itself on the screen a while ago. Well, TWOB's on the move.
Speaking of TWOB, I'm really surprised that TWOB has been somewhat consistent in finding some sort of positional points. And as of yet, we haven't seen so much work coming from them. But hold that thought for now, because now the all-round slayer realme P3 Ultra 5G is currently out in the market with the world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset for double the performance in its segment. So be sure to check it out by searching up on Google, search realme P3 Ultra 5G, and also search it up on Flipkart to find out for the specs, and you may be able to walk away with some amazing prizes.
Revenant Spark on the screen. Luckily enough for them, they're not really facing the players of Phoenix Esports. So it's going to be smooth sailing. Or else San Martin has always been a double-edged sword for them. Sometimes they win the fight, sometimes they lose it. But looking at the recent affairs, Revenant Spark, they've been struggling to win a fight against Phoenix Esports. So right now, starting things off in such a peaceful manner, it's going to be a good thing for them. FS Esports is on the way as well, but we've got OG eyeing out the players of Tri-Million Esports. Ranveer's up close and personal. He got the information, now backing away towards his comrades. OG's one of those teams that's always been the heavy hitter. Secured so many points off the rip in the semifinals. Week 1 itself was doing so good in the overall standings. Yes, we've seen them fizzle out a little bit, but still they can easily get the pace back up. It's not even a question.
Well, only time will tell. First stage of the circle is about to conclude in 20 seconds. You can see Orangutan, they're hesitant in starting those fights. Meanwhile, True Ripper's Jelly, they will have a little bit of pit stop here. They do catch off members coming from 8-bit. Ash going to be talking a little bit of damage as well. Termi down towards the 1 HP. Jelly could not find the last connection, and now 8-bit is going to be pinning him all out in open. They're hunting on Termi. They need just one random stray bullet. Jelly can't seem to find the knock at all. As Jelly continuing with those pushes. Kyo Lamau overshots the push, and he's going to be leaving Jelly, the captain himself, pretty much stuck, but Ninze finally gets the knock on Termi.
True Ripper sort of having an advantage inside of the fight, but still, nothing's confirmed yet. Now Termi's looking to back away to safety, but still, he's going to be stopped. It's not even a question. Jelly's not going to let that happen. Never in his dreams he's going to let that happen. But hopefully he does not end up exposing himself too much. Gets the confirmation on the man instantly. Now even Jelly's going to look to back away. 8-bit knows Termi was a gone case. There was no way they were going to be able to get the revival on the fallen player. So they just back away from that spot too.
This is why I'm talking about the rotation, right? Because of the northwest flight path, everyone is going to be congested from the north highway itself, which is here, and also the southwest corner. So eventually teams need to kind of figure out how to rotate their way through. But with that being said, stage 2 pretty much done and dusted. I believe the circle is going to be inside Los Leones itself. So we are going to be seeing those urban warfares once more.
Hail Inferno squad right next to TWOB. Anonymous and his teammates are now starting to dish out a lot of damage, and that's looking pretty serious too. The nade's tossed right next to the player. Another one tossed out. Does not do enough damage, but the second one's going to find the knock, definitely. Superman, beautiful opener for his teammates. Another man's taken down real low for the players of Hail Inferno squad. They cannot even move out of that position just yet, but even TWOB, they've taken some serious damage in this brawl. One man falls apart. Anonymous knocked out, but PMWIGL, he gets knocked out instantly as well. Trades happening back and forth, but still TWOB, they might just stand a chance to win this duel. Hail Inferno squad jutting as well. Even he's dishing out some serious damage. TWOB down to a 2-man squad, but Hail Inferno squad, they somehow swing things back in their favor, and they spring back to life. 2 players standing against just the 1 man of TWOB. He wants to get the revival done, but it seems even more difficult. Shot spam through the smoke. It's not able to stop the bullets. Soon enough, even the player's line of sight will be there. What can you do? Jutin OG gets the confirmation. A bit of that overcommitment coming through, and OG with the third party now starting to punish both the teams. Hail Inferno squad, hopes and dreams on the verge of being shattered in this game.
This entire song, oh my goodness, the nades from AKOP completely shutting down TWOB. And this southwest highway in towards Los Leonas has been completely filled with people and bullets. Hail Inferno Squad, TWOB, OG. And as of yet, OG, they're taking a little bit too long as well because Los Leonas is starting to get a little bit too full. Meanwhile, on the Finnish feed as well, we do see Vasista Esports also finding members coming from 8-bit, and they are going to be having a very, very weird run-in as well. But with that being said, the circle just shifted once more here, Necro. It's still going to be covering half of the map of Los Leonas itself.
The moment a fight elongates, there's definitely going to be third party. And that fight between the players of Hail Inferno Squad and TWOB was stretched for too long. That's why OG, they got enough time to step in and third party all of that. But Sister Esports, few foes lingering around. This is not going to be good news. It's the players of 8-bit on paper, but Sister Esports have got the advantage because they've got all the 4 players standing.
Well, speaking of standing up right now, the all-around Slayer realme P3 Ultra 5G currently out in market here with the world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset for double the performance in its segment. So be sure to check it out because it is the segment's most stable 90 FPS BGMI gaming. As the journey continues for some of these teams, 14 teams still remain in this game. Vasista Esports, a team that requires one of the major comebacks in this entire semifinals, starting to find some sort of light here with a couple of finishes themselves. But right now, FS Esports seems like they are going to be the ones that is going to be struggling here, considering that they did have back-to-back chicken dinners prior to this in day number 2.
FS Esports in a world of trouble. Max is confirmed right next to Dreams. And now down to just a 2-man squad. Crypto's also taking shots from the far fray. And that's going to be Rider Esports from the back taking those. Fame with a beautiful knockout and the confirmation against FS Esports. That's just going to leave one man standing for FS. And now the survival seems even more dicey. This game is done for FS Esports. There's no way they can bounce back anymore. But still, they've got a lot of points in the overall standing, so they've got that cushion. They can afford this risk.
Well, I like where Ryder is as of yet. They have the highest point inside this circle as well. They have full vision of everyone coming out from Los Leonas later on. And currently, there is about 6 to 7 teams inside Los Leonas. So it is going to be urban warfares after urban warfares. And Hero Extreme Godlike, they are going to be coming from the north side as well. They're not committing in towards the town, but if they don't, they're going to get pinned as well because Forever Red Ross is stalking on towards Hero Extreme Godlike. And Revenant X-Pac is going to go for the head-to-head fight right now.
Revenant X-Pac had no other clue than to go on towards this compound. So they made the pounce. And now they need to go for a fight against Hero Extreme Godlike. Admino, a man who's currently on God modes, up close and personal against the players of Revenant X-Pac. 3 men of Revenant X-Pac are near Admino, but a well-placed Nate's going to get the knockout. Sarang with a beautiful opener. That's going to cripple the players of Hero Extreme Godlike big time. Now down to a 3-man squad. Mobility is now an issue for the players of Hero Extreme Godlike too. Revenant X-Pac with the man advantage. They can easily strike down the players back and forth. But the moment I say so, a well trade is being found from the side of Jonathan. That's going to even things out for the players of Hero Extreme Godlike.
Perfect nade coming from Jonathan. Can he find another one as well? It seems like whoa, that's going to be 2 knocks coming in. And Revenant X-Pac, they're having a lot of trouble as well. 3 versus 2. Jonathan going to try and keep up with the pressure as well. But while this is happening, the third parties from Forever Red Ross is going to make things a little bit more difficult.
Jonathan with those game-turning knocks really did give a big advantage in the hands of Hero Extreme Godlike. But Sarang's return nade's going to find the knock against Punk as well. And Sarang's got no clue. He's stepping in the crosshairs of Jonathan. He was just sitting in the corner waiting for someone to walk out, and that's exactly what Sarang does. A big mess up from Revenant X-Pac. And now, Hero Extreme Godlike, they've got 3 players standing. While Jonathan gets knocked out once again, it's not looking too smooth either for either of these teams. Spray God gets the revenge for his teammates. Revenant X-Pac, this is such a back and forth fight, prolongated for too long.
What a jump coming from Spray God as well. Off angles coming from Jonathan, but another nade from Admino this time. Wasn't able to find Sarang just now. Now he will get Joker, and that's going to be the second time Joker getting knocked. And Admino says, you know what, I'm all by myself. I'm getting shot, and I'm going to try and wipe them out. It seems like he's going to try and make an attempt as well. He comes through, goes in for the flank. Will he be able to find connection? Seems like he's not going to be able to do so. Health dropped up so low, 20%. Gets a couple of spray shots in. Can't seem to find a connection. He's going to try and get a knock on Spray with the Molotovs. No confirmations, and he finds one more! Joker! Pretty much done for. Admino finds another connection. Shadow getting taken out. Revenant X Spark pretty much done for. 1 versus 1 in this upcoming fight.
Admino manhandling anyone that stands against him. He's on God mode, having no mercy against anyone. And Admino now taking the fight down to a 1v1. Spray God's gonna be the man to take him down. Or is it gonna be Admino taking down Spray God? What's gonna be the course of action? That's the real question. 4 bullets in the magazine. Admino's looking to pan Spray God. There's no way. This is utter disrespect.
No way.
Spray God's on the verge of being panned, and he gets panned to death. Revenant X Spark eliminated from the game, and Godmino panning Spray God in the end. That's the salt on top of the wounds. That's utter disrespect to the defending champions of the realme BGIS 2025.
That is not real. That is not real, Necro. Godmino 2 games in a row. What am I watching? What did we just witness? That's not real. Did that just happen?
Yes, it did. That too, to the defending champions of the realme BGIS 2025. Unbelievable plays from this man. Outstanding performance from Godmino. This is what happens when a man reaches the God mode, and Admino, he's showcasing the prime example of what it means to be the best.
I've seen Simp. I've seen Jonathan. But this is my first time seeing Admino just dumpstering everyone. And again, the clash between Hero Extreme got like, oh my goodness, Admino, no way, no way. Like, come on, man. Like, you're all by yourself. No way you're gonna be winning this fight against Forever Ross. No, this is not real. I don't believe this.
That's the best thing about Godlike. They can afford these type of risks. They've just got so many points in the overall standings that even if Admino gets taken down right here, it's completely okay. They've just got a lot of points.
Oh, wow. Pixel shot coming from Beast. Okay. Wasn't expecting that. Admino taking some serious heavy fire. Gonna be forced to hold down the fort, but right now, 35 seconds left, Necro. They have to get out of the circle. They have to push inside it as well. Forever Ross has got Admino completely locked down. Where are you going, Admino?
A rotation's possible, though. Probably restock up on the ammunition, on some more supplies. Get the utility count up as well. But man, it's really tough to recover from such a setback like that. Spray God getting panned. His ego just got shattered with that pan right there. But Admino, a lot of shots taken against the vehicle that he's got. It's also smoking. Now he knows that vehicle might just be out of commission soon.
Oh boy. I don't know how Admino's going to survive this as well. After that pan coming through, Revenant and Xbox are going to have a very, very difficult time making a little bit of a comeback here. But they still have more matches to go. The circle continues. As you can see, Ryder is going to be in the middle of it all. We have teams on the west side, Jatine from Hail Inferno Squad. We have SOA. We have Troy Tamlin. We have Forever Red Ross. Everyone coming from the west side. While the southwest corner, we have 8-Bit and Orangutan. Going to be playing this. Meanwhile, FS, Insidious, last man standing for the longest of time, has no choice but to hide and pray that nobody finds him. And he is going to be on the outskirts of the zone. And guess what? Sharing his same fate is also going to be Godmino. 2 solo players, side by side. And I don't think they've heard each other from this, based on the minimap itself. Oh boy.
FSC Sports down to just Insidious. A while ago, we did see 3 players getting ripped apart from FS. 290 bullets in the mag. The man's ready.
Oh,
Fragger.
no.
Even he finds knockout against the man of OG, but hold on to that thought, Admino. He's closing up against the man from FS, but Insidious, he's going to be the one to put the nail in the coffin against Hero Extreme. Godlike, he was aware.
Wow, Insidious, you've got some insane hearing. For him to actually hear, what, just 2 footsteps of Admino? Nicely done. Meanwhile, that's it for Godmino. God mode off. We'll see him for the next time. But as of yet, on the middle of the zone right now, exists pretty much on top of this terrain here on the east side of the mountain. They're going to try and stop Bot Army Esports from coming up. And if Exist gets knocked right here, right now, there's no way any one of his teammates is going to be able to save him.
Ryder Esports on top. They've got the advantage. Insidious 2 gets eliminated eventually, so that's going to be it for FS Esports 2. With just 1 point accumulated, FS Esports consistency dwindles down. Bot Army Esports on the opposite side of the spectrum against the players of Rider Esports. And for Rider Esports, they've got a wide spread going on for themselves. They control a lot of that terrain inside of the circle. Try to million Esports right next to SOA. Even that's a big problematic circumstance that you see. OG's in the sidelines. The moment a fight breaks out, there's going to be a lot of those shots that are going to be taken towards that fight.
Speaking of a fight here, this is the most important moment coming from Ryder as well. If they are able to hold down this fort and take the chicken here, this might be the bounce back that Ryder needs to actually potentially make themselves into the top 8. Meanwhile, teams on the west side, look at this. SOA, Troy Diamond Esports, they're here seeing all this rotation from the south. And AKOP taking some serious fire, and he will get knocked. The rest of OG not going to be able to push up to save him as well. That's going to be a confirmation coming from AKOP. WizGod also getting knocked as well. Orangutan, they're getting completely bullied on top of this mountain.
Yeah, it's rough luck for them. OG with the remaining 2 players, Authentic and Aro in the back. How can they count on their stars? AKOP still struggling to survive. He wants to back away towards his teammates, but there comes Aru with the rescue mission. But instead, he ends up giving his point away to the players of Troy 2 Million Esports. That's going to be 1 free elimination point gifted. I'm not even exactly sure why Aru made that bounce. I know he wanted to go for that revival play, but still, it was way too risky. The amount of teams that are surrounding this mountain is crazy. Rider Esports backlines exposed as well. Fragger gets knocked out in return. That's going to be by Ninze from True Rippers. Solid stuff. Even Forever Red Raw chiming inside of the action. Trades happening back and forth in that fight too. But for Sister Esports, now they're starting to make the pounds. But as we move on towards the fight of Forever Red Ross, Wobble Gaming, just all the players trapped in one shack.
Well, this is going to be tough. Wobble Gaming, they find a little bit of solace in Sanctuary for now on the north side. Nobody really going to be able to contact them as well, but Bot Army Esports, they're going to be expecting company as well, because this time is going to be True Reaper's Jelly. Going to be shutting them down. They want to go in for the high ground as well. Scary John knocked off. Monty's going to be next to fall kill. Lamau getting traded off, and only Hitler remains. And guess what? True Rippers Jelly might be able to get all this confirmation, but as soon as I say this, Sam, he goes down as well. Bot Army finally goes down, but some of the knocks here wasn't actually confirmed by Exist on the other side. I was very surprised by this, but that being said, Necro, True Reaper's Jelly, they get themselves 7 finishes in this game.
Solid game so far. Might just be a humongous one. True Rippers Jelly, it's one of those teams that's been showcasing consistency since the past couple of stages, but then in the semifinals week 1, the performance is dropped down by margin. Now they need to once again get themselves back up. Oh, Rider Esports facing a bit of that problem themselves. Fame looking to spot the man of OG. I think he's underneath. Rider Esports has got such a good position. It's so tough to tackle this.
It's not just position as well. Look at the widespread that they have. Like, they have 2 guys down towards the south. They have Zyro on the way on the north side. We have Exist all the way far east. And all 4 points of that Rider Esports is controlling is pretty much on top of the mountain. And interesting enough, they weren't knocked. And because of that, everybody is expecting that there is a potential team on top of that mountain. But actually, it's only one guy from Rider Esports. Each and every single member from Rider Esports is fighting as if there's a full team on top of those mountains.
Circle moves away though. In the centric part, once again, SOA finding themselves in the advantage too. All the 4 players in that building looking decent. Troy 2 Million Esports, even they're going to look to make that pounce. You've got Hail Inferno Squad's jutting all by himself. One single man with a lot of dreams. Troy 2 Million Esports, time to regroup. And that's what they're doing. SOA knows exactly what's going on around them too. Utilities will be tossed, and if those utilities are able to find the semblance and the stability that they're looking for, that's going to be good news for SOA. But no, instead, the nade misses.
Speaking of nades so far, SOA has some point of control inside his zone. All they need to do is just be a little bit relaxed. But speaking of relaxed,
oh my god,
what is going on for Sister? They're hiding? And
no way!
Oh, okay, bro. What was that, Vasista?
Vasista thought that they were cheeky enough. No one spotted them going there, but Ninze, the man had his 6th senses tingling the moment he went towards that rock. and eliminates the entirety of Assista Esports. The remaining 2 players just digs him under. And now you've got True Rippers wanting to take a fight against the players of Rider Esports. They can use the separation as the advantage. Exist falls down. As I mentioned, they can use the separation as the advantage, and that's exactly what they do. Still got 2 more players of Rider Esports right next to each other, so that's going to be a tough pill to swallow. But the well-placed nade from Fate's going to find the knock against Nidze. Another man pushes up. That's going to be Fragger finding some more value. These 2 players from Rider Esports, they're making sure that True Rippers, they will be ripped apart, and even the last man gets eliminated.
Wow, what a push coming from Fragger as well. Rider Esports, they get themselves 8 finishes, and now they are going to be the ones to regroup with the rest of the teams from on top of this mountain. 8 finishes in the back, top 6 in the current board right now, with only 6 teams remaining. Wobble Gaming from the north, Zyro making sure that Wobble is going to be stuck in that shack, no way up. And the zone is going to be completely closing in on top of this mountain. Everybody needs to get up. And Rider Esports will be the ones to stop everyone in this track. Look at the small mini-map here.
Oh.
Necro. Oh, the spray from Zyro.
Out in the open, but Zyro as well, taking a lot of shots upon himself in return. I like that play from Wobble Gaming. They wanted to bait out a knock, but it just did not really work out. Tritomillion Esports, Fragger taking shots in the open field. Tritomillion Esports on the receiving side of the spectrum. Hydra is out in the open. Even a lot of shots are taken against the man Hydra himself, but Fragger, his timing's off. The moment he unpeaks, that's when the players are moving. And for SOA too, things are not looking too smooth indeed. XOXO still alive. He's knocked out. Starboy in that shack is okay too. But for SOA, they know the game's not going to be easy to pull now.
Oh my goodness, this is not a great game for both SOA and Troy Diamond here. They're fighting each other while Jatin just slowly sneaking by in as the solo warrior from Hail Infernal Squad. Now both SOA and him is going to be stuck in that small little compound. But either or is not inside the zone. Meanwhile, on the finish rate, Ryder on top of the mountain was able to get a couple shots onto his wobble. But as of yet, they've lost Zyro. They need to go in for the reset, but Rider Esports, they're not exactly in prime position to fight everyone yet because we have at least 3 solo warriors right now. And that is going to be Artenki from the side, Orangutan from the south side, Starboy from SOA, and also Jatin from Hail Infernal Squad. And look at this, Artenki is going to get scouted out by Troy Diamond now.
Inferno in that little ditch. Molotov toss, that's going to force the man out of its comfort zone. And Pekka from the far fray provides a beautiful cover fire. That's it for OG. They were in the top 6 of that previous game. Not a lot of points accumulated from the Apes. They need a better game in the upcoming moments. Tritomillion Esports. Ranveer behind this rock. It's not the best possible cover you can ask for, but it's something. Starboy and Jatin, now they lock horns. It's a back and forth duel that's going on between the shotgun, but Jatin is catching a lot of hurt from the hilltop, and that will be Rider Esports eliminating Jatin. Hail Inferno Squad out from this game. Now it's Starboy against the players for Tritomillion Esports. A lot of pressure on the man's shoulder. He's also walking back in the blue, so he needs to be careful. And once again, from the top, it's Rider Esports just reigning supreme.
My goodness, Famey just fighting both of the solo warriors all by himself. And now down towards the final 2 teams. 3 versus 3. Troy Tamlin backs against the wall. High ground advantage on Famey. And here comes the knock from Famey. Hydro trying to regroup their way through, forcing this fight into a 2 versus 3. Rider Esports still having the high ground, having the information. And now, the perfect nade will stop them in this track. Troy Tamlin pretty much stuck right now, and the pump comes through. Fragger goes down, 2 versus 2.
16 finishes on the board for Rider Esports, looking to make it 17, and that's going to make it 18 if they secure the last finish as well, and that's what they do. Rider Esports, an absolute nuclear performance in that game. And just with this one single game, they make the bounce back directly in the top 4 off the overall board. 28 points secured.
What a game coming from Rider Esports, the biggest masterminds in this game, riding on top of the mountain, shutting down everyone who was trying to rotate around them. And guess what? What a zone control coming from Rider Esports, because Rider Esports was able to do what Hero Extreme Godlight tried to do, but could not secure the chicken dinner. Rider Esports was able to execute a better version of what Hero Extreme Godlike was trying to do.
Look, the only reason why the execution was looking perfect from Rider Esports is because they were proactive. They were there on top of the hills when no one even thought that they should be going towards those hills. And the moment Rider Esports got that position, even they knew that they've got the biggest spot inside of the game right now. They started funneling in so many elimination points. They were third-partying so many fights, and that's why Rider Esports accumulated 18 finishes in the end.
What was really disgusting of Rider Esports' macro play was that how they played it, right? Like, that circle itself, oh, okay, 70% is going to be inside Los Leonas, means that at least 6 to 7 teams is going to be inside the compound. So they took that outer mountain on the southeast corner, which was arguably one of the best spots possible to actually shut everybody out, which happened to them. But what they did not know, what a lot of teams did not know, was that around this, on the north side, there's another mountain. Northeast, there's also another mountain. There's no linkage between these 3 mountains, but this 3 mountains is a spot where it gives you so much advantages and information, but just by being on top of there, people are afraid to push up. And what Ryder did was so brilliant, was that they split 4 people in 4 different mountain terrains, which no backup whatsoever, and they fought as if there was a 4-man squad on top of those teams, which resulted in every single team dodging from this 3 points of mountains on the east side of Los Leones. So I would say that was brilliant coming from Rider Esports.
But generally
Get away
speaking,
with that.
even True Rippers could have done much better.
Oh, yeah.
They could have actually won that fight against the players of Rider Esports.
Oh, yeah.
They got the initial knockout.
Agreed.
But the moment that Nate sailed in, that's where everything just came crashing down. True Rippers, they lost out another man, and that's where the man advantage once again was handed out to the players of Rider Esports.
Yeah, which again, I think you brought out a very, very interesting point as well. True Reapers was the only team that went up to check. Is there 4 guys or is this a solo? And that's why they were able to pick 1 player off Rider Esports though. But with that being said, let's take a look at the highlights on how things actually happened as well. We started with a major fight with Hero Extreme Godlike going against Revenant X-Pac, which looked to have been a very, very drawn out fight, which resulted in both teams actually losing out a lot of players.
The fight was quite stretched out, and if you've noticed one pattern, at the moment we see big fights commence, we see a lot of utility utilization, specifically nades and smokes. You see so many nades tossed. The moment a nade is able to find the knock, that's when the teams, they decide to make the pounce and probably try and press up and get the advantage once again in their hands. And of course, in the end, Admino just panic spray God to confirm that squad wipe. That's definitely going to be a major salt on top of the egos of Revenant X-Pac.
Agreed. And Rider Esports as well, you know, the moment they lost their first guy, they knew that True Reapers was going to push up here. But this clutch coming from Fragger to take out all 3 players here was so important for Rider Esports, because the moment they clear out the east side, they know for a fact that nobody's going to be able to flank them on top of the mountain coming from the east side, and they immediately shift their focus to the north and the west side.
Yeah, later on it just felt like a piece of cake waiting for Rider Esports to claim, and that's what they exactly did. 18 finishes at the end of that game for Rider Esports, and as I mentioned, just with this one single game, Rider Esports have catapulted themselves probably in the top 3 as well of the overall standing. We still need to have a look at the updated overall standings to find out how it's looking like. But once again, speaking of that good fight that we saw between the players of Revenant X-Pac and Hero Extreme Godlike, the fight was stretched out for a long time, nothing taken away from that. And it felt like the knocks were just happening so many times back and forth. It was all because of the utilities.
Agreed. You know, I had this very interesting conversation with Spiro yesterday and today as well, where we were comparing 2 Undergods teams, right? FS Esports and also Rider Esports. Both of us can agree that FS Esports got very, very lucky on day number 2 with 2 back-to-back chicken dinners. Yes, it's skill, it's arguable as well, but based on the map that happened itself, it felt like it was a little bit more luck. But Rider Esports has been playing their position from start to end with pure skills. They were put in one of the most ridiculous situations inside the zone and still came out on top. But you give them a big game like this, like a circle, FS Esports, they got the chicken dinner with 3 finishes. Look at this, Rider Esports got the chicken dinner with 18 finishes. That's a very big contrast coming between the Undergods right now.
Yeah, without a doubt, man. And if you're someone who's looking to be good at the games, this is the moment when you're supposed to tune in towards the broadcast. But for now, let's move on to a short break.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग रोंडो जाना है क्या? तू जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू रोंडो? रन 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 रन
Nation wants to know कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो अभी बताओ मुझे रोंडो।
अरे ओ कालिया कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार
रोंडो?
कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो?
क्यों बेटा कन्फ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में। रोंडो 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 आगे। रन 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 रन।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप। Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो। अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ। भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस।
अबे छोड़ो।
Welcome back after that short break, and now it's Johnny with me on the panel. And I'm pretty sure, Johnny, you were having a look at that previous game. Of course, Rider Esports, absolute masterclass, outstanding performance. But we need to talk about that pan as well from Admina. I mean, when two big teams collide, we do not even see a proper gunfight. We just see utilities being tossed one after one. So many knocks were there, just on the back of those utilities, and then Admino in the end just cooks them with the pan.
See, there's a thing that you need to understand about this, and I think everyone needs to understand about this. When teams at the top collide against each other, it's not a battle of mechanics, it's not a battle to win, it's a battle of egos at that point.
Yeah.
You win a fight, it's fine, but you gotta win it with some finesse as well, and that finesse pan at the end, ooh man, talk about letting him cook, right?
Imagine the social media after that. It's going to be crazy, yeah.
The chat section right now is going to go insane.
That is true as well. But hey, something that's going to help you go insane in your games is also going to be the realme P3 Ultra 5G with 90 FPS BGMI gaming. Let's move on towards Google and search for the realme P3 Ultra 5G, and you might just stand a chance to win the device and also some more exciting rewards. So I would recommend you guys to do it right now. But once again, back towards the main conversation that we had, right? So for the people that are currently watching the broadcast, this is also a great tip to learn. It's not just about the mechanics and the aims every single time. You need to be good with your sound cues. You need to be good with the nade tosses as well.
Exactly. I mean, this is what I was having a conversation with about Icy as well after Godlike secured that chicken dinner on Erangel before this game. And it was at this level of play when you're reaching the semi-finals of a tournament like this, it's not about mechanics anymore. Mechanically, everyone is at the same footing. What it comes down to is decision-making during those critical moments when it's you against just one guy from the other side, or you are outnumbered. What decisions are you going to take at the most pressable situation in the game? That is what separates the best individually skilled players against the rest of the players in the lobby.
Exactly. That's pretty much what we call the game sense, right? That's what you develop over time with a lot of experience.
Exactly.
And since Hero Extreme, Godlike has been playing a lot of scrims, playing a lot of pro tournaments. So, of course, they've developed that game sense. They know exactly how to counter the opponents, too. They know the playing stances as well for some of the big names. So it's not even a question. They know exactly where to nade. We've got the top 5 players on the screen. Fame from Rider Esports with 10 finish points. That's insane from Fame. You've also got Zyra right there from Rider Esports with just 3 elimination points. True Rippers could have actually won that fight against Rider Esports, but they messed up big time.
There were 17 eliminations on 3 players from the side of Rider alone in that top 5 players, and they did quite well for themselves, and that is why we see them on the 3rd position in the overall leaderboard. But look at the leaderboard and how it's turning out now. Godlike, 89 points. I think we can say that they're comfortable now in the top 8. Cincinnati Kids, same can be said for them. They get 2 to 3 points more, get themselves to 90. Rider Esports, the climb has been amazing. 74 points with just 1 chicken dinner. But look at the finishes, man. 50 eliminations for Rider.
Before, we were seeing a clear difference between the top 2 and the rest of the overall board. But now Rider Esports, they've cut down that difference. They've moved up really close to even achieving that first spot if they get another big game in their hands. So Rider Esports, one thing is for sure, they're making their mark in the semifinals week 1.
Of course.
Latter half is on the screen. You will see Wobble Gaming, 8-bit as well. For 8-bit, the previous game was a complete flop. Hopefully, they're able to once again be back in the upcoming games with a complete reset mindset.
Yeah, it seems like 8-bit, that momentum has completely slowed down. They started their journey on a decent note. And of course, they are kind of, I have to say, maintaining a good pace inside of their run. But again, that extra oomph is going to be needed for that bounce back to happen. But as we move to the last page, the last page of the leaderboard as well, we have a few big names that are going to be playing their matches. TSWNON, they're going to be dropping down on the map of Sanok, and hopefully this team can bounce back. And the same can be said for Hyderabad Hydras and Phoenix Esports. Man, Necro, the group of death, Group D, it turns out it's turning out to be the group of death for the teams in the group itself.
That was definitely going to happen. We were discussing about this as well the moment we saw the group draws, and we mentioned this too. Yeah, it is going to be bad news for the teams on the other groups as well, but it's also going to be bad news for the Group D itself, and that's what's been happening. And majorly for Phoenix Esports, they're currently at the bottom in the overall standings next to Seoul.
You have been quite upset with them for a while, but today it is your prediction. So what are you hoping to see from Phoenix in the upcoming game?
I really hope that all the decisions that they make inside of the game are just going to work out. I hope all the pieces once again fall back at the same place. Everything just aligns together somehow, and Phoenix Esports just pulls off a miraculous game.
Hey man, the only piece that needs to align is them eliminating Revenant X-Pac if a game happens between them, the two of the two teams, because I mean that was the good luck charm for Phoenix Esports, taking a fight against Revenant X-Pac.
As much as I love brainless aggression, but I would really want the players of Phoenix Esports to once again go back and rethink a little bit. I understand aggression is something that you love, but maybe a little bit of more of that tactical nature can just bring the aggression or even make that aggression better. So Phoenix Esports, it's time to implement some tactics.
I mean, let's see if the tactics come into play, because I don't think they're good at tactics, man. I think they've made it this far with just blind raw aggression, and the mechanics of these teams, at least when they're just in a 4v4, are good. After that 4v4 rotations and everything is when they drop the ball.
So the main point is that Phoenix Esports just directly headbutt themselves in a fight. Instead of doing that, at least try and find a few knocks with the utilities first, and then maybe directly push up close and personal.
Let's see if that happens. Good luck charm is there in this game. They're going up against Group A, so they can face off against Revenant X-Pac if they want.
Something they can learn from Hero Extreme Godlike, specifically from Admino, because his nade usage has been so good. He's been dismantling teams after teams. And not just Admino, man. In general, from Hero Extreme Godlike, their utility utilization has been so precise.
And after the utility, when you're running into a fight, you have to
It's much more easier, right?
It's easier, but you have to be critical of finding those angles as well. Finding the space between the foliage of the map, between the obstacles that are there in front of you. Because you look at the fight, you break down the fight in game number 1. Who would have thought, like, alright, aiming for the ankles is going to drop the player's HP low enough for him to have the advantage in that 1v1 against Akshat from Glitch Reborn. That is just pure game sense, right? I can shoot him at his feet. HP advantage is HP advantage. If he's low, I can take him down. In the second game as well, it was those tiny gaps between the machines of the factories where he found those openings. Just a few shells of the shotgun connecting, and he knew again he had the HP advantage.
Johnny, look, we're trying to educate Phoenix Esports over here, and I'm pretty sure the players are just sitting in the back, probably listening to us, and they're like, yeah, guys, we already know that. We are the pros. Don't teach us. We know what we're doing. But hopefully Phoenix Esports makes a comeback. I really want to see them in the top 8, directly qualify to the Grand Finals. It's a team that we all love to see. It's because of the entertainment they showcase on the screen.
And the confidence. I mean, because of the confidence comes the entertainment. Both are the same thing for this team. And with how aggressive they have been, it is just amazing to see them succeed. And that is why we want this amazement, this excitement to continue all the way towards the LAN finale.
Imagine the Grand Finals, everyone's just so sweating. They know that the trophy's on the line, and then comes Phoenix Esports with all the 4 players packed in one car, just eliminates you. So that's one of those moments we all are waiting for. Before now, let's move on towards the game of Sanok and find out how it's going to pan out. As the plane's going to be in the sky, starting all the way from Mong Nai towards down south Sami. Now this plane flat path, once again, dividing the map into 2 equal halves. And also, since it's the map of Sanok, we know teams can go wherever they want.
Well, teams can go wherever they want, as you mentioned, just because it's Sanok. But because they can go wherever they want, we can expect a few early drop clashes as well, especially from the teams at the bottom of the leaderboard. But one big name that we are going to expect is going to collide against each other. I think that's going to be the drop clash of Bootcamp, maybe. Revenant X-Pac, if they decide to pick a fight against OG, it's going to lead to a lot of interesting developments. It seems like Revenant X-Pac are taking that Bootcamp drop, but in a different way entirely, Necro. They're pushing 1 man in Bootcamp and 2 towards the southwestern edge, just outside.
It does not even make a lot of sense, though. There's no one inside of Bootcamp, so I'm not even exactly sure what Revenant X Park is looking to pull off here. Probably just trying to spread themselves, get as much map control as possible off the rip, so that if the circle is going to be moving towards an awkward spot, Revenant X Park is already ready.
I think this is just threat denial, because if you remember during the grind as well, they got contested by OG quite a lot for bootcamp control, those early fights, and OG has this tendency to drop towards bootcamp. We saw those early fights they would take against Gujarat Tigers as well. I think this was an insurance drop from Revenant X Park, and now they know since the entire bootcamp is empty, the players can fall back, move in again, but they're going to wait for the circle, see where it pops up. It's going to be Paradise Resort Center.
Look at Phoenix Esports. Once again, all the 4 players packed in one vehicle, ready to take someone down. Just moving across the map. They're just waiting, searching for someone. And Phoenix Esports, unfortunately, things do not really unfold the way they wanted it to. One man's knocked out. Even the confirmation follows up. The second man gets knocked as well. It's falling apart. Phoenix Esports, get yourself together. The man from the back as well. He's going to put the nail in the coffin. Phoenix Esports, they've been eliminated from this game. No! I told you, Johnny, the brainless aggression's not going to work out. They need to implement some sort of tactics. Of course. Even Chandan's agreeing with me.
Yeah. You need is like, you got to listen, boys. Gotta calm down. Otherwise, watch what's gonna happen.
They just don't learn, do they? They just don't learn. At this point, everyone in the lobby knows. If there is someone early game looking to take a fight, it's Phoenix Esports, no one else.
Yeah, you just gotta pile on them. And I think Rivalry over here also had the upper hand. This is why teams, whenever they're dropping out, the split from Rivalry, we'll break it down why teams do that. It is because of situations like this. If someone is trying to push in blindly, if you have a 4-man widespread drop, you can surround them and pick them off. Chandan found the first 2, the other man from the top of hill found next.
The funny part is, they're out in the open and still he's carrying his knock teammate on the back, hoping that they can actually make the run. I mean, just look at this, what happened here. Chandan was able to find the initial opener. The man tried to carry his teammate on the back. Instantly, even he gets knocked out. Then later on, slowly and steadily, the entirety of Phoenix Esports was just falling apart. Even the last man gets spotted, and just like that, a complete squad wipe.
What a start to the day.
It was not even a challenge for Rivalry NRI. Those were just free points walking into their court, and they just claim those. Simple.
And they get decent map control because of that as well, because otherwise this Paradise Resort cluster would have been basically hell for them to deal with. But now, since Phoenix is out, they have these compounds to work with, early loot done and dusted, but hey, SOA show up knocking next. Oh, at least they just keep going. Oh.
If Rivalry was here, this would have been another 4 points. But luckily enough for SOA, the vehicle flipped on the other side of the ridge, so they're safe for now. No line of sights on them. And luckily enough for SOA too, the tracing from the players wasn't that good.
They were too quick, man.
Yeah.
Don't do that again, please.
Guys, all the 4 players in one vehicle, I'm never a big fan of this. You know it too.
Yeah, someone switched the driver's seat with him. Not a good driver at all. But anyways, I mean, SOA, as you mentioned, if Rivalry, I mean, they were playing with those ARs, but imagine that vehicle was coming head on. 2 pumps from a shotgun, and one of the players from SOA could have been knocked out. But as I said, they were too lucky. The boost on the vehicle was on, so they just kept moving. Desperate mad dash, but that push has forced them off center of the circle as well. So I wonder how SOA will deal with this challenge. Although on the other side, a few big names, along with Phoenix Esports, Hyderabad Hydras is also one of the teams that is playing from the second last position. I wonder what they'll do to bounce back in this game.
Big question. We all are looking to find an answer to. But something that's going to help you find your answers inside of your own games is the realme P3 Ultra 5G World Debut Dimensity 8350 chipset, and of course 90 FPS BGMI gaming too. Move on towards Google, search for the realme P3 Ultra 5G, and you might just stand a chance to win some exciting rewards.
Well, this is another team that's looking for exciting rewards. Revenant X Park got a pan in the last game. This time maybe a chicken dinner to cook. Let's see how that turns out for them. Early bootcamp control taken, but now they've moved out of bootcamp quite early as well, even though it's still a priority position inside of this stage 1 circle. On our screens, Team Tamilas. And Necro, we kept talking about Team Tamilas in the earlier rounds. They started off on a decent note in grind. The performance just kept on improving, but now not so much in the semifinals.
Once again, things falling apart for Team Tamilas. This was the exact concern I raised too. Yeah, Team Timiles was doing really good in the quarterfinals. Directly moved on towards the semifinals week 1 as well. But then what exactly happened? Why are the strategies not working now? Maybe the players just taking a lot of pressure.
Do you think it's the pressure, or do you think, because if you notice the trend, all the teams that did quite well in the quarterfinals and directly moved to the semis are either in the middle pack or way off from the top 8. Do you think it's the strategies not working out, or them getting a little too overconfident in their own skills and other teams just better with the punishers?
I don't think so. I think it's more about that gap that was there. And it feels like the teams that went inside of the wild card got to learn a lot more compared to the teams that directly qualified from the quarterfinals. But hold on to that thought, TWOB. Revenant Park once again getting ripped apart. What's going on, Johnny? Revenant Park, the defending champions. They don't seem like they've got a lot of power left anymore.
Hey, but it's not over yet. They've cut down the numbers to 2v2, but Yashu is waiting for the players of Revenant X-Park to close in, but the distance between the two teams helps TWOB recover. Although one more knock again on the board. As Shadow moves in, two exposed, almost getting taken out. They need to be careful as well, by the way. There's Hyderabad Hydras on the flank. So Revenant X-Park, they're just tunnel visioned on TWOB. And this will give opportunity to Hyderabad Hydras, who are on that southern flank, to actually find the frag. The nade is too close! And he gets knocked, and Revenant X-Park again wiped out with no points on the board, man. As you mentioned, the defending champions, it seems like, aren't able to defend themselves.
It feels like on purpose they just want to move to semifinals week 2.
Why?
That's what it feels like. Because that fight was pure ego that Revenant X-Park took. They still had 2 players standing. If they wanted, they could have backed away and played for placement. But instead, they took it on ego. They wanted to get the revenge fight against the foes and got eliminated themselves. A 2-on-4 is never executable. Come on.
I do agree with you on that. I mean, it could have been an ego issue, but, you know, whenever you talk about ego, reminds me of a song that kind of describes what happened to Revenant X-Park right there. Ego death.
But hold on to that thought. Try to million esports on the screen. SOA right next to him. A few shots were peppered. Try to million esports instantly back away from this terrain. SOA Esports, a dark horse that's been doing decent. Not too good either. And looking at the teams that have been eliminated so far, one is Phoenix Esports, the second is Revenant X-Park. The 2 of the biggest teams in the lobby, off the rip, eliminated.
Yeah, not something that you would expect in the semifinals, but I think all thanks to the undergods that have just been putting too much pressure on all of these big names. In the meanwhile, Seoul on our screens. And it's quite interesting to see Seoul take an extremely wide rotation towards this eastern circle. We know they start from that Camp Alpha quadrant of this map of Sanhok. And they moved in south towards Ruins, closing in on Boot Camp. But this decision making actually plays out in their favor, because we had a look at the circle and there's no one gatekeeping the southwestern edge of the circle. So they might just find free entry if they move from the southwest, but Persistent Esports, they spot out TWOB, they found a knock, another one. They have the upper hand in this fight.
TWOB, they just keep on losing out on players. Even in the previous fight against Revenant X-Park, 2 players are knocked out. But they still got things under control. But in this fight, now it seems impossible. You can see TWOB just wanting to back away from this scenario. Not even wanting to be closer to this spot. Persistent Esports, they've got the open terrain controlled, while TWOB just not having enough man number to try and contest it. They need to play pushed back, play inside of this compound, and hope for the best. Cross their fingers.
Oh man, but I think they just can, the best scenario they can hope for is just for everyone who tries to make the push just colliding against each other before they get there. Otherwise, if anyone closes in, TWOB might be done for. OG. Cover fire coming in from his teammates, and Westgod is able to join them on top of the hill. Some pressure felt against the players of Likita Esports, it seems like, who are closing in from the southwestern position of this hill. Not an easy position for OG to play the rest of the game from. They're quite exposed over here.
They indeed are. Versatile's in the front. The vehicle was spotted. For VXT, it's going to be smooth sailing inside of the circle no matter what. Unless they directly collide against the players of OG, then it's going to be a tough affair. You've also got Look at the Esports in the sidelines, towards the edges. THW towards Camp Bravo 2.
It seems like Versatile, they want to use that hill as a denial angle for OG.
What?
But look at this, Crypto. He just hid behind the rock and the players of Soul just passed by. Are they going to turn around and fall back to try and pick them off? I don't think so. They just keep moving up north along the edge of the circle. And FS, that has to be a little bit of luck involved with perfect decision making. Spots out Manya, the spray committed. They find the knock. And they're going to look to convert the finish as well, but so losing out on their IGL again. And we know, Necro, the trend has been if Manya is not there, then Soul struggle in that game.
That was an impressive knock, though. You got to give it to the man. Manya will be back upon his feet. It's not even a question. It's completely fine. But still, with a suppressor 4x, that spray was precise. True Rippers, they've got a few more nades being tossed against him. OG, they know they've got the advantage inside of the fight. The man advantage is something that OG is always looking for. And the moment they find it, they want to push up close and personal. Ninja being the snake, 7 bullets in the magazine off the S12K. Pulls out the M416 position notice, but he gets knocked. Ninja was prone for too long. The man was unharmed. And he thought that he was unspotted too, but that's where he was wrong. True Rippers down to just this one last man standing, Kulamau. Can he be the difference maker? The answer is probably going to be no. One man against the entirety of Ape Army. Sounds a bit too much on his plate.
Yeah, but the only saving grace he can hope for is TSW get involved over here again. Because before this fight commenced, TSW were the ones who found the opener against OG. And then True Rippers just pounced on them. But now numbers in the favor of OG and Wizgod. He has no utility to work with, otherwise one nade up front and he would have found the knock, but he sees the players a few pixels spotted and the finishes come through. True Rippers getting ripped apart by Orangutan. And OG, these compounds still in the circle actually do play out in their favor. High ground to work with, but the only problem is they can't commit to any more fights. If they have to commit, they have to overextend.
Yeah, the moment the zone takes a curveball shift, OG's messed up. Soul. Now looking to take down the players of TWOB. Sawmate reveals his position with those shots. Once again for Soul, they've got a decent stance that they're going with. A nice spread, which is quite wide. The next zone's going to shift down south, right on top of the players of OG. And now OG's going to be in a real dominating position. If they know how to use it, a lot of elimination points can be funneled in.
Well, let's see though. They have to be patient though. They can't move out. They have to hold the ground. They have to hold the compound. But look at that. OG, they fell out for a few seconds and Versatile just come charging in. This is exactly what I was talking about a few moments ago. Oh, and Versatile fall back. What is happening, man?
They just skedaddle away from that spot instantly the moment they knew there's OG.
Yeah, but now Versatile is going to be stuck out into the open. They should have just fought for it. That would have at least given them an even chance in the later stages.
They can still play around the edges, though. OG's towards the warehouse compound. And if VXT was able to contest those edges, there still could have been some sort of fighting chance. But VXT, they just completely fell back.
Yeah.
So now they don't anymore. OG's going to regain that control once again. Look at the esports on the screen. Shots taken against Goblin from all the different angles. He's now trapped behind this one tree. Not a lot of possible ways Goblin can make it out alive from this spot now. Maybe if he's got enough smokes, then he definitely can. 2 more smokes available. Look at the esports is getting ripped apart. Players knocked out, left, right, and center. Soul's gonna make that pounce. Goblin's the only man alive in the nearby vicinity. What can you do? The utility's tossed against him. Way too off the mark though. Goblin's gonna look to make an exit from this fray, but instead he gets stopped. Now it's gonna be shock and battle up close and personal. Reloads the S12K. Goblins ready for a war against the players of Seoul, but Seoul, they've just got too many men standing.
They had the bodies to work with, and they made sure that they made them count. 2 eliminations on the board coming in for Seoul. But this northeastern edge, man, this is going to be dominated by the side of TSW. They've covered to work with. They've sent Levi up front to take control of the high ground. And plus, anyone who moves in towards the western side of this hill is going to be put under pressure by Rivalry NRI, Team Tamilas. Those teams have that early cover. And look at this. Seoul, as they try to push towards the western side of the hill, the punish comes through. The knocks come through. And the sandwich that is there, the focus fire coming in from FS, Team Tamilas. It is just going to be too brutal.
No.
The early exit handed to the players of Team Seoul in this game.
The big names are struggling, Johnny. TWOB, Revenix, Spark, Seoul, Likitha Esports, Phoenix, Hyderabad Hydras. The big names are not able to make a mark. While teams like Vasista Esports, Team Tamilas are now once again on the verge of making a bounce back in the overall. THW Non-X, the man was out in the open, shots were taken. Not exactly sure what the outcome was, but we transitioned towards a fight between the players of Phoenix Esports, not exactly Phoenix Esports, FS Esports, my bad, and the players of Team Tamilas. For Team Tamilas, there's a bit of that casualty, which is Mr. IGL, but it's completely fine. He can be brought back up.
I mean, if he can crawl behind the shack or maybe indoors, he can be brought back up. Plus, FS, the distraction comes through from the backline. Hyderabad Hydras and Rivalry still present in this game. And FS will have to deal with that pressure before they can refocus on the players of Team Tamilas. Opening knock found. Max, no utility. These are the moments where you're just wishing that maybe I saved that extra nade a few moments ago. Maybe I saved a Molotov. Because imagine a molly in that shack, you get 2 knocks. You have the upper hand, you push, finish off Hyderabad Hydras, and then move forward in the game.
Indeed. It's honestly a gamble that the players have to take, right? You either stack upon a lot of meds, or you stack upon utilities. That's where the roles really do come in handy.
Yeah.
But FS Esports, the spread that they've got, it's looking great. But Max gets knocked out. Hopefully FS Esports is not going to be carried away with this knock. Vasista Esports, a constant threat to everyone that's in the line of sight. Bakar gets knocked down pretty low. Fears, still alive. Looking to face his fears. And look at Chandan. He's moved up so close. This is where FS Esports, they might just start sweating. Even Team Tamilas is starting to move from the back lines. It's not looking too great either. But even for Team Tamilas, they're getting shot at from the sidelines. No matter where you go, there is some sort of line of sight that's being formed. It's a trap out in the open. OG's getting pushed on by the players of VXT. 2 players already knocked out. 2 more men are standing. And for Versatile, they're on the verge of losing this fight.
Yeah, but even OG has no utility. Versatile, all they got to do is just make sure they stay out of the line of fire of THW and Vasista, because these shots are coming from all the way across inside the zone. And Versatile, they had no idea of where the opponents were. Raiden, he's the last man alive from the side of Versatile. Oh, Wizgod does not see him. This could be big. The opening found. First finish, first potential finish in the game for Versatile. He knows where the second man is, but tries to reposition. AKOP, he runs out. There's no saving Wizgod over there.
A clutch is still possible, and I like this play from Raiden. He gave the man a false security that he's fell back, but instead AKOP, he made a big mistake. That was a 200 IQ play from Raiden. The only reason he fell back was to sort of put a false sense of security that he's backed away from the fight, but instead he closes up once again and hands out the death blow.
Instead of 1, they get 3 eliminations now, but he's last man alive for his team as well. Raiden is done enough. 7, top 7 inside of the game, 3 eliminations, and now they bow out. TSWNON, they were doing so well in this game, so for a long time playing that northeastern quadrant, but now I think their journey might come to an end as well. And Necro, for a long time I wanted to say this.
Oh my God!
Esports, the prime position in the game. But Lavish, 2 knocks from that nade, and the finishes might come through with the next few.
THW's obliterating Team Tamilas. Even the blue is on the move. What can you do? Fox is on the run. The utilities are doing some serious damage. Luckily enough, Fox is on the other side of the spectrum. So he's going to be safe against the players of Hyderabad Hydras, but still, THW Non-X, those utilities were so precise, obliterated the entirety of Team Tumulus. THW Non-X, 5 finishes on the board. Looking to convert a few more. This can be a big game for them if they play things right. Even Hyderabad Hydra still alive in the late game. FS Esports with just 1 man alive. Vasista Esports, they've got all the 4 players standing, Johnny.
Yeah, but they made a blunder. They went for a 3-1 split, looking to pick off players from the side of THW. That leaves Fierce isolated in the back lines, but Fierce finds the knock against Hyderabad Hydras, and this is gonna spell trouble. Trade comes through. Team Tamilas, they're down to the last man, somehow still alive in this game. THW surviving with 1 man standing, 1 knocked out. Hyderabad Hydras, 2 players still in the fight. AJ is the only man who was knocked out, and Vasista, they've just lost Fierce with a knock on the board as well.
Hyderabad Hydras, the players just completely laying on the board. Knocked out, helpless. Vasista Esports just claiming those elimination points like they're the living legends. A few more points need to be collected. Hyderabad Hydras, the only hurdle in their way. As Milch is on the right towards a better spot. He wants to isolate the duel against Rage God. And now it's taken down to a 1v1 around this rock. Vasista Esports, if Rage God wins this duel, it's done for. And yes, he does. The rest of the players did not even need a step in the action.
I mean, there were just 2 of them left. One player just making sure that that last man, Mox from the side of Hyderabad Hydras, was pinned down. And Rage God just swinging with a shotgun. That first shot connection made sure that he was left with a magic pixel HP, and the second shot, even if a shell just touched his arm, he was done for. And Vasista Esports, brilliant decision making, man. They took control of that southwestern edge, playing a valley between 2 hills that just completely denied any fighting opportunity to teams that were playing the northwestern edge. And in particular, the biggest threat for anyone in this lobby for a long time was TSW NON. That Cam Charlie angle, they were there for the longest time, and it allowed them to pick fights from the for anyone breaching the eastern edge, the southeastern edge. It was a direct line of fire for them, and then anyone coming in from the northern side as well.
I just feel really bad for Team Tumulus. That nade combo from THW Non-X. 2 nades tossed right next to each other, and it just obliterated Team Tumulus. 3 players were knocked out in that instance, and then just 1 man, Fox OP, was left alive. He could not even do a lot. And considering Vasista Esports' positioning too in the overall standings, this game was a desperately needed one.
Yeah, it helps them bounce back. And as we were talking about Team Tamilas, hey, you can feel bad for them, but they had nowhere left to go. Either TSW took them out, or Hyderabad Hydras was going to take them out eventually.
I mean, they still had a fighting chance, though. All the 4 players were up on their feet, so a proper fight could have been taken.
They could not do anything. See, that's the problem with that massive boulder that's there. Because it is such a tight angle, especially when you're pinned with the blue zone right behind you, that when you start to peek from that angle, all of you will eventually line up. And that is why it made so easy for the players of TSW to line up that utility. The terrain just worked out in the favor of TSW, and I'm happy that they capitalized quite nicely as well on it.
Let's move on towards the highlights, though, and see how the action exactly unfolded in the final few moments. Let's relive the moments once again. We did see OG as well be a part of the action, but OG was not able to sustain the amount of damage that was being dealt against them. Revenant Spark took a complete ego challenge against TWOB and lost that.
And we relive all the moments except the one for Phoenix Esports, because, yeah, that was not even a moment. It was a second.
They got eliminated so quick. That was one of the quickest wipes we've seen so far in the realme BGIS 2025.
They existed in this game, and I include the flight path time in this as well, for less than 120 seconds. The first circle pops up at 90 seconds, and they were there for, like, I think about a minute and 50.
Johnny, maybe Phoenix Esports is thinking this way. They thought that they've got 4 games to play. So they thought, okay, 1 game is still a cushion. Now the remaining 3 games, we try to take it serious.
What cushion? They had no cushion to work with. They were at the 32nd position, man.
We talk about the sacrifice, and that's what Phoenix Esports probably made. The first game, sacrifice it to the gods. Now in the upcoming games, Phoenix Esports can probably do better.
Hey man, I understand you're just trying to give them a positive mindset, but yeah, at this point, if I was Phoenix Esports, or if I was a fan of Phoenix Esports, I would be sweating a lot.
Now look, if I'm Phoenix Esports at this point, I'm like, yeah, we're done with the week 1, boys. Let's wrap up. Let's try and focus on the week 2.
That is true.
Week 1 seems it's going to be out of our hands. Unless we get a 30 bomber, then maybe we are somewhere around that mid-pack.
Ooh, I mean, if they drop a 30 bomb, then they bounce back. big.
It's go big or go home. Simple.
Yeah, and they have.
I mean, the crazy part is you don't even go home in the week one, so you've got a
Exactly.
second chance. So just go big, Phoenix Esports. Keep doing what you're doing.
If they get a 30 bomb, as you said, they bring themselves in a mid pack, and then it's fighting chance once again. A 30
Yeah.
bomb, a 20 bomb, you move through to the top 8.
And it's Phoenix Esports too. They are known to bounce back from such scenarios.
Yeah, I mean, hey, we're building all of these hypothetical scenarios. Are we giving them false hope?
Sort of and sort of not, because they have the caliber to pull that off.
True.
Do you remember the Wild? Do you remember quarterfinals? That's what they did too. Before now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere.
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to the realme BGIS 2025. This is I Super Johnny, joined by IC Baby alongside with me. And IC, the journey is getting more and more interesting. It's getting more and more intense. But I want to know your thoughts about one of the best performing teams from the previous round. That is just falling apart now.
I think falling apart is an understatement here. It feels like, sometimes luck is great. You get lucky today, but eventually it comes down to consistency and skill. And I feel like FS Esports starting to have a very, very big decline right now, unfortunately.
Really?
So, yeah. They're doing pretty okay, but compared to their back-to-back chicken dinner, it feels like whatever they're doing, they're just slowly crumbling.
See, I mean, I get it. I mean, based on how they played in the first 2 days, you're going to feel like, oh, this is a little bit of a slowdown. But you can't let the history of success loom over your head like a shadow. You have to focus on the future, just be consistent. But I mean, at least for a team like Phoenix Esports, we expected a little bit more, to be honest.
Agreed. They are currently in the bottom of the pack as well. And again, we've talked about this from the beginning as well, right? Like, the only way Phoenix actually makes a bounce back is that they need to win every single round.
Yeah, I mean, but that is going to be a challenge. But if you want your games to not be a challenge, then check out the Realme P3 Ultra 5G, the world debut of the Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset with the smartest AI gaming control and, of course, 90 FPS BGMI gaming. It's an amazing device at an amazing price point as well, and if you move on to Google and search for the Realme P3 Ultra 5G, you can stand a chance to win some exciting rewards for yourself. But talk about rewards, and the best reward you can get in a game of BGMI is the chicken dinner. Last game, versatile. It seems like them and TSW NON, they were destined for success with that circle shift and versatile playing that valley in a beautiful manner. We are seeing versatile bounce back. Not versatile, Versista, my apologies.
Okay, I think Versista is doing okay. Versatile is also doing pretty okay as well. As long as they're getting like consistently 10-15 points, 10-15 points, it's going to be a-okay. So all things considered, I feel like right now, this is a very great opportunity for them. We just passed the halfway point for every single group.
Yeah.
But it all comes down to just consistency. So I feel like right now, the bottom 8 in the overall standings are going to be a little bit shaken compared to where Hero Extreme Godlike, FS Esports, and also Cincinnati Kids is as of yet.
That is true, but let's have a look at the stats of that previous game. We have the MVP of the match on our screens. It is Ninja from Hyderabad Hydras. 4 finishes on the board, 6 or 9 damage dished out. Looking at the list of top 5 players, Maxi OP from Team Tamilas, Mox from Hyderabad Hydras, Fierce from Vasista Esports, and then Chandan from Rivalry NRI, who has 3 eliminations. And of course, I think that emote at the start of the game after the wipe of Phoenix Esports. Oh, that was entertaining.
Well, unfortunately to say, Phoenix is not the only team that actually got wiped as well. Revenant Xbox is also in a very, very hot spot. But with that being said, let's take a look at the overall standings currently thus far. All the top 8 teams as of yet has pretty much played 8 total matches. And currently the cutoff is somewhere around 49 points after 8 matches in total. Hero Extreme Godlike is still number 1. Cincinnati Kids on second place here with 89 and 87 points. And Rider Esports getting themselves 74 points. FS Esports with 73 points. But aside from the top 4, Orang 210, SOA Esports, Persista Esports, and Reckoning Esports is very far off compared towards the top 4 in the current standings.
Yeah, but from that last game, it is going to be interesting to see how the situation develops moving to 9 to 16. We have Genesis 47. This is very close contested because from Genesis to Hail Inferno squad, you look 47 to 40 points. One game can help you break inside of the top 8, so no one in the top 8 is safe. Visista, they've broken into the top 8 on the 7th from that last match, but they need to keep themselves tight, keep themselves in check. 17 to 24. I think the biggest fumbles are here. We have Likita Esports, Soul, Versatile, Glitch Reborn, Team Tamilas, and True Rippers Jelly. Some of the biggest names still on the third page.
I agree, and in this case as well, Likita Esports, Soul, Team Versatile, and also Team Tamilas, they're still up in contention to fight for the top 8 because of one particular reason, and that is they still have 2 more matches to go. So technically, 2 big games is all they need, and they will completely shift the top 8 once more.
Yeah, but hey, from that previous game, I think TSW NON has kind of picked up the pace, getting themselves to 32 points. They are, 17 points shy of that 8th position. But Phoenix Esports, man, 40 points away.
Yeah, that's a little bit too far off here. But Hyderabad Hydras was able to do really, really well in this game as well. So with this, a little bit more comeback and 2 more big games to go, they should be in the running to actually fight for the top 8 themselves as well, because we have to take into consideration that how many matches have they played. So far, they've only played 6 matches. So 2 more good games, and they're back on track. And as of yet, Hyderabad Hydras is alongside with Phoenix, are the 2 teams from the quarterfinals, the wildcard stages, that made an amazing comeback to qualify in the semifinals.
Yeah.
So, Hyderabad, they're showing it. Consistency is going to be key. They should be able to do it. But Phoenix Esports, I don't know, man. Like, they need insane games in order to pull back right now.
I think the good part about today for all of these teams is the fact that they have matches in a row, right? They have done one game, they're done and dusted with one game. They have 3 more matches to play, and they're going to play all 3 of them in a row. So you can try and develop some form of consistency. But the next game, it is going to be, again, Group A versus Group D. So this time on the map of Erangel. So these teams, they have warmed up against each other. They can try and see if they can take on the contenders, take on the main rivals. And talking about rivalry, wait, we're going to give this some time, right? We're going to let it sink in for everyone else. It's Erangel.
Okay.
It's A versus D.
Okay.
You have Phoenix Esports.
Okay.
And you have X-Pac, man.
Oh.
What do you mean, okay?
Yes, Naya. Yes, Naya.
Yes.
I think so far, the biggest call out coming from Phoenix before the semifinals happened was during the interview. They say that, why would we give away the spot against Revenant X-Pac when they actually give them free 4 points, right? So technically, Revenant X-Pac has pretty much wiped Likita once by themselves, and they were 4-man healthy. So technically, it's a L for Phoenix Esports, whereas for Revenant X-Pac, they're going to be A-okay. So I don't think it's a major factor coming from them. But ever since that major fight with Hero Extreme Godlike and the pan came through, and even in last round, it feels like morale is at all-time down low for Revenant X-Pac right now.
Hey, if there was a time for the Phoenix that is just completely burned to ashes to rise from those ashes and to take over this semi-finals, this is the perfect time. Boys, the good luck charm is there in Yasnaya waiting for you. I would say go for that 4v4.
Well, we shall see, because is Revenant and X-Pac going to be able to bounce back? It all solely depends and starts from now, because they were the gatekeepers, the closest towards the top 8, and now they flopped 2 games. And will they be able to rise up is going to be the question, because we know for a fact that Hero Extreme Godlike has put a very, very deep cut into the minds of Revenant and X-Pac as of yet.
It wasn't a cut, it was a concussion because that pan hit on the head. But let's see. It's a game of Erangel again. And of course, we are going to wait for the action, see where the flight path is. And if that fight even happens, ladies and gentlemen, let's find the answers to this question on Erangel.
Well, Group A versus Group D. And the grind continues, the fight for the top 8 continues as we are heading in towards the map of Erangel, starting off from the west side of George Bowl, ending towards the southeast corner of Milta Power. A very balanced flight path towards every single spot. I do not see any kind of expectations or even hiccups coming in from this flight path as well. So everybody should be able to make towards their usual drop spots safely.
Yeah.
And I mean safely in case there is no drop clashes.
I am praying for it, Icy. I am praying for that fight to happen. I've been praying for it since the semifinals began. I was waiting for this matchup. I'm sure Phoenix Esports were waiting for this matchup as well. But apart from those two particular teams that we are going to wait and see if they clash against each other in Yasna, because Phoenix has just taken a very off drop for that northern highway that connects northern Georgia to Rozhok. I think they're going to look for vehicles. And Revenant X-Park, where are they? I think they might just drop towards Shelter, pick up vehicles from there, and try and move towards Yasnaya. Maybe.
Wait,
Are they not going there?
Are they going Milta
No.
or going Yasnaya? Oh no, they're going Novo.
They were going Novo, yeah.
They've conceded Yasnaya. All right. I can respect that.
I don't respect it, man.
But-
In the
but-
interview, they said they weren't going to switch.
See, that's the thing, right? They weren't going to switch. But look at Phoenix. They're actually dropping early towards Ruins as well. So Yasnaya is completely vacant right now. It is unoccupied thus far.
No, they pick up vehicles, and I think then they move to Yasna.
Maybe.
They've got vehicles for themselves. But there might be a clash between Phoenix and TSW then, because TSW will move for Severny Stalber.
Oh, interesting. I want to see how Phoenix survives this as well because Orangutan, okay. You know, Wizgod is under the bridge, so he's going to be safe and sound. But Phoenix, look at this. They've only got pistols, they've got Uzis. And even Phoenix Esports, they're actually taking a pit stop just to be safe. This is actually going to delay their overall rush to their drop spots.
They'll get shot in the back,
Oh, no.
because Wizgod had a weapon.
Yeah, but
It's, again, the same thing that Necro keeps warning them about. Don't all four of you at the start of the game ride in the same car.
they don't really have a choice right now. Considering that they're just circling around, they are going to be expecting some company, but look at this, Venom. They're going to be looking around as well. Wizgod has not made a single move under the bridge, knowing that Phoenix is going to be going for a hunt as well. Seems like he's checking every single corner, looking for that one stray player known as Wizgod. And it seems like they will miss the mark and they will re-rotate from the west side, trying to drop past to his 70 here. Seems to be the safer option coming for Phoenix right now.
Yeah, I mean, the safer play. I was a little bit worried over there, but whew, barely dodged a bullet. But they're going to have to dodge a few more because TSW and ON still out into the open between Severny and Rozhok. They are looting those smaller compounds. And Phoenix Esports, they're using the Northern Island as the rotation pathway to move towards Yasnaya Poliana, get to Stalber Hill, rotate down south, the textbook play for any teams that lands west and needs to go for that northeastern quadrant. In the meanwhile, Revenant X-Park, they drop towards Novo Repnoy. They might have a little bit of a collision against Hyderabad Hydras because Hyderabad Hydras saw those open parachutes as well. They saw those vehicles move from Milta down south, and they know for a fact that Revenant X-Park have not gone to Novo Repnoy for a very long time. So their timings to move up north might just be a little bit off.
Agreed. And I can see why Phoenix is a little bit hesitant to actually split off as well. They haven't found those vehicles. They're grouping up, hoping to go for a couple hunts. But unfortunately, nothing they have found so far. They are expecting maybe Revenant X-Park is going to be inside Yasnaya. They're going for a couple splits here themselves. But Revenant X-Park just says, you know what? It's just not worth the hassle to fight with the stubborn people. And in this case, the stubborn people is going to be Phoenix Esports.
Man, my heart is broken.
Why?
I was promised a fight. I was promised they
See,
weren't going to change their drop.
I don't think Revenant X-Park is in a position that they should be fighting, right? Like, look at this. They've had two really, really bad games. Both actually against Hero Extreme Godlike. Okay, maybe not both. You know, one against Hero Extreme Godlike, the pan. Can you feel the pan is going to be the question. Portray God. I'm sorry. But aside from that, even Sandhawk wasn't a great game. So I think playing safe now is going to be the wiser choice. They need some sort of placement points for this game. Like, I know for a fact that in terms of overall morale, they do have to play a lot of games. Today, just get whatever you can, reset tomorrow and bounce back. That's the best option right now.
I would say reset in the second week of the semifinals.
Maybe, you know, but technically they're still in the running for fight for top 8 right now.
Yeah, I mean, if you make it through, you make it through in week 1. If you can't, second week is always there. And
But it's going to be a completely regrind coming in from there. You have to play 4 more days.
Hey man, the last time they played the entire tournament, they won the trophy.
Hey, fair enough.
The more they play, the better they get.
Yeah, the closest to try to replicate was Mysterious 4, but they're already out.
Yeah, last round, wildcard was the last round, but If you want your matches to not be your last few matches, check out the realme P3 Ultra 5G. This device is going to get you going and keep you going for a long time. The world debut of the Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset, 90 FPS BGMI gaming, and of course the smartest AI gaming control. Go on to Google, search for the realme P3 Ultra 5G and stand a chance to win some exciting rewards.
Now, the two teams that is the closest to actually reach the top 8 right now is going to be Likita Esports and Seoul. They currently played 6 matches in total, and they need big games to try and reach towards the top 8 in the overall standings. And as of yet, we haven't seen moments coming from Goblin, but we've seen a lot of moments coming from him and also Neo from day 2 of the semifinals himself. They were the playmakers of the team to try and secure those finish points and also placement points. So I'm looking forward to see whether or not are we going to see those potential steals and robberies coming from Likita Esports for those finish points.
I mean, potential is there, and Likita, considering, as you mentioned, quite close to breaking into the top 8, they need a big match to get a safety cushion for themselves. This game, they've already gone for a very risky move, man. We saw Goblin there a few moments ago, and they're playing a 2-2 split. Team Tamilas, they seem to have found themselves in the middle of those duos from Likita Esports and can actually pick off a few individuals.
Yeah, I agree. And even in this case as well, Seoul obviously one of the record breakers, record setters coming in towards realme BGIS 2025. 38 points in total in a single game. We have a chicken dinner with 28 finishes. So that is a lot of points so far. And nobody has even come close to their current record. And I want to see if that's going to be the case. Can they make the bounce back as well?
See, that was Miramar. This is Erangel. I think Seoul right now is just happy that OG didn't come after them for the first time.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because that happens almost every time. I mean, on Erangel, it's a fight as common as Phoenix against Revenant.
Yeah. Speaking of fights as well, 8-bit versus OG is also something that did not happen anymore. So they have some sort of a truce as of yet. And people understand that if you lose the early game and you were caught in this kind of drop clashes, you lose one player, you're pretty much in a disadvantage for the final fight. And if you lose 6 minutes of your time fighting for those times, you lose rotation time in towards the next phase of the zone. So it is understandable because of the fact of the new zone meta itself. For those of you who do not know, we are currently playing in new zone meta settings. That means stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, we are going to be seeing those hard shifts. And then from stage 5 and 6 onwards, it is going to be very, very small shifts.
And again, I mean, these early clashes give these teams the map control they need to survive stage 1, stage 2. Because all of these are drop clash fight. As you mentioned, OG 8-bit, that's the, again, fight for Chumaser on Miramar. But hey, OG, it seems like they spotted out one duo from the side of Likita Esports, and they're going after them with everything. Viper knocked and finished. But Likita, they've managed to regroup, so all 4 players are there in the same spot now. First strike for OG, Atanki with the first finish of the match.
Feels bad. Viper actually getting taken out as well. Meanwhile, on the finish feed, SOA actually finding Aquanox as well. So both VXT and Likita Esports is going to continue with their journey with only 3 players. Meanwhile, we've seen this exact same circle. What is going on, Johnny? This feels like the exact same scene for FS Esports, who played from the south side, but this time there is Revenant Expert and Hyderabad Hydras coming in from the south. So a lot of teams are going to be fighting for those shorelines and also small little ditches to try and potentially secure some placement points.
Yeah, I mean, the potential is there, but based on how probability and maths works, I think this one is going to eventually move up to the northern side. Although we do see a few teams take control of the shoreline, the cliff side of the main island already. You have Versatile, you have True Rippers, Revenant X-Park moving up from that No Bridge. Might actually have a run-in against the players of True Rippers Jelly.
Well, this is the exact same scene where SOA has the most amount of experience as well. That small little shack, triple houses that they held during that fight was one of the best spots possible. And VXT is currently rushing for that spot right now.
Oh, that is true. That is true. I'm glad you brought that up because SOA, I think, are also moving for the same position. But SOA need to remember that the massive artillery strike they dropped on the players of Mastermind Mavericks in that game, they got to avoid that because they wasted so much utility going after that one team that they had nothing left to clear the top of the hill later on for the end game.
Well, it's here we go again for the teams in Group A itself, because every single one in Group A has pretty much played this exact same zone, exact same play styles as well. So they have to rethink their strategy a little bit more.
As you mentioned, A lot of these teams have played that game. FS was there in that game. Last time FS dropped towards the military island, if you remember.
Yep.
Found those 3
Hovercrafts.
hovercrafts.
4 actually, to be exact.
Yeah, 4. This time, FS is nowhere to be seen towards the shoreline. In fact, they are between Farm and Pochinki.
Yeah, they're playing a little bit of a different approach as well. So
Yeah.
I don't think Circle comes in twice. It looks the same, but I don't think it's going to be the shoreline this time. So
Agreed.
we are going to be expecting in those compounds as well. But why take those kind of risks as well, right? So Vasista Esports, they're going to be playing on the edge from the southwest corner, taking a couple pit stops here. But I feel like a lot of people are not hitting those Pochinki Suvers yet. What I mean by those Suvers is that there's a small little Suver area where you can kind of hide on the south side of Pochinki, but it's only good for stage 1 and stage 2. After that, you have to kind of move on, you know? It's a great pit stop, but it's not a great spot to hold on, though.
Yeah, it's very easy to get pushed in when you are holding into those trenches. Teams that are rotating around you can at any time turn around, slam in their vehicles, and if they have a shotgun and some utility to work with, it is easy takedowns for them. But look at this. The zone shift again, forcing Vasista, Likhita, Rivalry, NRI, Hyderabad Hydras into a conflict towards the west.
Interesting enough, SOA decides to hug the shorelines instead, and so the compound that they held is completely open right now. And guess what? True Ripper's Jelly is going to be heading towards that direction, whereas the rest of the wall, it's going to be stuck out and over. TWOB has the S compound themselves. We have FS going to be playing from the north side. We have Revenant Expo also taking part of the compounds from farm area itself. So the warehouses where they're going to be able to secure those vehicles for themselves. So everyone is playing very smart now, not guessing that it is going to be a shoreline circle.
Hey, but on that finish field, it seems like another blow handed to the players of Revenant Xbox, this time by the hands of TSWNON. SOA, as you were talking about them, they learned their lesson. Now they are playing where FS was the last time around. Look at this cliff. And they've picked off the players of OG because of this high ground advantage. OG having a similar play in mind, get caught off guard. 2 players knocked out, but will SOA be able to find those finishes, convert them for confirmation? It's going to be a big challenge.
Oh, here comes the knock onto his magic as well. Shots from this far away. TT going to be able to find a couple of players himself.
This is literally the FS spot from the last game.
I know, right? Exact identical spot too. Team Tamilas able to get a couple of knocks on those SOA, but the reset comes through. WizGod going to be able to... Well, actually, WizGod has to play for himself now. There's nothing much he can do. He's pretty much stuck. But SOA, XO, he needs to go in for the save. But the shots from afar, random stray bullets coming from Jelly, actually getting the knock. This is not looking good for SOA at all. That shack is pretty much completely open to fires here.
He got stuck. He got stuck over there for a few seconds on the hood of the car and got knocked out.
Mistakes, man. Mistakes.
That is just hilarious. I'm not gonna lie.
all is well because Smoker is here to save the day. Fortunately for them, WizGod is not anywhere near to lob a perfect nade onto this. So unless True Reaper's Jelly pushes this, because I do see Sam getting into his vehicle, so they're actually thinking about it. Meanwhile, Troy, Tamilin, they do find Vasista Esports, and that's gonna be Fierce taken out of the game as well. Oh boy, this is just them picking off bits and crumbs from every single one. A lot of scrappy fights is happening right now.
But as you wait a minute, the circle is taking the exact same shifts as last time.
No way. Nah, I don't see it happening a second time though.
Man, that is just gonna be insane if it happens. And if that happens, SOA, they gotta channel their inner FS Esports, keep their heads down until the last moment, save up all of those nades that they can, and then use that utility in the last few seconds to clean up. But look at the Esports on the other side. They're split up towards the west. Last time again,
way.
Drawing parallels. It's the exact same circle. It's the exact same shift as last time.
Oh my god. We are seeing the exact same zone of that exact fight. But FS Esports now, this is a match to test your guys' skill right now. Because FS Esports, it was luck. But now, it's all skill.
Now, adaptation is going to be tested. As you mentioned, their skill on the understanding of the game, and this might be a mistake. They're making the push out into the open. They want that same cliff, but they got to realize there's someone there already. In the meanwhile, Seoul taking a beating at the hands of Phoenix Esports, have lost one. Few more players knocked out. Some goes down in the middle of nowhere, and Phoenix just racking up these eliminations for themselves.
Well, seems like TWOB is also going to be looking to try and clear out the north side as well. There's just so much happening. There's just not enough space in this zone. This is a stage 4 zone, but it feels like stage 5, half of it inside the oceans. Everybody is scrambling for space. Everyone is just desperately going for those kind of crazy fights. And look at this, Phoenix Esports. Venom, you're you're an absolute madman. You ran over the members of Seoul and you wiped them by yourself. My goodness, Phoenix Esports not giving them those breaks at all.
Yeah, they didn't give them a second to breathe as well. Not letting the heat fade away, but Venom,
Zone.
it's close.
Out.
They should be able to get him to the safe area.
Yeah, but they need to pick him up real quick as well because the zone is closing in. Likita Esports, they have been silent for a while now. Wiper being the one taken down, but Neo, ooh, Troy Damlin is in trouble. Here comes a nade. He looks good. He finds one more. Likita Esports finds a couple of knocks in, but Goblin himself getting knocked is not a good sign. They need all this manpower for this next upcoming fight.
This is the same Cincinnati Kid spot from that match we keep talking about on day number 2 of the semifinals. And Likita Esports, all they got to do now is pick off Troy Tamilian Esports in front of them. They can secure a top 2, top 3 finish from this shoreline. Troy Tamilian, one man knocked out. Recovery is going to be dire as they fall back with Hydro. That breathing room given to the players of Likita, it is impressive. And Revenant X-Pac, by the way, they were there in that match as well. I don't know what they're doing this time. They tried to play the water because Sarang might have called like, hey, this is how I survived the last time in that hovercraft, but this time they just get shot out.
They tried. They got second placement in that game, but this time they are on 15th position. Unfortunately, say Phoenix also the next one to join them as they try to make a rush into his VXC, and S-Power was able to clean up the rest of the players here. So 2 finishes in the hands of S-Power. As Team Versatile continues their domination, Troy Tamlin looking to crash into those compound. S-Power gonna spray them down, hoping to try and clutch things out. A big, important game for Versatile right now to try and catch up towards the top 8.
It is a big, important game, and that spot from Troy Tamilian Esports, we all remember what happened to Mastermind Mavericks. Stuck in the same position for a very long time. Nowhere left to go, nowhere, and no way for them to survive. But Versatile, when are they going to make that bounce? It is going to be a big question. And Likita Esports. All right, so again, the changes that have been made are going to be the timings coming in from Likita Esports. They take the shorelines a little bit quicker compared to Cincinnati Kids and SOA. Destined to win this game, I guess. They've learned from the mistakes of last time. Avoided staying on the low ground, moved to the high ground. The first team to take the cliff.
Johnny, the same exact circle.
Yeah.
The same exact circle. And guess what? Look at where FS is. Insidious, he's all by himself on the west side.
FS made the blunder of just making that mad dash for the shoreline very late in the game. They were surrounded, players shut down mid-rotation by Hyderabad Hydras. And I think they lost 3 players to the side of HH. Insidious, he's the last man. He needs to realize that all he got to do is keep his head down. Insidious needs to channel his inner Sarang now.
Well, inner Sarang is going to be very, very tough because Sarang is out right now. Revenant X-Pac, one of those teams, the 2 bigger names, pretty much out and dusted. And the 13 teams that is remaining right now is fighting for their dear life. Assista Esports having 1 player, Troy Tamlin having 1 player, Rivalry NRI having 3. Solo players for OG, solo players for FS. A lot of rats, a lot of snakes, a lot of fishes as well. As they try to survive into this next phase of zone. Look at this, Insidious. Oh my goodness, FS Esports. They were able to win this chicken dinner with 2 players. But now, Insidious, he's got to pull a big one. It's going to be tough, but on the screen now, Team Tamilas, Fox, going to be getting knocked off. They had 4 players, and they are going to be rushing into this small little shack that SOA was in. And fortunately for them, it is a decent amount of cover for them as well. They've got 5 vehicles, a lot of barricades. But as soon as the Sadie's magic gets the knock in.
Yeah, that's a bait shack. Team Tamilas now are going to be stuck. The smoke will allow the players of SOA some room to lob utility. Oh, they can't move out. Hyderabad Hydras and Versatile will have a line of fire. And look at those nades lobbed all together on the players of Hyderabad Hydras. By a miracle, Hyderabad Hydras is still standing, or maybe not anymore. Too much damage. AJ, he's still alive. Ninja going for a drive along with Mox. They are just trying to negate the damage, kite the damage in the open space that they have available to them. Trade knocks coming through as AJ gets taken out. Utility exchange, too much commitment from both these two teams. In the meanwhile, Insidious, he gets picked off by SOA.
Well, unfortunately to say, FS won't be able to replicate it here. We have 2 more teams. VXT still continuing with their artilleries here. Hydra, but Hydra's just making sure that they are going to get some knocks. They're not too happy that they've lost AJ and S-Power now. Looking for those confirmations here, unfortunately. Sam is Somraj. He's gone mad. What are you doing? He's rushing his way through, and Ninja is not going to be able to find him as well. But the shot, the switch, what? Somraj, no way, no way.
I mean, he finds the knock, the man advantage, and Hyderabad Hydras might be done for. And there it is, the last finish comes through. Versatile doing so well for themselves in this match. 7 eliminations on the board with the loss of Aquanox, but the option to recover will still be there. The only problem is 5 seconds, 4 seconds before the zone moves out. 2, 1, and the next shift again on SLA. Yeah, that is a big surprise.
Johnny, that's the exact same circle that FS actually won that chicken dinner. An impossible situation, but this time SOA, they've learned their lesson. They are going to try and farm up all those finishes. And right now on the west side, Likita Esports has to play from the low ground. They're getting completely dropped by Rivalry NRI. And they're not letting them off the hook unless Goblin. Oh my god, that's the day, 2 seconds. No way he gets the perfect knock. Oh, close. Does a little bit of chip damage. But they're pretty much stuck right now as they need to rotate in the next phase of the zone as well. As they are going to be part of the Fish community very, very soon. But on the finish feed, look at this. Team Tamila's also getting a lot of shots in TWOB. They get wiped off as well, alongside with SOA, making sure that they do not push into the shorelines.
I'm going to test my cursing skills right now, I see. SOA is going to win this chicken dinner.
Well, maybe.
Not maybe. I'm saying it. They're going to win this game.
Okay, fair enough. THW Non-X going to be joining the party from the west side, from the east side as well. Not making it into the next phase zone. Team Tamilas having a lot of troubles. True Reapers Jelly also making sure that they are safe and sound. They are going to be the last team to rotate in. But in the midst of all this smoke, guess what? THW Non-X, they have a major clash and they get wiped off as well.
And that is just going to be True Reapers Jelly getting those finishes for themselves. But they still need to make that climb. It's not going to be an easy one with Versatile having that line of fire. And Team Tamila is looking to recover as well, but the pressure is coming in from that team that's playing the cliff. SOA, all they have to do is keep their heads down, let all of these teams out in the open, fight each other. If they commit to the fights, they take the risk of getting eliminated. That's a good nade, should be able to find contact, and there it is. Team Tamila's wiped out. Perfect utility from Kyo Lamau.
Perfect nade from Kyo Lamau, indeed. True Reapers, they cleared out those shack. And just like that, they get themselves even more finishes. 6 in the bag, and True Reapers Jelly, look at this. They're so hesitant to play low ground. They want to play from underneath as go. What am I watching? There's no way up. He's stuck. Jelly's checking every single cranny to try and go up, but Kyo Lamau says, you know what? I'm going to play from on top and scout things out. Meanwhile, Rivalry NRI from the southwest corner, pinning VXT on the north, out in the open.
Oh man, this is going to be such a sweaty match. Even in that last game that FS won, let's not forget, it was the clutch play coming in from the players of FS that resulted in then getting the chicken in and not Cincinnati Kids. And Rivalry NRI are playing the exact spot that CK was stuck in.
Wait a minute. I'm seeing an additional team. And yes, guess what? I have not seen Troy Tamlin for the longest time. Guess what? He's in the motion, the furthest corner, just saying, hey guys, I'm going to play for placement points. I'm a mermaid right now. Oh no.
How did he get so far from the cliff though?
I don't know, man. Nobody's been able to spot him yet. And SOA now, they're getting knocked. Starboy goes down. Just Jelly finds the knock, finds the confirmation. And True Rippers Jelly gonna try and steal the chicken dinner away from SOA. But can they do so? The circle is going to be shifting on towards both True Rippers and SOA. And everybody needs to collide on towards them. Final 6 teams in the back. And Versatile losing members once more.
Yeah, it's very difficult for Versatile to move further inside of this match. As soon as they expose themselves in this flat area, Rivalry NRI and True Rippers Jelly will have the line of fire. There it is. It's just Rivalry that end up being the reason for the demise of Versatile. could be the game where Rivalry bounce back, but SOA magic ain't no much magic left in him. But point blank range, the push comes on, and XOXO, the feet slip. He falls down the cliff. It's a massive fall, but because of that, he does not have to engage into True Ripper's Jelly anymore. He's out of utility, but he can ping his teammates.
Oh, no.
But SOA, they're falling apart. It's just down to XOXO. His teammates are going to bleed out on that high ground, and Rivalry NRI, it might just be their steal in this match. Their finishes on the cliffside as they clean house. The players of True Ripper's Jelly falling apart. Likita Esports down to their last man, and SOA with that slip up, I think, have lost the opportunity to win this match.
Oh my goodness, Johnny, the curse is real, and now True Rippers, they are going to try and fight back as well. Sawham getting knocked off. Rivalry NRI still having the chance to actually reset this fight. Likita Esports still in the game as well with Goblin, the sole player on the bottom side. Smoker pretty much bled out, trying to regroup with XOXO, but it seems like it is going to be a lost cause for them because True Reaper's Jelly is going to force a fight against NRI right now, and whoever wins this major fight is most likely going to be taking the chicken dinner because there's no way Troy Diamond Esports is going to be able to make it to the shoreline here. As Hydro pretty much inside the waters, being a mermaid for the longest of time.
But playmaker for True Ripper's Jelly has to be Kyola Mao. He is playing that open flank. And if he finds the opening knock, or even if he can just mark the positions of his teammates, then True Ripper's Jelly, the secure, the win.
Nice
Finish
toss.
comes through. They're going to share those bandages, those first aids among themselves. Ninze with the nade cook. XOXO playing an off angle though.
He's trying to find him as well. 2 seconds left. Does he clip perfection? Barely clips it. Oh, just by a pixel off. Needs to find him exactly, but XOXO, they've heard him. They're aware of what's happening as well. But it's just not worth it. But Hydro, the mermaid, finally swims ashore. He's still so far away from the zone. I think XOXO might be able to spot him. Needs to be a little bit careful. Oh no, XOXO, he's looking at it the direction. He's holding the UMP. Does he spot him? No, he doesn't.
I don't think he cares.
It's so far off. It's so far off.
Die to the blue. I don't care about you.
Boy. Okay, his zone is not in yet. So technically, Gojo, does he see him? No,
Nah.
he doesn't. He's just swimming. Oh! Never mind. Never mind. I'm sorry. He tried.
Hey, but good performance, I think, considering they break into the top 5 in a desperate situation. He was in the water for like 10-15 minutes. An extreme display of patience. David Blaine would be proud of him.
Agreed. But at the same time, 4 versus 3 versus 1 versus 1. True Reaper's Jelly having the man advantage and looking to close out the game. But again, Rivalry NRI still looking for that potential spoiler here. And they need XOXO to make a mark on those True Reaper's Jelly. But Goblin as well, still at the bottom side, still proving to be a little bit of a problem for him. And as you can see, Gojo only having 26 bullets. Goblin just an absolute nuisance for the teams on top here.
Oh no,
Chandan, he actually dropped for this fight. They want to take him out. They need those resources. And he's going to go down, Goblin. He finds a finish for the team. NRI, they dropped the ball in this game now.
Yeah, that is just a throw. Chandan greed for the finishes backfires, and his team has just lost the chicken dinner in this game. Now the nades come flying. True Ripper's Jelly patient for so long. They have the finishes as well because they just waited on the compounds on the low grounds for a long time and got the finishes against the players of Team Tamilas as well during the mid-game stages.
Look at Kyo Lamau's position. It's a pretty, very dirty angle himself, but as of yet, I don't think Rivalry NRI has spotted him in yet. But as soon as he show himself, the knock comes through, and that's where the flush comes in. And yeah, here he goes, Kyo Lamau, opening a couple shots. Soham drop down pretty low. Nades comes through, trying to isolate them from that fight. Another nade comes through, and they get the knock on Soham. Gojo being tagged up, and you can see everyone from True Reaper's Jelly on the hunt. And will they get the confirmation? Yes, they will. It seems close. Gojo down towards the last tick. He's holding up those shotties, but he is gonna go down, and that's gonna be True Reaper's Jelly taking the chicken dinner as SOA, last man standing underneath him. XOXO.
Yeah, can't really do much. It's a 1v4. He is going to get finished off right now. True Ripper's Jelly. One big game. Hopefully this helps them bounce back because this is going to be more than 20 points. And there is the confirmation. The chicken dinner for True Ripper's Jelly comes through. An impressive turnaround because SOA, they were holding on to that high ground for the longest time. But one small slip up as The player fell, let go of the high ground advantage, and his teammates at the exact second on the high ground got knocked out. True Rippers Jelly traded spots, and that chicken dinner just slipped out from S. How unlucky do you have to be? You knew where the circle was going. The last time you were here, you finished in the top 4. This time you got there early, you had the prime spot, but then for some reason you decide to take a completely unnecessary fight and miss out on the chicken dinner.
Hey, small little mistakes is what cost you as well. So SOA has made one of those mistakes. NRI did the same mistake as well. Likita Esports, first team to dive down head in, also making the exact same mistake. So unfortunately to say, these 3 teams could not secure those chicken dinners, but they are still part of the top 5 echelon. So that's going to be good. But I would say the biggest loser and the biggest winner in this match is got to be Troy Tablet, because that guy, Hydro, being a mermaid, they only had 1 finishes in top 5. I would say they made the best out of what he could.
Yeah. I mean, best of the worst possible situation. Of course. And my question is, how did he get there in the first place? Because there was a massive cluster in the open field south of Pachinki. All the farms were covered, all the compounds were covered. There were teams playing the shoreline as well. It does not make sense.
Okay.
He was halfway between the main island and the military island.
So what happened with Troy Damilan was that, you know, Likita was concrete on the west side where they have 4 players, right? During stage 2, they already dropped towards what left 1 player left. Hydro was pretty much the last player left. So from all the way far west, he swam all the way to the middle of the ocean, where it is the furthest point from the rendering zone from the shorelines, and he stayed there from stage 3 until the end.
Yeah, and then he's just swimming, watching everyone shoot each other in front of him. That has to be a sight to witness, man, from his POV. But let's have a look at the highlights of this game, because this game got, well, it was exciting, but from our perspective, it was just a recap with the names of the teams changed. At FS, they are going to be kicking themselves, because this move, this push that they made towards the players of Hyderabad Hydras, it was made out of desperation. I think halfway through the match, they realized, hey, we've seen this before. We were in the winning spot. Let's go there again. And they completely forgot about the fact that there are 15 other teams in the game that are going to try and stop you.
I think True Rippers Jelly played SOA's previous spot a little bit better down from
Yes,
the bottom as well.
yes.
SOA had one of the prime position to hold that, and even that game, you see, like the exact same position where True Rippers went, in the exact same game in a different game, SOA was holding that spot and they had so many finishes despite not getting a chicken dinner. So I was very surprised they decided to give up the gas station here and gave it to True Reapers Jelly.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think SOA, maybe the struggle that was there for SOA last time was that climb uphill. Because when they tried to make the climb, that is when SOA got finished off. And True Rippers Jelly, as you mentioned, I see they played it better. They made that climb a little bit cleaner, because they did not go from the open positions. They went from the southern side of the cliff side, actually. And that denied the vision for the teams in the open spaces to actually take shots against True Rippers Jelly. So, again, experience in the hands of True Rippers gave them the opportunity to make that play. But SOA, again, brilliantly done, top to finish, not too shabby. That's a good game nonetheless.
Agreed. And nevertheless, I think like now when it comes to the top 8 position so far, it is getting closer and closer. And I feel like SOA is in a position where they should be A-okay, should be somewhere in the 70 mark, 60 ballpark right now.
I think comfortable footing, the safety cushion that we wanted to see has been gained. But the question is, can they get themselves over 90? Because again, comfortable safety over 92 as soon as you get maybe 95 or 100. If you can get yourself to 100, that is like a guaranteed Grand Finals ticket, right? You get a ticket to Kolkata delivered to you. But if you are struggling between the mid-80s, then the sword of Damocles is still on top of your head.
Agreed. It is going to be a very, very interesting as well, because we are only looking for 8 teams to qualify into the Grand Finals here from the semi-finals week 1 itself.
Yeah.
But currently, there's not a lot of space yet. There's well, we're not exactly sure how many teams yet, but by the end of today, we should find out at least 3 to 4 teams that kind of have the safety cushion. But for now, we're going to be taking a very, very short break, and right after this break, we'll see you guys in another group.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग, रोंडो जाना है क्या?
तू जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में मैं रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू रोंडो?
रन 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 रन
नेशन wants to know कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो अभी बताओ मुझे रोंडो।
अरे ओ कालिया कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार
रोंडो?
कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो?
क्यों बेटा कन्फ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में।
रोंडो 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 आगे।
रन 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 रन।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप. Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो। अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ। भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस.
अबे छोड़ो.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the realme BGIS 2025 first week of the semi-finals. Guys are currently watching day number 3 and of course the English broadcast. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me is going to be Necro as we take you through the commentary of the remaining matches. But as of yet, Necro, the fight for the top 8 is getting closer and closer towards the end. And we are about to find out who is going to be the top 8. It's going to be qualifying very, very soon here. But 2 more matches to go for day number 3 and 6 more matches tomorrow. It is going to be a very, very interesting one. But once again, we are going to see Group D again.
I mean, look, for the teams that are currently not in the top 8, for them, the head's pretty much on the swivel. If they do not perform, then we know they're going to move on towards the week 2 where another shot will be given to them to try and make it to the Grand Finals. But something that's going to help you guys with your gameplay is also going to be the realme P3 Ultra 5G. If you move on towards Google, search for the realme P3 Ultra 5G, you might just stand a chance to win the device and also some more exciting rewards.
Agreed. It is the world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset for double the performance in its segment. So be sure to check it out. Like I said, Google and search it on Flipkart, realme P3 Ultra 5G for the segment's most stable 90 FPS BGMI gaming. And you might be walking away with some of the amazing prizes yourself. So with that being said, let's talk a little bit more on what's going to be happening here as well. Because this upcoming match is going to be a match between Group C as well as Group D. Seoul, I don't know what happened, but it seems like my curse is going to be continuing here because Seoul hasn't had a very, very good game at all.
The previous game, they got eliminated by Phoenix Esports, right? And speaking of Phoenix Esports, at least we saw them alive for a long time in that game. It's not like they got instantly eliminated from that previous one. And looking at the Zone 2, it was the same circle where FS Esports got the chicken dinner with the help of those hovercraft. Unfortunately for FS Esports, this time they were not able to get the advantage. Instead, it was SOA with the advantage at the start. But they still somehow dropped the ball. We've got the MVP of the previous game. It's going to be Jelly from True Rippers with 5 finishes and 729 damage dished out.
Yep, they are going to be the MVPs here. They had 5 finishes in total. Following them on the top 5 here is going to be Chandan coming from Rivalry and RI with also 5 finishes. Ninze from True Rippers Jelly, 4 finishes. S-Power from Versatile having 3 finishes. And Neo from Likita Esports having 3 finishes. So based on this 5 MVPs thus far, you can safely say that the majority of the points has been evenly distributed in that fight itself. But now, FS Esports, they are currently in top 3 with 9 matches so far with 74 points. This is very, very concerning here. And all the top 8, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams that has played 9 matches thus far.
Now at this point, we can pretty much say that the top 4, they've sort of solidified their slot in the top 8 directly, right? There's no way they mess things up by a margin where they just do not really get any sort of points in the upcoming game. So for the top 4, they're pretty close to that qualification directly towards the Grand Finals. Latter half is going to be on the board as well. Vasista Esports barely on the cusp of making it to the top 8. The previous chicken dinner that they got really helped the players of Vasista Esports move on to that 9th spot. Third page is on the screen. Seoul, they're on a complete downfall. Hopefully they recover.
Yeah, same can be said for Revenant Xbox as well, because at the start of the day, they were the gatekeepers on 9th position with overall standings. And after so many games, they are currently kicked down 10 spots with only 41 points, and they've already played 9 matches. This is very, very concerning for the teams or in this case, the fans for Revenant Xbox in general. 8-bit also taking a very, very big tumble down bottom 21 place as well. Team Terminus was able to do a bounce back here, but on the final page itself, Hyderabad Hydras is the only team out of this bottom here was able to have a little bit of recovery, but they are still on 27 position.
That recovery is not even going to matter. They've only got 29 points. And in the span of 7 games, getting 29 points, that's nothing, man. And speaking of Revenant Spark, at least they've got some sort of a base setup for themselves. They've got 41 points so far. Revenant Spark can still bounce back easily if they play games without really involving their egos inside of the moments.
I don't know. I don't think it was ego. It's more like they just got caught up mid-rotation. And I feel like right now, Revenant Xbox, because they have played 9 matches, they have 3 more matches to go to actually make a bounce back. And that 3 match needs to be a banger in order to actually push into the top 8, because the chances of them qualifying seems to be very, very slim now.
So let's just say they need consistent performances after consistent performance. Not even a single game can be dropped by the players of Revenant Spark if they want to directly qualify from the week 1 itself. Let's move on towards the matchup and figure out which of these groups are going to be the one to duke it out. Group C is now going to step in the action. Mastermind Mavericks. I mean, this team is one of those teams that can be an X factor. They can pop out anytime. Reckoning Esports, a known name. Metal Esports too. They've been doing decent today, Cincinnati Kids. Currently doing really good in the overall standings in the top 2.
Yep, Genesis Esports, GlitchX Reborn, Diesel Esports, and Team Hades H4K was going to be part of that roster. With Group D, once again, we have Hyderabad Hydras, Versatile, Phoenix Esports, THWX Non-X Esports, Seoul, Team Tamilas, Ligita Esports, and Rivalry X and RI. And currently, everyone in the Group of Destruction is not doing well at all in the overall standings. I'm not going to lie, they are really, really struggling to farm some points here. Is it the Group of Destruction? Is it the Group of Chaos? I don't know, because now it's going to be Chaos going up against Destruction. Who will come on top?
In my opinion, just call them the group of sabotagers, because right now they're just sabotaging themselves. No one's able to get back up in the overall standings. No one's able to step back in the top 8, and that's really concerning. Seoul as well is not doing too good. You've got Phoenix Esports just sitting at the bottom, Hyderabad Hydras as well on the last page. And generally speaking, now is going to be the moment where they wake up. If they do not wake up right now, it's done.
They have to, right? They're playing 4 matches in total. So they're playing this and also 1 more match later on, I believe. So in total, they've played a total of 7 matches, whereas the rest have played 8 or 9 so far. So if Group D is able to bounce back here in 2 more games, they should do it right here, right now. Ligita Esports, we saw a little bit of moments coming from them, so they should be in contention to try and fight for it, but they need a big game.
Without a doubt, man. Look at the esports too, needs a massive game. And specifically teams like Cincinnati Kids have already secured a slot. They're definitely going to try to be a bit of that spoiler. They're going to try to put the spanner in the works for the teams that haven't really qualified. And let's be honest, if you're someone with already a big cushion in the overall standings, why would you not want to take down the teams that can be potential threat for you in the Grand Finals?
Well, you're not wrong. You're not exactly wrong as well. But I want to see whether or not that's going to be the case here, because now in this upcoming match, it's going to be a different one as well, because we're not seeing Erangel, we're not seeing Miramar, we're going to see Sandhawk in general. So firepower is going to be very, very important. And of course, will the circle shift to Alpha and give Seoul the chance? We shall see, because now we're going to be jumping into the game.
As the plane's going to be in the sky, starting all the way from Hathin towards down south. Camp Charlie. Now this plane fly path heavily tilted towards the left side of the map, but since it's the map of Sandhawk, it really does not make a lot of difference.
Well, seeing how the thing is going to be happening as well, Seoul obviously going to be taking Alpha Island for themselves. I'm going to be expecting company is going to be the question here. Likita, where are you, Likita? Okay, Likita's not going to be going there. Seems like they are going to be going to his ruins, I believe. Yep, they are going to be heading to his ruins, so no contention up to his Alpha Island. We do see a little bit of a drop clash between potentially THW Non-X and maybe Team Mastermind Mavericks as well. Bootcamp seems to be a little bit of an awkward fight right now.
Cincinnati Kids and Diesel Esports dropping right next to each other. Even that can be potential clash. Genesis right next to the players of H4K. Team Hades. This fight can be a weird one as well, since Genesis is really close to that qualification bracket. Pretty much sitting inside of the top 8. Genesis today's day haven't really been that great. Genesis needs these points. And if you speak about Team Hades, they're just not doing that great either in the overall standings. For Hades, this can be a recovery fight. For Genesis, this is a fight for consistency. Both the teams quite desperate. And generally speaking, for an org as well, Genesis, this might just be their first time qualifying towards the official LAN. So this really means a lot, even for the managers, even for the team in general. And speaking of the team, unfortunately for Genesis, a major setback's handed out. The first man gets knocked out. Apollo out of commission. Instant confirmation follows up to Cyrax spots out Knight. A bit of that glimmer spotted. Cyrax reveals his position in return, also hands out a death blow. That's going to be the revenge and also the equal trade. Genesis Esports, they've managed to chip out a lot of damage against the players of Hades. But vice versa too. Even Cyrax is taken down super low. The man does not even have any sort of vest, neither helmet. And that's a major concern. Cyrax gets shot from the site. Hades, they get another confirmation against the players of Genesis. And now the fight's taken down to a 2-on-3. Hades with the man advantage. Genesis, they can be suffocated to death. You can see Mac all the way in the back lines. He's not even in the fight.
Well, Genesis is really struggling right now. Cyrax and Apollo, the Thief and the Clutchmeister getting taken out from the side of Genesis Esports. And right now, they're going to be completely flushed.
Soul's looking to third party this. Things can be really weird. The moment Genesis or even Hades is done with this fight, Soul's gonna third party. Problems will keep on stacking up, but look at Genesis make a comeback in this duel. Shadow is on the verge of wiping out the entirety of Hades. This is looking pretty interesting. Genesis, if they somehow pull things back, if they somehow clutch it out, it will be insane. Shadow handing out death blows to two of the players. Now he's got the advantage to his teammates. Man advantage in the hands of Genesis while Hades taken down to just one man.
Well, seems like Soul finally decides to try and go for the third party, but seems like the crash comes through. The rest of the pack is here, but they don't see anyone. And they're a little bit afraid here. They finally see Genesis. Hunter's going for the rush, and that's going to be the knock coming on towards Genesis. Mac goes down. And Genesis, they get completely hunted down as Nako finds two. And the rest of H4K also falls as Soul will be able to clean out everyone in this fight.
Just as I said, Soul was ready to third party this the moment they heard all those shots, and they went in. No matter who would have won that fight, even if Genesis would have eliminated the players of Hades, this would have been the same outcome because Soul was ready with their guns trained. And now look at what happens over here towards this compound. TSW non-X in a world of trouble. Man gets knocked out and confirmed. Ranveer is still driving around the compound. Rivalry. They're taking a lot of shots against the man out in the open. The confirmation follows up. Roman's not in the game anymore. THW, the remaining two men on the hilltop, they now need to be the best friends, and that's why they just get back in the vehicle and back away from this spot.
Oh boy, THWX non-X Esports now also in the gutter, taking some shots themselves. They are trying their best to qualify to the top 8, but again, inside Sandhawk is very difficult. No matter where you rotate, it's just not enough space, and guess what? They run in towards another team, and that's gonna be Team Tamilas. Oh no, forced to take a pit stop in towards Quarry. Nades being cooked up, but unfortunately to say, there's no way out once you go in. Oh no, not a good sight here for THWX non-X.
Yeah, the players are taken down real low. Levi's on the verge of being knocked out. And THWX non-X is on the run. Genuinely speaking, in general, this fight is just not valuable for the players of THW non-X. It's better to just run away from it. But do they have any other escape options available? Even that's a question. Team Tamilas, they really want to suffocate the players, just choke them to death. And Team Tamilas have no clue that there's just two men standing. If they had, I'm pretty sure we would have seen them go a little bit more aggressive, but maybe not so, because even GlitchX Reborn is in the nearby vicinity.
Speaking of vicinity, is the circle going to shift north side is going to be the question here, because GlitchX Reborn, they have a good track record. If it shifts north, they tend to win the chicken dinner. But it feels like this circle, a majority of the teams are actually wondering if it's going to be in the Quarry circle vicinity here. Even Rivalry NRI, we saw a little bit of glimmer as well. They're pretty much in the middle. Look at this. GlitchX Reborn is still deciding, should it be this side or not? Damila's also going to be deciding, is it going to be on Quarry? Meadow is also deciding, is it going to be Quarry? But it seems like almost what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 teams is inside Quarry? What?
Yeah.
That's a lot of people.
I mean, it's the centric part, right, at the end of the day, so everyone just wants to close on up towards it. And look at what's happening over here. Rivalry in a world of trouble. Utility is starting to do some serious damage. Man gets knocked out. Gojo. Even the confirmation's going to follow up soon. The Molotov's right next to him. He's getting ticked away to his death. Rivalry NRI. Yeah, Gojo gets confirmed. That's going to be free elimination points in the hands of Reckoning Esports. But even for Reckoning Esports, all the 4 players standing, so they can go for a risk like this.
Oh, speaking of a risk right now, Reckoning Esports having a little bit of indecisiveness, trying to figure out what's going on. They're pretty much surrounded as well. Seems like Rivalry NRI has a clearer picture. They're pretty much pinned between GlitchX Reborn and also Reckoning Esports. But it seems like NRI, they're pretty okay. You know, the compound is pretty good spread as well. They do have a lot of cover to work with. Whereas GlitchX Reborn, the moment they're going for the hard push, they are going to get shot. But this 3-way showdown is actually helping Rivalry NRI because Reckoning Esports is not going to let GlitchX Reborn have an easy pass into this fight.
Yeah, they won't. Man's out in the open. Shots taken. Luckily enough, it's too far away, so the bullet's just whizzing past him. A few more shots taken. Those bursts just not able to find the connection. The next zone's going to be shifting around the players of Phoenix Esports and even GlitchX Reborn in the smack center, so that's a really good thing. A lot of teams were stacking around that core area, but now this zone is going to be clearing all of that fog.
Yeah, Paradise completely unoccupied in this situation. Phoenix has a really good idea that the entire Northeast is kind of clear right now. GlitchX Reborn also going to be looking to find a couple of space, but we are going to be expecting a potential rotation clash on the south corner here. Look at this. Team Tamilas, as well as Versatile, Hyderabad Hydras, Metal, everybody needs to run through this entire cluster gathered in the south side. So it is going to be very, very tough for them. Soul, a little bit late rotation for the northwest. Goblin going to be coming from the west side. It seems like there is a lot of room to work with, whereas the south is just a complete chaos happening right there.
Yeah, down south does not seem that clear. 3 teams right behind each other. And VXT is one of them. In front of VXT, there's THW and OnX, and then in front of THW, there's Team Tumulus. Versatile is also one of those teams desperate for points, but maybe something that's going to help you with your desperation and also the hunger of being good at the games. It's going to be the realme P3 Ultra 5G with smartest AI gaming control and, of course, the world debut Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset. If you move on towards Google, search for the realme P3 Ultra 5G. You might just stand a chance to win the device.
Speaking of a device to be earned right now, be sure, like Necro said, search it up on Google, search it up on Flipkart, find out those specs, and like you said, can you get another phone for yourself? We shall see. But for now, seems like the bridge, Soul, they're gonna get gatekeeped. But look at the Goblin, he himself finds 2. And just like that, so they lose 2 players. Viper trying to save the day on their horse. And it seems like, well, Viper will wrap them up. So Soul,
yep,
they're done. They're done for.
Rough luck for Soul. It's Karma returning back. The third party went back once again towards Camp Alpha. They wanted to go for a late game rotation, but just never works out. Soul losing out on 2 players in that instance. The remaining 2 are already inside of the circle, by the way.
Mistakes were made there. And Lekitari Sports is able to kind of find a couple of stragglers here. They're still rotating from the north. They're unsure of where the other players is. But Nako, wow! What a very interesting way to actually play this terrain. You expect teams to play on that shack. It is one of the best dividers in this zone. But Nako just took it on a different level because I have no clue how you are going to be able to drive up here.
Buggy is pretty good at driving on those type of terrains. He can directly climb walls too, so that's what he took advantage of.
This is like Miramar all over again, but for them to actually pull this off, it's so ridiculously hard. Normally people will start shooting at you, but for Nako to get away with this is the best spot possible for Soul to capitalize right now.
Seems like it, but that also really comes with a lot of risk. The moment Knuckle goes for the shots, there's going to be a lot of returning fire too, and if Knuckle gets knocked out on the hilltop, he's done for.
Well, technically, you know, if he tries to drop down and his teammates catches him midway, he can still kind of be resurrected. But it has to be execution, right? So let's take a look at the zone. Okay, never mind. That spot is just completely useless now for Nako. Yeah. So it completely shifts out to there. Feels bad. It is going to be a bond circle.
Yeah.
Most likely going to be a bond circle, but bond is not exactly the greatest to actually hold inside here, even though it is a carnival on its own. But the surrounding of bond is just hills after hills, so that is going to be a lot of high ground advantage, a lot of open spaces, which allow Glitch as Reborn to actually capitalize on as well from the north side. So teams are going to struggle a little bit trying to play around Bond.
Soul just lost out another man while they try to pull off that rotation. Manya is the only one who made it towards the compound. He's the only man alive too for Soul. Bad games after bad games. The woes just keep on continuing. Soul, they need a nuclear performance. But let's not forget, when we thought that Soul will be eliminated from the wild cards, they just pulled off one of the biggest comebacks that we've never saw anyone pull off. So anything can happen. It's one of those wild card teams that can be real wild at moments.
Well, it's now or never. Manya has got to pull a big dub right now. But as of yet, they've got 3 finishes, but they are currently with 14 teams still alive here. Sandhawk getting a little bit crowded, but guess what? GlitchX Reborn now going head-to-head against Reckoning Esports. As they do not finish their fight. Well, this is still going to be their first time fighting, I guess. So Akshat going to be in the front lines. Viper has a rough idea where Viper is, but I don't think they know Viper knows. So Akshat actually not lobbing the nade on Viper. Interesting. Huh.
I don't think they've got a clue that Viper's right next to him. Look at Rex getting knocked in the back. It's also Phoenix Esports now stepping in the playing field. GlitchX, they're getting third-party. Reckoning Esports hammering them down. Phoenix Esports taking shots against him, finding those knocks. GlitchX Reborn is in a world of trouble. And Akshat just backs away from this spot. Viper hears those footsteps fading away. That's why he moves up now. Reckoning Esports, they're gaining confidence in this duel. And it does not seem like the players want to back away either. But since this can be one of the best spots Reckoning Esports can contest, they want to go for the fight.
There's no reason to fight right now. Like, the circle is still in their favor. And if they go in for hard commit and get third party, they just lose all sense of initiation right from the get-go, right? So just take a little bit chill pill, wait for the zone, and then just focus on farming finishes right now. And now on the east side, look at the Esports. What a huge rotation from the west all the way to the north, and then now coming in from the east side. They are going to be one of the latest teams to rotate in. But with that knock coming in from the south side, Cincinnati kids, what a shot though. Hackers actually getting knocked off. They get the regroup, but they are going to be in this next phase of zone. Stage 4 is going to be the crucial factor on where it goes, because right now it is about up here. We have an even spread throughout this entire circle. If it is a bond circle, oh my goodness, Phoenix prime position right now.
They've got a big spread going on. Venom, Fury, right next to each other. Even Altu is there in the mix. And then you've got Aimbot right there. Phoenix Esports, big split. Just the way OG was playing in the previous game of Sandhawk, it's the same way Phoenix Esports is also deciding to play. But you've got teams like, look at the Esports, that can be real spanner in the works. Hector spotted out with his teammate, Viper. Ejects out of that vehicle. Aimbot knows exactly what's going on in the nearby terrain. Manya is getting pushed on by the entirety of Rivalry. They know where Manya is positioned to. Manya not even moving an inch. He's letting the players have that sense of security. And Manya fights the strike. He wanted to go for the confirmation too, but then he knows he's getting pounced on from the back. Manya, he needs to stop this prowl. Also getting shot at from the window. Manya, he's got nowhere to go, and one bullet will seal the deal.
My goodness, Chandan, that support was so spot on because Manya felt like he was about to obliterate everyone inside his house. The support came true, and fortunately for Rivalry and NRI, they will be able to come on top. But unfortunately to say, Seoul will be the next team to be eliminated. GlitchX Reborn, they heard all these commotions, but they are not exactly in the safe spot yet. Bond Circle, very, very tough to play. Everybody is dodging the Carnival, and everyone from the south side is looking to try and wrap things up as well. Team Mastermind Mavericks going up against Cincinnati kids on the south side of this compound. Fortunately for them, they do have compound, they have time. No reason to rush this fight, but as of yet, Cincinnati kids, they can play spoilers for everyone.
They indeed can. Cincinnati kids sort of having an advantage inside of the fight because they've got more breathing room. There's also, look at the Esports around the fray, so they need to be cautious of that too. The moment the fight kicks off, there's going to be, look at the Esports wanting to third party. Mastermind Mavericks not doing too good either. A lot of desperate teams in this lobby. Mastermind Mavericks, they've got a decent bit of cover to play with. Metal Esports getting obliterated too with those well-placed nade, and that's going to be the elimination of Metal Esports from this game, but still Phoenix Esports is live and cooking, and they've got a lot of terrain control at this point. Shots taken against Fury, no connection found though.
THWX, Non-X, also another team that got eliminated. Diesel, Hyderabad Hydras, everyone's gotten eliminated so far. But Reckoning Esports, Dion, what a shot. Akshat pretty much getting knocked off. Dion continuing the pressure. Can he find those confirmations? Drex dropped down pretty low. Dion looking to try and make things miserable for Glitch X Reborn, who's currently pretty much stuck outside the zone. Dion just making sure that they don't rotate in safely. But the pickup is good. Akshat still has a little bit more time. Dion going for the spray once more. Sees the pixel, but no connections.
With all those shots, Reckoning Esports has also given away their position.
Oh my goodness.
So even Phoenix Esports is now well aware. Look at Glitch X Report. The revive might just come through. Reckoning Esports is constantly peppering shots against him, and the revival is actually going to come through. This is a big save from Rex. Look at the Esports slowly and steadily getting dismantled. Hector is out in the open. Not a lot of playing surface available for the man either. He's slowly and steadily going to suffocate too. Cincinnati Kids as well, busy duking it out against Team Mastermind Mavericks. But Aimbot, he's busy with his eyes focused on Likitha. As now he moves back and focuses on the players of Team Mastermind Mavericks. Team Mastermind Mavericks, they wipe out the entirety of Cincinnati Kids.
What a clutch. Mastermind Mavericks realizes that, hey, zone is not in favor. It's time to push. And they again went in and just wiped everyone out here. Rickson also going to be inside the zone very, very quickly here. But it's interesting that they are in a very, very split because Team Mastermind Mavericks is currently in the blue. Pay attention to map as well. Rickson already in the center, while Phoenix Esports is pretty much still gatekeeping on the east side. They heard all this commotion. They have a wide spread, but there's no major fights yet for the side of Team Phoenix. Reckoning Esports somehow dominates the north side. They are able to wipe out another team from the northwest corner. But look at us now. They are going to be focused down by Phoenix Esports.
That tunnel fire is good. Just absolutely beating the players of Likitha Esports in the open ground, and they don't stand a chance. Mastermind Mavericks, they might just be next now. Aimbot just tracing them to death. Mastermind Maverick, the players, or at least a few players from that team, have found themselves in the safety lights. Spots out those toes too, but does not have the line of sight yet. He knows there's someone behind the rock, needs one more connection, but no. He backs away in the nick of time, but look at Rickson too from Mastermind Mavericks. He's in the smack center.
See, that's the thing, right? Rickson is able to spot out Aimbot, but the problem is they need Rickson to knock him out because if Aimbot doesn't get knocked, his teammates is not going to be able to save him, safely make it into the zone as well. So right now, seems like Phoenix Esports, they are going to back out. So that might be the call to actually push in. But as soon as I say this, Altu finds a knock on Mastermind Maverick from afar in the north side as well. Mastermind Mavericks, no room to walk out, and L2 finds a very, very nasty pixel as well.
It's not looking good for Phoenix Esports. They're tunnel visioned, and Reckoning Esports is moving from the back. You've got VXT now taking a fight against Rivalry 2. Even Rivalry is getting picked off from two different angles. VXT, they've got the major advantage in the fight itself. But even VXT, they've got another team to worry about. Soham with a well-placed knock. That's going to give Soham at least a bit of that sigh of relief to move up close and personal and maybe find some sort of a stability in the game. Soham, the only man alive, he gets third-partied from Team Tumulus.
My goodness. Soham, he tried his best, but what a save from S-Power. Immediately picks him up and says, you know what, zone is coming, let's rotate out. And he gets him out to safety as well. They even get the reset. Equinox, what a save. S-Power being picked up, but at the same time, they run into his Mastermind Mavericks. He's not over yet. S-Power getting re-knocked once more, and now Maxmer getting knocked out from Somraj. But at the back, he gets shot.
Rough luck.
Versatile, in a lot of pain.
S-Power is knocked out, Raiden's still up, giving the revival. S-Power will be back up on his feet, so Versatile once again looking okay. 5 finishes racked up, backs against the blue. It's starting to move, and this time it's going to do a lot of damage as well. Reckoning Esports having no mercy either. The man was busy spraying, he gets taken down in the end. Reckoning Esports down and out from the game itself, and that's also going to be a big sigh of relief for Phoenix Esports.
Final 4 Team Phoenix making a comeback. Mastermind Mavericks as well. Team Tamilas, everybody looking for those chicken dinners, but look at this, Phoenix Esports. They're going for the rush and switch here. Venom, what's going on? What are you doing? He gets knocked, and he's going to pay the price. And now Phoenix, they lose 2, they lose 3, they lose everyone. Hey, what happened, Phoenix? What was that play?
This is an absolute throw from Phoenix Esports. They thought they've got the biggest advantage, but then they just messed things up big time. So far, they were playing so tactically sound, but the moment they thought they've got the advantage, the ego kicked in, and they messed up everything. This could have been the game that Phoenix Esports was desperately searching for, but hold on to that thought. VXT, they might just bring back to life, because they're doing some serious damage to the lobby, but that's when Rickson kicks in, and he finds that crucial knock. S-Power gets knocked out. He's out of commission for now, at least for a few more seconds. Raiden is once again getting the revival.
Because of Phoenix's blunder, Mastermind Mavericks now in the prime position, but Versatile knows exactly where they are. They are going to be able to pin them out. Raiden dropping down very low. No more Mets for both S-Power and Raiden. And one perfectly well-placed nade is going to seal the deal. But the zone coming in, they have to move through. Team Tamila is also going to be looking to try and secure the chicken dinner. They're inside the zone. They don't even have enough Mets. Fox is able to share it with Maxi. 5 finishes in the back. Final 3 teams. Versatile, they see them.
No.
Oh, he goes for the spray. S-Power finds 1 knock. Can he find a second? No, he will not. And Raiden will fall, and we are down towards the final 2 teams.
Mastermind Mavericks with the maximum advantage inside of the final few moments. 10 finishes racked up. These frags, they're just the confidence booster. Mastermind Mavericks, this game was desperately needed for the boys as well, and Team Tamilas, even in the final 2, they're doing okay. Even for Team Tamilas, they were desperate for a game like this, but Rickson gets knocked out. Still a fighting chance for Team Tamilas, but the moment I say so, the last man gets struck down from Mastermind Mavericks, and this is where they claim the chicken dinner. Solid stuff. The moment Phoenix Esports messed up, Mastermind Mavericks knew this was their game because they had a lot of control.
Yeah, they had so much information, but what a game for Mastermind Mavericks as well. When you look weak, make them pounce on you, and the moment they pounce, we come back strong. And that is Mastermind Mavericks here, playing with the minds of Phoenix Esports as they get completely shut down. What a comeback from Mastermind Mavericks. In like, this split should not have been possible. Rickson was inside, he had so much information, but it felt like Mastermind Mavericks had no way of surviving, but after that push from Phoenix,
yeah, I don't know what they did. Genuinely speaking, Phoenix Esports, this was their game. They had everything working for them. Every single thing was just falling into that piece. They needed this game too, but then that push, 3 players pushing up against 1 man, and Mastermind Mavericks with perfect cover fire, just ripping all the 3 players apart. In my opinion, they should have played a little bit more safe. They should have defended their position for the longest.
Well, with that being said as well, Mastermind Mavericks now with their chicken dinner and also more than 10 finishes thus far will give them a lot of points to try and catch up as well, because all 3 teams, Team Mastermind Mavericks, Versatile, and also Team Tamilas are the teams who are currently in the bottom. And now making the top 3 with a decent amount of finishes, they will have enough points to have a fight for the top 8 spots as well.
Look, now for Mastermind Mavericks, as you mentioned, this is going to be the moment where they pull off the comeback. And there's just too many teams today. We've seen them pull off comebacks, right? We've seen consistent games from a decent amount of teams. Let's not forget Rider Esports too. Even that game from Miramar where they had 28 points, even they've managed to pull off a comeback. Even in the past couple of games, we've seen some off teams get those chicken dinners, constantly bolstering their confidence and also clawing their way up in the overall standings. In general, it's not looking too good for the cutoff because it's going to keep on rising up.
I feel like the cutoff might be lower than expected because of the fact that today itself, the teams in the bottom are really messing up the tempo and momentum for the teams in the middle who's trying to fight as well. And because of this influx that is fighting between them, as the game progresses, as the day progresses as well, teams in the middle and also the team in the bottom are starting to even things out. And that means the cutoff will be lower than expected because it could be anyone inside the top 8 right now.
You've got a point too, right? There's 2 ways to look at it. If the teams at the bottom keep on consistently performing, that means the cutoff goes up. But if it's just a fluke, if it just happens once in a while, then the cutoff is not going to rise at all. Because still the middle pack will consistently be at the middle, and the bottom will be at the bottom. Look at the esports as a prime example of that. They're not able to get out of the position that they've found themselves in the overall standings. They're constantly pinned on the same spot.
Yeah, I agree. But seeing this as well, this final few fights happening as well, to see Versatile actually being very consistent in finding those finishes, this is actually a good sign for Versatile because they are starting to get a little bit more those placement points. But this final fight here, Marco, my goodness, Adi and Marco just completely shutting down the push coming from Phoenix, which resulted in them getting wiped out.
Generally speaking, that push was just, as I call, a brainless push from the side of Phoenix Esports. They were playing so well, they were playing tactically so sound, they had a great split going on, but then something hits them, and the confidence just takes over, and that was overconfidence right there.
great. Rickson was the first player from the side of Mastermind Merrick to sneak inside the zone. He had so much information. When he was able to regroup with his team here and finally put a fight towards the backlines, it just... Versatile just wasn't expecting Rickson at all.
Yeah, exactly. In the end moment, Rickson was the main playmaker, straight up. He pretty much disrupted the flow for the players of Versatile in the end as well. He was constantly pinning the players of Team Tumulus too, so they just had nowhere to go. And Rickson was the main playmaker. As you mentioned, Intel is a must. And for Mastermind Mavericks, Rickson was providing that.
Well, I agree with Intel. I agree with the position. I agree with the timing. They were pretty much stuck as well. What I disagree is that Phoenix... You guys had the prime position to get the chicken dinner and maybe make a comeback, but...
Yeah. Genuinely speaking, look...
Like, I don't want to diss you guys, but... What was that?
Yeah. Look, Phoenix Esports, they've been making those same mistakes over and over again. It's not even a question. We've seen Phoenix Esports make some of the most questionable decisions out of all the pro teams we've seen so far. And in my opinion, look, at the end of the day, the golden word here is decision.
Okay.
Phoenix Esports just needs to get their decision-making right. Simple. The moment they find those right strings, the moment they make those right decisions, the IGL I'm speaking of, it's all going to fall into the right place for Phoenix Esports. They've got the firepower, they've got the tactics, just the decision-making needs to be good. For now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. The last game will be up after this. Welcome back after that short break, and now it's Johnny with me on the panel, but I've got an interesting news for you guys. If you move on towards Google and search for the realme P3 Ultra 5G, you might just stand a chance to win the device itself and also some more interesting rewards. This device comes with a lot of features. Smartest AI gaming control, world debut for the Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset. What else do you want? So move on towards Google right now, and you might just stand a chance to win the device for free.
Exactly, and again, it is going to be exciting to see how you guys perform on this device, and we'll see a few of you in the upcoming tournaments as well.
Maybe.
But bringing the conversation back to where we are in our day, Necro, that game of Sanhok, interesting to say the least.
Look, once again, Phoenix Esports, for some reason, something hits them, and the brainless aggression once again comes out. Everything was really good till those final few moments, till that push came in towards Mastermind Mavericks, and that push was there for no reason. They should have realized Mastermind Mavericks, the numbers are intact. What was the main reason to make that push? No reason, but they still made it happen.
There's a reason. It's Phoenix Esports. That's the reason, man. All of a sudden, I think something inside of them clicks. Or maybe it just turns off. Okay, let's go. And they just charge forward.
Look, man, straight up decision-making, they need to be updated, in my opinion. The IGL needs to get things a little bit more calm and composed, because the way they played that game of Sanhok, yes, they were playing it quite defensive, they were playing it quite good. I like that. But something just happened.
I think it's just like you said. I think might have just given up on week one itself. Like, yeah, boys, week one is already over. Tomorrow we just play for an obligation, then we go for week two.
But that chicken dinner could have actually been the moment where they could have bounced back. Imagine more than 20 points in that game, or maybe even 19 points in that game. Phoenix Esports gets a little bit closer to that qualification tally, and then they get another good game, and Phoenix Esports could have just made it to the top 8. If you can, you might as well try to grab it.
I think you never know. It would have gotten them what, like, in 8 matches, imagine you convert 1 or just stacked against you. And again, this one game, it gets them to the middle pack, but still they would have been quite far away from that qualification bracket, especially the teams in the top 8 are now kind of getting consistent, to be honest.
True that. I mean, look, they would still be real far. They've only got, what, 13 or 14 points in the overall standing so far.
Yeah.
The previous game, they had 4 elimination points, so add 4 more points in total. But if Phoenix Esports gets even a 20 bomber, that's just going to put them around a 35-pointer in the overall standings. It's not a lot of points, but still it can be something that can wake up the momentum.
See, at the start of the day, they needed about 40 points, and then the gap just kept growing bigger and bigger and bigger. In this game, top 5 players, we see 8 finishes at least on Fury and Aimbot, so there is decent amount of points. Had they gotten the chicken dinner, things could have looked different, but I think we are stuck in the same situation again.
Yeah, it would have been a nuclear performance. Overall stats on the screen. Yeah. Once again, the top 3, it's not even changing. Ryder Esports is on the 4th. You've got SOA right there on the 5th spot. Interesting. Now the Undergods, they're once again starting to dominate, Johnny. FS Esports, Ryder Esports, SOA, 3 Undergods right there in the top 8. We'll make that Mastermind Mavericks too. You've got 4.
Yeah, and these teams are just doing phenomenal, but look at where the cutoff is right now. 8th position, 60 points. Then we have True Rippers Jelly with 57 on the 9. Things are getting extremely heated up. If you're Likita Esports, you're thinking about those 17 points required to push you inside of the top 8.
Interesting. I mean, Likita Esports, it feels like they're not really having those good games, but still they're slowly and steadily amping themselves up in the overall standings, which is a really good thing. It's not a big catapult, but they're just pushing themselves up by 1 position every game.
And you talk about slow and steady climb. You see Seoul, they have kind of had a slow and steady drop. They start the day on the 2nd page of the leaderboard. Now they're on the 3rd page.
Still recoverable though.
Hey, Phoenix is not last anymore. They have climbed to the 31st position.
They've played 8 games so far, and in the span of 8 games, they've managed to acquire 24 points. As you mentioned, Phoenix Esports is not last anymore, but imagine if Phoenix Esports gets a 30 bomber in the upcoming game.
Yeah, that
they get really close. They get really close to top 8.
And they have 1 more day left after that.
And this is what I was saying. If Phoenix Esports, if they have a chance to grab the chicken dinner, just go for it, man. Stop going for brainless aggression this late inside of the game, because you guys were really close. They had all the stars aligned for that chicken dinner, but they still threw it with that 1 push.
Hey, I mean, you remember how our journey started, right? In the grind itself, Phoenix Esports, that first Erangel they played, it was a big game coming for them. This next Erangel, if they can channel their inner form from the grind stages, who knows? Maybe they drop a 30 bomber, secure the chicken, and we see this team join the fight for qualification once more.
Anything can happen. It's Phoenix Esports at the end of the day, and as I mentioned, they're one of those wild cards that are really wild when they wake up.
Yeah.
We've got the teams playing on the screen for the upcoming game. Group B, once again, is back in the action. That means we're going to be able to see God Mino back in the action.
We get to see God Mino back in the action, but Phoenix Esports, we keep talking about Phoenix because this is the biggest name that did quite well in the early stages and now is just burning in the fire of their own mistakes. But Yasnaya, Phoenix versus Ryder Esports. Ryder is doing quite well. They are in the top 5. Phoenix in the bottom 5. If they win that fight, it gives them the early momentum of securing those finishes. And as you were talking about it, of dropping that 30 bomb in the upcoming match.
And Johnny, do not forget, Phoenix is a symbol of rebirth.
Exactly.
They can anyways rise back up from the ashes if they really do take things seriously.
Necro, I mean, I remember back in the days you would give teams motivational speech and they would just pop off. Can we have that once more?
I've already given them that motivational speech. Look, for Phoenix Esports, at this point, we all know there's a big chance you guys are packing up your bags and going towards the semifinals week 2. This is a straight up fact, but there's still 10% chance that you guys might push yourself in the top 8, and for that, you need that brainless aggression. So in my opinion, Phoenix Esports, once again, go back in the game, guns blazing, get yourself a 30-pointer. That's the only way you can find yourself in the top 8. If you're not able to do so, it's okay. You're not eliminated. Week 2 is still waiting for you.
When I asked you to motivate them first, you whacked them on the face just telling them you're packing up your bags and going to week 2.
I mean, look, Johnny, sometimes the toxic motivation works out. I just slapped them up with the reality. That's it.
Yeah, you gotta shake and wake them up, right? Yeah. And hopefully the Phoenix is gonna rise from the ashes after this motivation in the last match of the day, because that might be the last opportunity, because tomorrow, I think maybe they are just going to get targeted and maybe they are just going to be forced to stay outside of the top 8.
It's not just about Phoenix, though. Even Seoul is pretty much on that same cusp. We've also got Hyderabad. Hydra is on the same terrain, too. Now, for Seoul, let's not forget, the way they've got to the semifinals has been quite an interesting way. It was a roller coaster of emotion. The first 3 games that Seoul played, performance was lacking. Then the latter 3 games that Seoul played, the performance was just oozing out. It was all across the board. Seoul was unstoppable. And that's why Seoul, we know, they just never give up. So even for Seoul, they still stand a chance, and they've got more points than Phoenix and Hyderabad Hydras both combined.
Exactly. I mean, Seoul still on that 3rd page of the leaderboard, as you mentioned, better odds of making it into the top 8 rather than Hyderabad Hydras. But again, as you mentioned, those last 3 games, the first big performance came on an angle with all of those finishes, and then the Miramar chicken is what pushed them inside of the qualification bracket for the semifinals in the wildcard stage. But we have a substitution happening, And it is going to be Devansh stepping in and Exist being subbed out. I mean, do you think they've given him enough chances?
Yeah, they have. It's just about the playtime now. Rider Esports knows they have made the cut. No matter even if they get 5 points per game, they're still going to qualify. It's not even a question. So the same thing can be said for Seoul too. Rider Esports made a major comeback with that 28-pointer in the map of Miramar. And even if Seoul finds that 28-pointer once again for themselves, even Seoul directly moves on in the top 8.
Plus, we have seen Devansh in the past. He has put up decent number in the matches that he has played in. So there is still the opportunity for Rider Esports to have a good performance. But hey, look at this. Some is subbed out and Ronnie being put back in. Now, this is a big one. We thought the core 4 of Seoul is going to be Manya, Nakul, Some and Hunters. Because Some and Hunters together, that extra bit of firepower. But now, Ronnie, one of the main core 3 of Seoul, is stepping back in.
This will be interesting, though. I would love to see how this trio works out once again, right? Manya, Knuckle, Ronnie, and then you've got a man like Hunters who does pack a lot of punch, too. Speak of Ronnie, he's one of those controlled aggressors, just like Athenki from OG. So this will be an interesting addition from Seoul. That means Seoul is now going to focus a lot more on tactics.
I agree with you on that, because the playstyle completely switches. When you have Some and Hunters, you are playing frag heavy. You have these two amazing mechanically gifted frontliners that you're going to force to the front lines, while Nakul and Manya try to find those openers from the flank. With Ronnie, it's more controlled, as you mentioned. You hold back a little bit more. You have one aggressor who's going to play that flank position. The other 3 players end up being the distraction, the cluster that forces everyone towards them. If Hunters finds those openings, then this team can definitely turn around those 4v4s in their favor every time.
But Johnny, this is also a little bit of a concern. Have Seoul really given up on qualification? Because the comeback they made in the wildcards was with the same playing 4 that they were playing with so far.
That is true, but at that time, Manya had to do a lot of heavy lifting rather than the 2 star players we expected the performance from.
True that, man. But at the end of the day, a comeback's a comeback. A win's a win. And Seoul was able to make it till the semifinals with the same playing 4. Now that Ronnie's back in the playing 4, I would love to see how this combination works out. At the end of the day, you need to try everything before you move on towards the Grand Finals. And Seoul just giving Ronnie a bit more of that playtime. Let's move on towards the last game of the day. Plane flat path starting all the way from Norupnoi towards Hospital. Now this plane flat path once again tilted all the way down south. If teams want to move in towards Jasna Polyana, Stalberg, Kamishki, that's going to be a tough stretch.
The one game, in fact the few games where we want that Jasna fight to happen, man, the flight path has always been away from that drop location. But I think this southwestern leaning flight path is definitely going to force a few early drop clashes in this match.
Johnny. Here, Extreme Godlike has already given a reality check to the players of Revenue X Park. Now it's time for them to drop clash the players of Seoul and hand them a reality check as well. Because looking at the plane fly path, there's no way they're going to move on towards Gatka. They are definitely going to try to shift towards School.
I think they can try to shift towards School, but I think Pochinki might be empty as well for their taking. It is definitely going to be difficult for them to try and approach School. I agree with you. I mean, the possibility is there, but Godlike has very seldom gone after Seoul like this.
They have dropped in towards Gatka too. They've dropped in towards Kamishki as well. They've also went towards Lipovka.
Yeah, they always use empty drop spots.
Yeah, they always do. But this time, since Hero Extreme Godlike knows they've already secured that qualification, they don't really need to do that. And dropping towards Gatka means taking a personal rivalry against Likita Esports too. And being Hero Extreme Godlike, since you are suffocating for trophies, you would not want to have that many rivalries moving on towards the Grand Finals.
Look at what's happening. I think they might just go for a shelter prison drop or maybe just push for Yasnaya.
Seems like it.
I love this from Godlike, man. They're very adaptive, very clinical in those adaptations in the early drops as well. But Seoul dropping close to the southern side of the Potato Hill gets spotted out by Forever Red Ross, but a trade being made. Manya went for weapons and Forever Red Ross just took away that vehicle.
Look, there's a chance we might just still see the pit stop clash. Seoul is quite close to the players of Hero Extreme Godlike. You've also got Rider Esports in that mix, so Rider Esports, if they hear a lot of commotion, even they can go for the third party. Forever Red Ross, a team that was dominating up till the semifinals, but now it feels like they've just lost the form completely.
Well, I expected Godlike to actually move towards Pochinki, but completely forgot about Versatile being there in this game. Versatile is going to take control of Pochinki and Godlike still in the open field. There might be a clash, a fight for Yasnaya between Godlike and Rider Esports, by the way. Both the teams west of Mansion Prison, just a little bit north of Shelter.
Where is Revenant X Park? They usually go towards Norup Noise since the plain flat path wasn't really favoring Yasna Poliana.
Not in this group, buddy.
Oh yeah, true. My bad. Man, I just got too confused. I just got carried away with my emotions.
Hey, I know you want to see that fight happen, but we are not going to get that every single time, unfortunately.
I accidentally looked at Group A and I thought that was Group B. Sometimes the sheets can be
It's okay.
a little bit confusing.
See, it was... You got the game and the map right. It was match 4, where both Phoenix was there, Revenant X Park was there. I also wanted to see that fight. I really wanted to see that fight, Necro, and it broke my heart that Revenant X Park went for Nevo Repnoi back then.
Oh, all the 4 players in one vehicle. It's a surprise package. Not a big fan of what I'm seeing on the screen, but instead it's Soul with the advantage, and Rider Esports is just getting dismantled. This is utter obliteration from the side of Soul. It's an absolute mafia gang that's moving up.
Hey, are we seeing a new brotherhood being formed between Soul and Godlike? Because Rider Esports picked up a player from Godlike, and now Soul come knocking on their door. Another knock secured. And this time it's going to be Zyro out of the way. Rider Esports down to the last man, and he's just making a mad dash for Yasnaya. Rider Esports, but Necro, do they have anything to worry about?
Yes, they've only got one match standing. That's the biggest thing they've got to worry about.
They're in the top 5, though, in the overall leaderboard, so I think in that sense they're okay.
But Johnny, they still at least need constant 5 points per game to secure that slot.
As you used to say, right, giving back to the community. That's what they did.
Yeah, but now is not the time, man. Rider Esports, they're like the newer bunch on the block. You never know when they're going to crumble under that pressure and everything just messes up and you somehow see them on the 9th spot at the end of the day.
Did you see the radar? It seemed like Phoenix Esports were quite close to the players of Soul.
Yeah, but Phoenix is going to try to move back towards Yasna.
Yeah, that's a long rotation, but they've successfully executed it as well. And as we were talking about the adaptation from Godlike, since they lost a player towards Shelter, they move and take control of Mansion.
Interesting. Hero Extreme Godlike has lost out on one player. And at this point, Hero Extreme Godlike, they themselves know they've already secured the slot.
Yeah.
So they can afford this type of risk. If they want, they can even move with just pans and try and pan a team.
That is true.
That's how much leeway they've got.
But not too much. I think they still need like a few points to go over 90. Maybe 1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A few more points.
They're like 3-4 points. Imagine they struggle for 3-4 points. That is a tough call. I think a team like Godlike is, even if they just like start shooting randomly, find 3 points somewhere. And especially if just Admino is left alone to his vices, I think he's going to find those 3 points. But anyways, Mansion, not a space that's big enough for an entire team to loot. But since Punk isn't there, I think these 3 players should find decent loot to at least get the early game off.
Hill Inferno squad is still in the nearby vicinity too. And yeah, for Rider Esports, this might just be the last ride. They do not even have Tom Cruise with them to save the day this time around. The mission impossible stays impossible. And Phoenix Esports, they just glide on the surface.
Oh, wait, did you give someone the nickname Tom Cruise?
No, I just said they don't have a Tom Cruise to make the mission impossible happen.
All right.
And because of that, mission impossible stays impossible.
Yeah, man. Definitely need Mr. Cruise
Yeah, to cruise.
to cruise further in the game, up the leaderboard. But as we were talking about Rider Esports, this is their first fumble, I guess, in the matches that they played so far. So far, they've been consistent. They have a little bit of safety cushion to work with as well.
They got 1 point, so that's +1.
That's +1.
Everything counts.
Yeah.
As I mentioned, look, even if they get 4 points per game, they're still going to qualify. But they need some sort of points confirmed.
True.
If they get eliminated with just 1 or 2 points per game, then that will be concerning. Because let's be honest, teams in the middle pack and even the last pack, they're getting some big games back-to-back.
That is true. I mean, today has been a day of comebacks of sorts. We've seen a lot of teams catch up. We saw Versatile have a decent day for themselves. We saw Likita Esports kind of make a bounce back as well on the overall leaderboard. But Hail Inferno squad, man, this team has experience under their belt. They've been on LAN before, but the struggles continue. And if you do not want to struggle in your matches, ladies and gentlemen, check out the Realme P3 Ultra 5G. the world debut of the Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset, 90 FPS BGMI gaming, and of course, the smartest AI gaming control in its segment right now.
Everything packed in that one device. It's a masterpiece, and I would recommend you guys to check it out. But back towards the game once again, Team Tumulus. Few good games, Team Tumulus, yeah, feeling themselves, back in the groove. But generally speaking, Team Tumulus, it's time to amp up the firepower. They were looking good till the quarterfinals. But then after that, we've seen a major dip in the firepower. As I mentioned, it might just be that off time between the wild cards that we saw and the semifinals week 1. It does feel like a lot of these teams came in with updated strategies in the wild card.
Yeah.
And that's why now when the teams that directly qualified from the quarterfinals, they're not able to keep up with that pace.
That might be true for a lot of these names, but what happened to Versatile, man? It seems like the struggles are still there. Even though they've kind of made a bounce back today, a big bounce back in fact, but I think from Versatile, we expected a lot more. Hopefully this game they can try and handle the pressure. They are out in the open. Hyderabad Hydras drop to Novorepnoy, cross over towards the main island. They are being chased by Bot Army Esports though.
Soul on the move too. A few teams around the fray. Soul needs to be cautious. Looking at the circle and the way it's panning out as well. Phoenix Esports, they find themselves in a big advantage. All they need to do is just keep themselves hunkered towards Yasna Poliana and have a line of sight towards those rice fields. There's a big chance the circle is going to be forming around that vicinity.
The circle kind of reminds me of that final game of Erangel in BMPS 2024, man. Godlike was playing the same mansion position, and while they made the push towards those open fields was when they got taken out.
That circle is always a tricky one to pull off if you're not someone who's already got a decent spot.
Yeah.
There's that 6-pack in that rice field, and then there's a few more compounds. One watchtower that's available. And if you're not someone who's got their hands on the 6-pack or even either of the watchtower, you're messed up big time. But hold on to that thought. Speaking of messing things up, look at the esports. Even they've messed up big time. Soul is ripping them. You blink it and you miss it. Soul just eliminates Likitha Esports within the blink of an eye. That was such a quick wipe.
It was a quick wipe, and how many sprays are you going to whiff like that? We've seen it happen yesterday, day before yesterday. We saw it happen right now. And Manya with a beautiful punish. Neo once again just pulls away his crosshair at the last second. And the punish from Soul was just so beautiful. 7 eliminations on the board at the start of the game.
The moment Ronnie came back in, it feels like now the stars are starting to align.
Yeah.
Soul, all the decision they're making, even the gods are with them.
He's a good luck charm, look at that.
Yeah, he is.
No finishes on Ronnie, but Hunters gets 3, Manya gets 3, Knuckle gets 1. They're already doing better, but just him being there.
But honestly, it's going to be bad news for Salma if this playing 4 succeeds. Because there's a big chance we might not see Salma back in the playing 4.
That is true.
Yeah. But look, everyone's a great player. When you've got goated players like that, all the 5 players so good, it's a tough call to make. Who you want to sub in, who you want to sub out.
Yeah.
It really comes down to the core play style of the team now.
It's an all-star team, and I think it's just about adaptability. Since you have Some and Ronnie to swap between, Hunters and Some is also a possible swap. You can switch between different play styles. And I think in this situation, the change of pace that Soul has made, we expected them to play slow, by the way, but instead they have just gotten a little bit more aggressive. First 2 squad wipes have been caused because of them. They picked up 3 players from Rider Esports at the start, and now the entirety of Likitha Esports wiped out by Soul.
Phoenix Esports rivalry right next to each other. And looking at the zone too, it's not going to be in the open rice fields. It's still out in the open, but a little bit tilted down south. Here Extreme Godlike finding themselves in the best possible spot they can ask for. You've also got Soul moving from the left, VXT in a decent spot too. The only way Soul finds themselves a bit of that stability is by wiping out the players of VXT in that terrain, which seems impossible. But hold on to that thought, Bot Army Esports catching Red Ross off guard. A few more players spotted in the far fray. Shots are precise from Monty, but not precise enough. They connected on the vehicle, but they needed to be connected on the flesh. Red Ross out in the open. Not a lot of options available. Scary Shot is now in a scary position, but he's still punishing the players. Red Ross, they get eliminated from this game. What a bold statement from Bot Army Esports.
Hey man, it seems like the team that we saw on day one is back in action. And it was the breaks put on the players of Forever Red Ross by Monty. And the entirety of Bot Army Esports just bounced on them like a unit. Scary Jot, by the way, that was a fumble. He exited the vehicle a little too quick and I thought he was going to get taken out. But then the quick turnaround and his teammates providing the perfect backup. Impressive. Good adaptation coming through. Although that slight delay is going to force them onto the southwestern edge of the circle, which is an open spot. On our screens, TSWNON, smack center of the zone, but if the circle moves away, they'll be forced out into the open as well.
TSWX non-X, they have been facing upsets after upsets. They need this game. Honestly, a lot of teams need this game. It's not just them.
True.
Hyderabad Hydras, VXT, Seoul desperately needs it. Team Tamalas needs it. Phoenix Esports, it's not even a question. They definitely need it. Or maybe they don't. As we mentioned, maybe they're just ready with the week 2.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully. Hopefully the plan for the second week is already set, but so far, I think a good performance coming in from Seoul, a good bounce back. And if you want to bounce back in your matches, lovely viewers, check out the realme P3 Ultra 5G, 90 FPS BGMI gaming, smartest AI gaming control in its segment, and of course, the world debut of the Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset. Go on to Google, search for the realme P3 Ultra 5G.
Teams are way too close. A lot of teams in nearby proximity. Altitude Esports making the pounce on 8-bit. Mafia's knocked out. Termi's in the back. Nate's being tossed even from 8-bit at this point. Nate inside of the shack's not going to find a lot of success. Termi gets chipped up though. Mafia gets confirmed. Another Nate tossed in the outskirts. Now Termi's taken down even lower. A pixel of HP is available. Another Nate tossed around Termi, but Termi strikes. He finds one, but the second one denies the find.
Hey, we saw Bot Army in the close vicinity. Maybe they're going to try and bounce back, but as you said, Termi, I think a brilliant move to bounce back over there, but unfortunately his teammates fell in the backlines before Termi found the opening knock, and Altitude had the upper hand in the fight. 3 finishes on the board for Altitude. They could have almost lost one man, but luckily they still survive with all 4, and they're playing the southeastern edge of the circle just on the mountains behind Prison. Rivalry making the rotation from their eastern side. This could get tricky for Altitude in the next few seconds.
It indeed could. Hero Extreme Godlike. Jonathan. Spray's taken in the front. That's going to be Team Tamalas. Hero Extreme Godlike. Spotting out the players of Wobble Gaming 2 in the nearby vicinity. Looking at the position they've got too, they're on the edge. It's not one of the best you can ask for, but at least it's something. But leaving this compound, moving out in the open, that's when Hero Extreme Godlike can be punished real hard. Still Wobble Gaming exits out in the open. Phoenix Esports, the fight commences. They want to take a fight against the players of Team Tamalas, but Rico and his teammate, they're on the move. Shots taken. There's no way Rico survives this. He gets knocked out. The confirmation's going to be there too. It's not even a question. Phoenix Esports, all the 4 players, they recover.
Yeah, they should be able to recover. There's no one there to punish them for this unless Versatile moves in their direction. You see them on the radar, and their heads are turning towards the players of Phoenix as well. But Team Tamilas, a critical loss, and they're stuck in this dip. On the other side, the Punishers on Wobble Gaming just keep getting worse and worse by the second. Look at that. Now even THWNON is piling on. And these players just get finished off in a matter of seconds.
Just not a lot of cover available in the circle. This is going to happen. Teams are going to start to suffocate. What's the best thing you can do? Use your vehicles as cover, but the moment you do so, you compromise your mobility.
Hill Inferno squad, eastern edge of the circle under their control, but look at the finish feed. Rivalry NRI going up against Altitude. That's the fight we were talking about. Southeastern edge of the zone. But it is going to be Rivalry NRI who end up getting eliminated over there. Altitude lost one player. And Hail Inferno squad getting pounced upon by TSW NON. But on our screens, oh, this is going to be big. Versatile up against Soul. The two Titans collide against each other. And Aquanox, he wants to scout out the information of the players of Soul along with S-Power in tow. It's going to be difficult to have a clean war over here.
Seems like it. Team Versatile still driving around. Spots the players of Soul. Nades tossed. One explodes right on top of his skull. 3 men strong Soul. Applying that constant pressure. Hunter's out in the blues, taking that damage too. It's one of those fights that's not going to be completed right about now. It's going to take a bit of that time. But Phoenix Esports pouncing on Hero Extreme Godlike. Now this is something that's going to be interesting. And the last man just gets ran over.
Yeah, unexpected, but good for Phoenix. Now it seems like the aggression is back for them. They've lost 1, but they've found 5 eliminations in this game so far, wiping out Godlike as well. Some map control gain, by the way, because of that squad wipe. Now the entirety of the northeastern quadrant is going to be theirs. But as you mentioned, Necro, this fight, it is going to continue for a while. But how much utility do the players of Soul carry on them? Man, they've been nading the players of Versatile for the last 2 minutes.
Yeah, just constantly keep on tossing those nades. Throw everything you've got available. And now Soul's going to make that pounce. They're done with the utility warfare. They straight up push up close and personal and find some precise shots. VXT on the verge of being eliminated, but keep this thing in mind, there can also be a third party from Phoenix Esports. That's right there lying in the back lights. VXT, they eliminate Soul eventually. What a comeback that was from VXT in the fight.
Yeah, and all because of the big brain play made by Somraj. He was just holding back a solo position in the back lines, and as soon as the players of Soul came in, he just pushed over the ridge, got that first knock, and then slammed in with the rest of the team, finding one more frag along with the help from Raiden. And it was the 2 frontliners, by the way, from the side of Versatile that was left as sacrifice as Aquanox and X-Power got knocked out over there. But as you were talking about the third-party Necro Bot Army Esports, opportunity is there for them to gatekeep the players of Versatile, but they are just choosing to hold back.
Bot Army Esports should have third-partied the moment they had the chance.
Yeah.
Now they're going to be bit in the back hard. Scary Jot's positions noticed. The man's isolated. What can you do? He's also going to get pounced on soon. But if the players of Phoenix Esports decide to strike as well at the same time, then that can be the help that Bot Army Esports needs. VXT, all the 4 players assembling. They're ready to make the pounce. Now is where they make the go call, and that's where Scary Jot gets isolated. As I mentioned, he's in a real scary place. Another man might just be knocked out, and VXT, it's not even a concern. They find those 2 quick knocks, and also a major advantage in their hands. But even Bot Army Esports, they make some big mistakes, and that's why now they've been eliminated. But look at the third party from Phoenix Esports. As I mentioned, that's exactly what happens.
Yeah, the third party timing is perfect, but Phoenix, in order to capitalize, need to secure these 3 bodies on the floor first, and then go after the last man. There you have it. 7-8 finishes on the board for Phoenix, and they know where Raiden ran off to, so they can find the 9th one as well. Necro, we were talking about that 30 bomb. There are still players alive in this game, and if Phoenix goes after all of them, maybe we're going to see that big game coming in from Phoenix right now. Forget about the 30. Even if they get 25 points, it gets them into a decent spot on the leaderboard.
They will be right about around the players of Soul.
A little bit above, yeah, I think on the 3rd page, somewhere around that marker.
Yeah. So for Phoenix Esports, still a fighting chance of life. And now Phoenix Esports is just playing with no pressure, as if they've got nothing to lose. I mean, they were playing the same way before, too. It's not like we did see anything different, but
technically they don't have anything to lose anymore. If they fumble up anymore, they are already in the 2nd week of the semifinals anyway.
But it definitely feels like Phoenix Esports is now a little bit more patient. They're using more tactics compared to the way they were playing before. It definitely feels like they're using some brain.
See what is happening and then charge forward. I think that is the only thing has changed. Instead of just rushing in blind, they're waiting, observing first, seeing where the players are, where they need to shoot. Oh, that nade looks good! It is a 2-pointer! Won him! quite poisonous, and the poison strikes in Team Tamil as they lose 2 players. Maxi is down to a sliver of HP, and the third party comes through. The point gets stolen. Splash damage, and Mr. IGL is going to be... Oh, the run over. Jatin, you evil man.
But it's fine, though. They still get 1 elimination point out of that fight. It's completely okay. They've also eliminated the biggest threat that was there inside of the circle. Now the terrain's clear. Hail Inferno squad, them pushing up is also a bit of a concern for the players of Phoenix Esports. But now they're going to shift their focus on the players of Altitude. You've got Prime OG in the nearby vicinity. Phoenix Esports, it's a proper 3-on-3 fight. Phoenix Esports, they've got the momentum. Winds in their sails. Utilities tossed from both the sides, but let's not forget, it's Phoenix Esports we're speaking of at the end of the day. Altitude, 2 players grouping up. It's a nade parade from both the sides, wanting and hoping that at least someone's going to be able to find the opener.
The players of Phoenix, they are huddled up together to Necro, and that is a big sign of concern. But Aimbot, he finds the trade, he finds the opening knock in this fight. Now 2 nades, Atom might fall as well, and he does. But the players of Phoenix, they are pushing forward. Prime OG needs to be the saving grace for Altitude in this fight. So much pressure coming in from Phoenix in a split second. And Prime, he's hiding inside the smokes. One after the other, the finishes are being confirmed. And the nade goes through. He finds 1 knock onto Goats. That's the confirmation, by the way, but it's 1 against 3. I think this fight is going to go in the favor of Phoenix unless Prime does something exceptional. It has no helmet, has no armor as well.
Phoenix Esports just tossed so many nades in that fight.
Yeah.
Where did they get that many amount of nades? That was an artificial artillery strike.
Versatile. The crates are versatile.
Yeah, constantly just replenishing their loot.
There were like around, I think, 7 or 8 crates along that roadside, and Phoenix just looted all of them, man.
Nades after nades were constantly being tossed, and what can you do if you're Altitude? You're just getting ripped apart. Some sort of a damage is being dealt on you. And that splash damage, even if it's a little bit, that can still be valuable. Phoenix Esports losing out on 1 of the players in the instance. It's not a good news at all. Phoenix Esports, they need to do something. They need another fighting chance. And Aimbot, he might just deliver that fighting chance.
Oh,
a
no.
crucial knock found. That's going to give a bit of that sigh of relief. Now Phoenix, they need to make the pounce. THW non-X, they might just be on the receiving side of the spectrum.
Hey, but running into the blue like that, he has lost a big chunk of his HP just to get some cover with that vehicle. Phoenix down to 2 players. Hyderabad Hydra still has all 4, and TSW with all 4. Phoenix right now are just praying that Hydras collide against the players of THW so that they have some breathing room to work with. But a spray through the smoke, and Roman, he finds Altu. 1 last man left alive from Phoenix. Can he help his team get back to those 2 players? And TSWNON, the prayers are answered. They find 1 from the side of TSWNON.
There's no tires on this vehicle, that's why it's moving so slow. And that time is going to be more than enough to get the revival on the player. Somehow the players of THW non-X mess up big time. And Phoenix Esports, they get enough time to recover and shatter their hopes and dreams. Phoenix still alive and cooking inside of the game, just like their name. It's their time to rebirth in the overall standings. It's their time to rise back up in the overall standings.
As you mentioned, Necro rising from the ashes and setting this map of Erangel on fire. 14 eliminations on the board for Phoenix Esports. But now it is a 2v4. Chicken dinner is going to be a big stretch, but can you get a few more eliminations before getting taken out? Simple answer is no. Hyderabad Hydras, they secure the win, and it's the teams that were struggling, both of them, Phoenix and Hyderabad Hydras, that make the pounds, that make a bounce in the leaderboard in the last game of the day.
That was a 20-pointer right there from Phoenix Esports.
Yeah!
They had 14 eliminations and 6 placement points. That's going to be 20 points in total. And that's exactly what Phoenix Esports needs. That means now they're going to be somewhere around 44 points in the overall standings. They're still going to be on the 3rd page, Johnny.
They're still going to be on the 3rd page, but hey, it's better than being on the last page, and it's better than being in the bottom 2.
And now they've got a fighting chance. Tomorrow they're going to have 2 more games to play, and both of them have to be the same way they played this one.
Both of them need to be 20 bombers.
Yeah. Can Phoenix Esports do it, though? That's the real question. I mean, rising back up from the ashes, especially when all the eyes are on them, especially when everyone's given up the hopes. This is the Phoenix Esports we all were missing.
Wait a minute. It's not 2 teams from the last page that have made the bounce back. It's all 3 of them, man. TSW was there with them, and TSW was already doing a little bit better.
yeah, THW did have enough amount of elimination points too, so I guess that was a decent game for TSW too. But TSW messed up big time the moment they decided to make that push in the vehicle. The tires were busted. What were you thinking? Of course it was not going to work out. And that push was made so slow that the players of Phoenix Esports had enough time to recover from that setback.
He went for the revive, got the full revive done, peeked out, took one player down, and still had enough time to get the second knock. That is how slow that Coop was moving.
Should not have pushed. Simple. They should not have pushed.
Actually,
they should not have pushed. They should have just defended. They had the advantage, which was default. They had the cover to play as well. The only way THW was going to lose that game if Hyderabad Hydras, they collide against them.
and in the end, I mean, all three of the teams were forced out into the open, but as you mentioned, had THW not pushed, they would have had enough cover to actually force Hyderabad Hydras into Phoenix Esports and then take that fight in the same angle. If you're shooting at the same position, it's much easier than if you have to cover two different wide flanks. That was the predicament that TSW NON was stuck in, but yeah, it was that one play, 2-2 split, and then that broken Coop that just gave enough time to Phoenix to find those two knocks.
But hey, something that's going to help you with your gameplay and something that's going to help you get as good as the players of Phoenix Esports is also going to be the realme P3 Ultra 5G, world debut for the Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset, 90 FPS BGMI gaming, and let's not forget, with the smartest AI gaming control, if you move on towards Google and search for the realme P3 Ultra 5G, you might just stand a chance to win the device and also some more interesting rewards.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be exciting to see which one of you guys are winning some rewards for yourself, and also exciting to see how these comebacks are going to reward these teams. I can't wait to look at the overall leaderboard now.
Today's day has been an absolute cinema.
Yeah.
Every single game that we've witnessed so far, it was so entertaining, so fun to cast. I just loved it.
I feel like doing that Shia LaBeouf meme clap right now with how the day has been. Man.
I mean, you were clapping the moment Phoenix Esports won that fight against THW, right?
Yeah, it was impressive, man. What a way to close things out. And every single fight Phoenix took today, I think for the first time in the semifinals, it felt like we are watching the Phoenix Esports from the previous rounds of the tournament.
From the quarterfinals.
Exactly. I mean, other than that, I mean, as you keep mentioning, for the first half of the semifinals, they just were completely lost, and it seems like now they have regained their senses.
Yeah, good positioning with that amount of firepower, something that's helping Phoenix Esports sustain those fights. And generally speaking, even the timings were really good.
Yeah.
And that's the exact Phoenix Esports we want to see moving on forward too. And just look at this elimination onto Jonathan. Somehow he controlled the vehicle on that slope and just directly drove Jonathan.
I don't think the intention was for a run over. Jonathan also ran towards him by mistake. A little bit of a mechanical misplay over there. But then a lot of big titans colliding, and this wipe coming in from Versatile was amazing. Also, you were wondering where those nades came from, right? It was Versatile and Bot Army. Alright, so there were 7 crates along this roadside that were looted by Phoenix Esports, and that is where they got those nades.
Every player had somewhere around 7 to 8 nades available. They tossed those nades against Team Tumulus, they tossed those nades against Team Altitude, and generally speaking, I just feel bad for Altitude. They did not even get a fair shot at the fight. They did not even get to use their guns.
That is true, but also Altitude was the one, while Phoenix was lobbing the nades, Altitude were the ones who covered up their own vision with the smokes. I think Altitude had a better chance had they just fought Phoenix head on rather than just hiding behind those smokes.
And Hyderabad Hydras in the final few moments, just getting the advantage. This is the big mess up that we speak of, right? The moment Phoenix Esports got that recovery, Aimbot just had the confidence flowing through his veins, coursing through his veins, and he knew now all they need to do is just claim those elimination points and try and face off against the players of Hyderabad Hydras. Hyderabad Hydras, with all the 4 players intact, it was really tough to take him down.
Yeah, exactly. That 1v4 clutch that we have been seeing all this time, especially during the quarterfinals, these are the semifinals. Now teams aren't just going to run towards you when you are isolated and give you those isolated fights. Now they will pounce on you as a unit. So towards the end, as you mentioned, 1 man against the entirety of Hyderabad Hydras. Too much to ask for, but kudos to Hyderabad Hydras and congratulations on the chicken dinner. I'm very interested in where does this chicken dinner get Hyderabad Hydras in the overall leaderboard? Where will THW NON be? And of course, where does Phoenix Esports head towards with these 20 points?
Comes down to how many elimination points Hyderabad Hydras had. And I don't think Hyderabad Hydras had a lot of elimination points. Maybe somewhere around 7 to 8 elimination points in that game. So that's not going to be a lot, but still be enough to bring that momentum back in their hands, right?
Exactly. I think 17 to 18 points maybe for them as well. I think towards the end, they were suffocated because TSW gave 3 eliminations to Phoenix for some reason. And other than that, I think if that did not happen, Hyderabad Hydras were also looking at a double-digit finish. THW actually I'm interested in a little bit more because THW were playing that Eastern Edge for a very long time, and there were a lot of teams that were picked off by THW.
Johnny, but still the concerns are there for teams like VXT, Seoul as well, not being able to survive for too long in that game because, of course, VXT and Seoul somehow decided to collide against each other, and that's why both of them were just eliminated in the end.
Also, by the way, interesting fact, first two teams to go out of this match were the only two teams that were there in the top 8 from this lobby.
Interesting. We've got the MVP of that previous game. It's going to be Aimbot from Phoenix Esports. In general, Phoenix Esports got 14 elimination points in that game. So yes, it was an absolute banger from Phoenix. You've also got Rush By from TSW Non-X with 5 finishes. Venom with 3, Hunters with 3 from Seoul, and Monty Bay with 3.
Ooh, Bot Army Esports now. We saw Bot Army Esports in a part in mid-game fights as well, be a part of those mid-game action, but I wonder if they can break inside of the top 8 again. Let's have a look at the rankings, man. Why speculate? We are bad at maths anyways.
Overall rankings, they shine on the screen now. You've got the top 4 once again not changing at all. SOA as well on the 5th spot. Team Versatile is not doing too bad. Yeah, the previous game was a mess up, but they're still somewhere in the top 8, which is a good thing. You've got OG2 with 62 points, which is decent. Mastermind Mavericks 2 with 60 points. So the top 8 hasn't changed at all.
Top 8 hasn't changed at all, but as you were talking about Versatile, I think they are under threat. OG, now that is a massive drop. They started day 1 being on the first position, dropping to
points.
The 3rd, and now today just not really their day, to be honest.
Yeah, OG has been real inconsistent. OG started things off on the day 1 with 38 points.
2 matches.
And we all were praising OG, but now look at the inconsistency hit them. And this has been the main concern for the Apes from the start now till the end. You've also got the second page of the overall standings. Genesis Esports, Team Tumulus is right there too. They're not doing too bad on the second page. Team Tumulus can bounce back, but Seoul slowly and steadily getting back in the groove of things. You've also got Hyderabad Hydras with 48 points, tied up with Seoul.
That is a brilliant jump from Hyderabad Hydras with this chicken dinner, 48 points, and TSW NON 49. They also necro make a big leap, but Phoenix Esports, that's the name we all want to see. Where are they? They are still on the last page, but 49 points, 50 points to get inside the top 16, okay? Because 16th place team is also at 50, and Phoenix Esports at 44.
Not too bad.
Not too bad. I think somewhere around 16 points needed, 16, 17 points needed to break into the top 8.
Let's just appreciate Phoenix Esports. From being at the last, now towards the 25th.
Yeah.
This has been a big comeback from Phoenix Esports, a major catapult in the overall standings. And let's consider this too. They're above the defending champions.
Oh, I didn't even look at that until you called it out, man.
I mean, look, for the defending champions, today's day has been filled with utter disrespect. With the way they got taken down from Admino, especially that pan, he was just salt on top of the wounds, on top of their egos.
Yeah.
So everything for Revenant Spark hasn't been working out today's day. It was the worst day.
Hey,
I went with
Necro.
Phoenix Esports. My prediction worked out. I'm happy with it.
You are the good luck charm, I guess, for them. You are the one who has been believing them for a long time. As I said, the biggest Phoenix Esports supporter. You got to give them that motivational. Hey, the motivational speech worked.
It worked. I told you. Sometimes the toxic motivation is exactly the thing you need. Johnny, remember when you were not really bringing in good grades in your school, but then your dad gives you that toxic motivation?
I got a beating, man. No motivation.
Exactly. That's the toxic motivation that we got.
It works out.
It works
I
out.
started getting good grades after that. Yeah.
Of course, we cannot beat the players, man. Come on. So that cannot really work out. So we just need to give them toxic motivation verbally.
They were getting beaten for the last 2 days by everyone else in the lobby, to be honest.
True.
And I think today they just woke up like, hey, this is not us. We got to get those grades. We got to get those points. And Phoenix Esports did that in a beautiful manner. But last day. So let's assume the cutoff is going to be somewhere in the mid-80s now, right? They are at 44. They need 40 points in 2 games.
Phoenix Esports can do it. It's Phoenix Esports at the end of the day, man. Let's not forget, in the quarterfinals, first 3 games, Phoenix Esports were not able to pull off a lot of points. But then in the latter 3 games, we saw a complete different team.
Also, by the way, they have a little bit more over 2 games, I think. 3 or 4 matches remaining for tomorrow. So there's still a lot of hope for Phoenix.
Interesting. If that's the case, then yeah, definitely Phoenix Esports can bounce back. It's not even a question, but they just need to be consistent. Because today they had 4 games to play. We thought in all the 4 games, at least Phoenix Esports can get 7 to 8 points per game. But the first 2 games, Phoenix Esports just completely dropped the ball. They started making the comeback from the game of Sandhawk.
Yeah, and then I think that motivation, that momentum from Sandhawk transitioned very beautifully into this last angle. So good execution in the next 2 matches, but tomorrow is basically a do-or-die moment for them. Not the team, but situation-wise. And Phoenix Esports, I think, back against the wall. There was no better moment in this entire tournament for this team to just go all in into the matches they have.
Hydra by the Hydras too, what a catapult it's been so far in the overall standings for Seoul. They're just moving really slow in the overall standings. It's snail-paced, and at this point it's not going to work out. Seoul needs to get that pace back in their hands.
Hey, still in the mid-40s, anything can happen. The team that are struggling, the teams that are there in the top 8, especially the teams that can be kicked out, including OG, are still in the 60s. So there is potential for a lot of these middle-pack teams all the way to the teams on the last page to actually catch up.
Anyone can catch up. Anything can happen on tomorrow's day, since it's going to be the last day for the semifinals week 1, but the remaining teams do not get eliminated. They instead move on towards the week 2 for a shot at the Grand Finals once again. It's time for us to take leave. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Bye.